I'm laughing at the thumbnail that was on that picture. Oh my god, I look high as hell. Shit. Well, anyway. I guess this is it's probably going to be the fucking one. This has to be the one because I have to get this done. We have been fucking dicking around all day. It's already 12. So what I'm doing is recording for whatever the hell I was doing with the cars last night. What was it? Proving a point that the story of the cars just kind of loop around again, and that it's a metaphor for life. I don't know. That's too deep for you. I don't know if I can tell you. Hopefully it should make sense the more I do it. I don't always mean to be an asshole. If you pay attention, it'll make sense. It's like, how do you think about it? How do you say it? What I'm teaching is that there's more to them than just the pictures. There's more there. And that if you into it, that you can learn something about yourself that you've been trying to learn for a little while now. It's interesting how it works. It's neat. It's like you get God, freezing. You get what's down here. Just because last night it was cold. It's not cold up in the rest of the house. It's down here. Basement. Freaky as fuck. I don't even know if there's even air vents down here. It's haunted as hell. I don't know if the spirits like them even doing this down here. I'm actually getting very annoyed if you believe in that sort of thing. If not, it's probably just cold. And I left my jacket down here for a very good reason, because it's freezing. At least for right now. It's probably because I was just upstairs too, which is warmer. I got thin blood. I hate the fucking cold. I really do. Probably a good reason for it. Anyway. But then again, I hate the cold. There's a reason for it. That's kind of a weird thing I do. Bear with me. It's this mental thing. Strive to push yourself to limits that make you uncomfortable, like sitting in the cold longer than you really want to. It's like a form of yoga. It's, instead of going to a studio and not doing weird poses and shit, which works. I mean, I guess I never tried it. I can't. I'm not stretchy enough. I want to try it though. I had a feeling it would be really cool. I'll probably, yeah, I really like it. And sorry, just thinking. I had a thought. It's an interesting thought. I'll write that down because I could think about that for a little while. Meaning, it gave me an idea for something I want to do. I don't want to forget it. Someone I got to remember to meet. So, but it's more of a mental yoga. Think of it like that. And unfortunately, the mental yoga, it also puts my body in like really shitty positions. Like I gotta fucking sit in this shitty chair, which fucking sucks, and my lower back is killing me because I want to like fucking stretch in ways that I can't stretch on my own. It's probably a good excuse. You know, this is actually a perfect excuse to start doing yoga. I was actually thinking about that earlier this morning. Let me write that down too. Yeah, which makes sense because I think my mother's looking for a yoga partner. If I start going to yoga, they'll give her someone to go to yoga with and do it more. She's happier when she goes to yoga. I know this because she tells me. This is pretty lazy. Go to the yoga. I need your money to go to yoga. I think you're gonna want to pay me after this, so I don't mind giving it out first because you don't want it so much more. This is like think of like an addiction. I'm getting you mentally addicted to what I'm going to tell you. That might be a little too abstract, but it's like brainwashing. It's just marketing. It would seem to you although it doesn't. I'm using ancient magic to do it. Well, so does the rest of society. I'm just open about it. They aren't. They're lying. Well, no, they're not lying because they don't even realize it. I mean, if they do realize it, then they're really fucked up. And I do know that some of them realize it. But it's a subtle form of manipulation. It's a subtle form of brainwashing. It's not subtle. I mean, it's very subtle though, but it's not subtle if you do it properly. Like I'm not subtle about it. That's why I'm telling you. And because I know that what's going to happen is your little monkey brain is going to go, he's not going to brainwash me. And then you're going to, because I'm not really entertaining you, you're going to eventually want to come back for more because you want more of my attention, because my attention is probably the best attention that you've ever gotten, because I'm probably the only person that gives you attention, at least as much attention as you, more attention than you probably deserve. But it's to give you kind of a taste of what could be yours. And I'm not talking about me specifically, but what could be yours in that how you could be like me, because chances are you want to be like me in some way, shape, or form, not the whole part, because I know that there's parts of me that I don't like being. Not that I don't like being, that I'm working on improving, but I know that's what you mean in the way that, no, there's something, that's what I meant before, is that I know that it's not this specific lifestyle that you're craving so desperately, but the mentality that goes behind it to strive to climb up and beyond this particular version of life, and like moving on to something new, trying to making a personal change, reinventing yourself. How about that? That's a good way of doing it. And trying to be successful at the same time, and reinventing yourself into someone who wants to be successful. How about that? By doing it the way that comes naturally to you, using your call them your God-given talents to be who you need to be, but survive off of it, survive and thrive, instead of manipulate and manipulate and abuse. I guess. Yeah, probably. Was it manipulation? Oh, fuck yeah, it's manipulation. Of course it was manipulation. But it's sometimes some manipulation, looking back, yeah, it's manipulation. But at the time, it didn't seem like manipulation. Now, knowing what it is, it's manipulation. But that's just by people terms, by human terms. I don't even use that shit no more. It's like you have to think past what it really is. I mean, it's not an intentional type of thing, or maybe it is. So fuck it, I don't know. Maybe people really are that sick. Was I that sick? I guess for a little bit I was. No, I guess I was that sick. No, I was. Yeah. That's really fucked up. Well, that's how I was, exactly. But people change, and though I can see the bad in what I was doing, yeah, I did some bad stuff, but I also did some good stuff too. There wasn't like a 100% I hated this person. I didn't hate that person at all. I actually thought there were some aspects of him that I thought were quite endearing, or could be if they were honed properly, if they were turned not just turn the volume up on them, but also adjust the frequency and fine tune them into what they could be. I think that makes more sense. So yeah, and it makes you really smart too. And these items helped. So that's why we're going to be doing these classes. And really, who am I teaching? If you know me or pay attention to me, then you know that I'm a narcissist. So I need to parasite energy off of other people. But I'm trying an experiment where I don't need to do that anymore. So I can do it right off myself, because I'm the most interesting person I've ever met. And yesterday I talked to myself for about 10 hours. I mean, there's some people that popped in once in a while, but if you follow through with watching me, then you know that the reason I even do this in the first place is just to overcome some personal fears so that I can achieve ambitions of mine that are probably a little bit higher than most people's, but I'm not most people's. So, and I like to think differently. I like to think outside of the box. And sometimes in doing that, I put a lot of myself out there, and it's nerve-wracking. So the reason I do that is because in order to be who I want to be who I am, to really, these baby steps. I'm taking baby steps to get to a point where I can actually talk to people on a very large scale. That's it. Because I need to talk to people on a very large scale. Why? Because that's my job. I can't tell you any more than that. That's it. It's a secret that I can't tell. Because if I tell you, you're not going to believe me. Maybe if I do, no, you know what? That's probably the best thing. Maybe I should tell you. This way, you get all the jokes and laughs out at me first. That would be the best. That's what I should do. I should even make a joke out of it, like I'm Jesus Christ. I'm the second coming. I'm the second coming. Oh, look at me. This way, I just say what you think. I think I'm thinking. Because hey, you know what? I am thinking it. I have thought it. But I think of it in a different way than you do. Because I don't think you understand it the same way. You don't even understand it. You don't understand what it even means. And it's actually pretty funny because it's everybody. Everybody is the second coming. It's a metaphor for the second coming of you. It's a self betterment program that I don't know who is in charge, but there's something in charge, and it's fucking with you. And really, what it is, it's you. It's your own creation. You're playing a game with yourself, and it's really hard to explain. And I don't know what the end game is. I have a feeling that it's like Highlander. There can be only one. I think it sounds crazy. I know it does from a regular standpoint. But if you have to understand that if you were in my head, you would know exactly what I'm saying, because everything that I'm saying makes perfect sense to me. And that's why I don't like, I used to do a lot of shit on Twitter where I type and write all this shit out, but I think it gets misinterpreted a lot. But for good reason. For good reason. I used it as a playground. I wasn't being an adult about it. I was having fun. But now that I'm watching myself and seeing how ridiculous it sounds to say the things that I type, because if I can't say it, then there's no right for me to even say anything else, because yeah, you know what, everyone's gonna laugh at me, everyone's gonna make fun of me, which is fine, which is cool, because I'm gonna play it up, and everybody knows I'm gonna play it up, because they're not even playing around. They're giving me exactly what I want, and in my belief system, if you believe it, it's real. and that's what's called the like when people talk about the law of attraction, like don't assume you have it, know you have it, because you know you have it in the future, then you have it right now. It's just a matter of getting to that point. You just haven't gotten to that stage in your life, and it's just a mentality. And the weird thing is that it works exactly like that, because your mind is God, a piece of God, which is weird, because there's a God, lots of them, and I can prove it, which was really fucked up. But you have to be able to understand how I think, and in order to understand how I think, you have to listen to me talk. And if you don't want to listen to me talk, and listen to why I'm saying the things that I do, the things that I'm striving to do are going to come off as very weird, very I don't know. See, it depends. Well, I guess they did this. You're not, unless you're not fucking sitting and watching me. But I guess I would be talking to the people in my life. I get, you know what? That's a really good idea, because I know that my sister is subscribed to this. I know she's going to start watching these soon. So I guess it's probably good for her to watch these and try to get to see the real me, so that when she does see the fake me, then she'll know the difference. And I'll know she'll know the difference, because I will know how I'm reacting. I'll know how I'm behaving. It'll come up very easy, quick and easy. I'm very good at reading people's intentions. Not intentions. Well, intentions, yeah. That's exactly what it is. I'm very good at reading people's intentions based on body behavior, facial language, and even the words I speak. I am probably one of the best trained psychoanalyzers in the world, I think, and I use it a form of mind reading and mind control and hypnosis to learn and speak to people and have a good time with people. It's just the way that it's just a normal way that the human mind functions. At least my mind functions. I mean, it's been a matter of well, that's just how my mind functions. Ever since I was a kid, I like to learn things, adapt them, and then integrate them into my own being. People know me growing up. I used to quote movies a lot, and if you notice, I'd like to use a lot of movie analogies, because movies, I always related to movies because the stories were a little bit easier than books, because books used to have a hard time making the mental images, and sometimes the story I wouldn't understand the words, and it would be hard to understand what was going on. Like different words. Like when people use these fucking giant ass words, they don't know what the fuck that means. I got to stop reading to go look up what the word means, so I can come back and figure out back where I was, and then get back into this trance that I'm in, playing this movie that I'm reading in my head, which is what I like to do, because that's why I like books, because it lets your imagination go. And plus, I always wanted to write, right? So that's why I write a lot about me, my favorite subject. And I write about all the things in my head, because this started as an experiment of me just documenting my life, and in doing so, I somehow turned my life into the greatest book I've ever read or experienced, because I lived it. It's like absolutely insane. And even if I'm wrong, I call it speculative nonfiction. In that, and I don't know if that's a genre that's already made. I hope not. That'd be really cool if I fucking invented it. What I do is I allow my mental disorders. You can call them that if you want. I don't believe in the term mental disorder. I mean, I believe in the term, and I know it's real to you, but I know what it is for me. And who knows? Maybe it's not the same for you as it is for me. Maybe I'm the 1%er that's unlike everybody else, which would be cool. Hey, fuck it, I don't mind. But that's why I don't listen to people when they tell me I'm wrong. I mean, I'll listen. It's okay to tell me I'm wrong, because if I can't figure out how to shut you down, then I don't know what I'm talking about. And then that's a good thing, because then that means that you're teaching me something about myself. Because even though I may not agree with what you're saying, am I Scaring people off on purpose? I think so. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Because there was just a guy in here and then they disappeared. Or at least it says. I don't know. I don't even know if that counter is even accurate, but fuck it. Doesn't matter. The only person I need is me. You know what? That's the shit I'm talking about. That's like a little ego trap. This fucking thing right there. It's an ego trap. It's getting me distracted off the topic at hand, which is what I want to talk about, but make me want to see if anyone's paying attention to me. See, that's why I do this. It's to see if I can keep myself. It's like to beat yourself, beat your best record. The goal is to learn to ignore all people so that I just talk to myself, so I can put on a one-man show for the world. Does that make sense? One-man show devoted to himself, to the world, for the future. For the future. I hate fucking people right now. I think you're all idiots. And I want to fucking maim every single one of you with a baseball bat, and not even just the ones I know. Everybody, everyone. So much I want to be able to push the button, start World War III. I want to be in a position of power like that. I want to be the one who gets to influence the world leaders and convince them how good of an idea it is, how perfect of an idea it is to wipe out most of the general population. The general population, not the higher up, the upper echelons of society. But I don't know. It takes time to work up to that level. So I guess that would make me a traitor, right? Well, no, because if I do my job right, which is what I'm trying to do, try to help you fucking wake up and realize that, is do thank me. Do you think it's the greatest idea ever? Because it is. Because no one has ever thought of it before. I think it's a good idea. Well, considering it was just 22 minutes and 22 seconds, I guess that's the universe telling me, good idea. Or it could be the universe saying that that's not a good idea, which I guess eventually, relatively, whether it's a good or bad idea, is irrelevant, because good and bad are the same thing. They're the exact same thing. If it's a good thing, if it's a bad thing, it doesn't fucking matter, because good for you is bad for me. It's indifferent for the other guy. Good is considered evil by the evildoer who considers himself a good guy. You know what I mean? And both the good guy and the bad guy, they can both justify why they're right and the other one's wrong. And until they decide to listen to each other, it doesn't fucking matter. Because if they listen to each other, then they'll realize how much righter the other one is than they are. Which means that they're just the same person, just in a different skin. Just having a different experience. And maybe. Just a thought. That's the other thing. That it could be just like that too. Maybe there should only be like one human, two humans in the entire world. I believe, and I had this conversation with somebody last night, and I'll use this analogy. Okay, the Sith and the Jedi. If you don't know them, then bear with me. They're like, think of it like any group of good guys versus any group of bad guys in any of your favorite stories about good guys versus bad guys. Anything. Doesn't have to be mystical. Could be just any kind of weird fucking shit. Any kind of shit that you like. I don't know. Just think good guy versus bad guy. Good versus evil, right? So the Sith were originally a plenty, just like the Jedi were a plenty. Okay? They're two opposing groups who formed from each other. The Jedi were originally a group of not priests, but spiritual practitioners, like monks, pretty much. pretty much like monks. If you think of like Shaolin monks, or like any kind of monk that is not pure spirituality, but also realizes that the physical body is just as important and needs to be honed. Not fat bald ones who drink wine. Plus, these monks, they use laser swords, and they can use telekinesis and read your mind, and can do so many cool fucking things, which people can do. Most people can do. Same way that these guys do it too. It's pretty interesting. But anyway, so originally it was one group, the Jedi. They're all about order and keeping peace and all that fun stuff. And eventually, like one or two of them decided to try out what it's like. Let's see if we use it for not peace. Let's see if we use it for destruction. What it does. And the Jedi didn't like that, so the Jedi kind of like, they're like, get the fuck out of here. We don't need that bullshit. Probably because they knew what it was going to lead to. They thought they knew what it was going to lead to, but they didn't give it enough forethought. They're very hasty, these Jedi. They forgot to think in color. Instead, they decided to think in black and white. Eventually, the dark guys started their own group, and they expanded, and the Jedi and the Sith, and they just clashed and fought for a long time, until one day, one of the Sith had this great idea. He said, there's way too fucking many. There's way too many brains in this body. We gotta cut this down. And so he wiped out every single last fucking one of them. It's actually pretty fucking badass if you're into Star Wars and you don't know the story of Darth Bane. It's the fucking baddest fucking story. It's a great book. The Path to Destruction. It's fucking awesome. But he fucked up too. Because he decided that there should be two. There should be the guy who's in charge, and then the guy to learn from the guy who's in charge, so that when the guy's in charge, when the guy in charge is too weak to sustain himself anymore, the guy that's not in charge should, if trained properly, try to take the guy in charge out and become the guy in charge. The rule of two, he called it. But I'm thinking, right, these Jedi, these Sith, they missed the thing. They were limited. They weren't thinking properly, because they all say they didn't allow themselves to realize the possibility that they didn't need anyone else, that they could have done it all on their own, right? I mean, in a sense, there was two. Yeah, no, he did it wrong. There should have been one, just by himself. Because of a theory, it's a risky theory. It's a very risky theory. There can only be one, just like in Highlander. So who knows? If he had the courage to take that chance, perhaps he wouldn't have needed to start the Empire as we know it in Star Wars, where the Emperor ended up losing to his own apprentice, who decided to turn back into a good guy. To kill him and save the galaxy, but actually end up condemning the galaxy anyway, because the New Order was just going to pop up within 30 years anyway. But that's probably a testament to the fact that Luke didn't do a good job at bringing balance to the Force, which is what he probably should have done, because he was a fool as well. Missed it. Missed the point. It's always those little details that people miss, and it's putting enough faith in yourself to realize, fuck it. What is there really to lose if I just go balls to the wall? And so they don't, because I believe Luke should have immediately taken the Emperor's position. Immediately. Here's why. During his fight with Vader, Luke turned to the dark side. Not only did he turn to the dark side, he absorbed all of that dark energy out of Vader. He was ready to kill that motherfucker. You can tell when he's fucking smashing a goddamn lightsaber against the fucking handle. He's fucking beating the shit out of that thing. Okay? When he finally cuts his hand off is when he like, holy shit. I can't believe I just fucking did that. A little bit excited. A little bit like, goddamn, that was cool. But then reality kicked in. And he's like, holy shit. I almost did exactly what they said I was going to do. I let them push me to that point. Now I won. Get it? I'm a champion. Fuck. I gotta take a break right now. So by the time he went to go confront the Emperor, he realized he just took in 30 years of dark side energy and chewed it up and shat it out. Now, had the Emperor done that years ago, had the Emperor known that you can use both the light side and the dark side at the same time, you can channel them both and control them, because that's all that Luke was doing. He was wanting to control that fucking rage, that emotional, that egoic aspect of himself, because that's where the dark side comes from. It comes from the ego mind. The Jedi, the light side, it comes from the non egoic mind, which in technically in today's society is more of the dark side, and they don't realize it, so they think they're the light side. So it's kind of switched. So they call everything that's light dark and dark light. It's kind of fucked up. It's really fucked up. It's because of this old brainwashing, this dark side brainwashing that kind of took over and became the light side. Which in empirical terms in Star Wars, you have to remember also that though Palpatine may have not been the most popular ruler, and I'm sure there was factions, there was a rebellion for Christ's sake, but also remember that his empire had been over 30 years. There's a lot of old timers who realized that's just a way of life. So, and plus the bureaucrats as well, and politicians, their palms were greased. These were very decadent times, and most people had no idea what the fuck the Force was. They're saying, "What? Look at Han Solo. He didn't even believe it was real. He thought it was bullshit." But there was people like Obi-Wan who understood that what it was, because he was from the old time. He was one of the last Jedi. It was just Yoda and him. But then, I mean, there was also small pockets. If you're very much into the deeper stories of behind Star Wars, there's actually pockets of Jedi scattered throughout the galaxy at the time as well. Not all very well known, but some pretty decent stories. There were 33 minutes and 33 seconds. It's pretty cool. And you also had different, a third faction of Jedi too. It wasn't just the Sith and the Jedi. There was actually gray Jedi as well. They were very rare to see them, but they did exist in some form. I don't know to what extent. But gray Jedi is just kind of like what I was saying. What Luke should have done is play neutral, using the light side with the dark side. Go balls to the walls. Just see how far you can push it. See how far you can push yourself in both, and just take over the Emperor's spot. Take that leap of faith and go, fuck it. No one else is going to do this better than me. I can't trust these monkeys. A Force user with actual wisdom needs to be the one in charge. Otherwise, these monkeys are going to tear themselves apart for fucking ever. Now, and granted, the reason he didn't do that is because he was too scared of the attraction of the dark side, because that type of power is very addicting. It's very, once you can seize control like that, it can really fuck you up, because you want more of it. I mean, you can look at today's society as that. I mean, look at these poor fucks, these husks. They're demons. That's all they are. They're not even. They're shells of human beings of whatever sense of humanity was once inside of them. And why do I say that? I mean, Washington government, that type of system is very demonic. It's very empty. It's very soul. That's why the government doesn't allow for religion or spirituality to be taught in their schools. It teaches people to be very nihilistic, not nihilistic, solipsistic sort of mentality, which is kind of fucked up. It's really sad to see, but it's like that everywhere. It's like that everywhere. It's not just like a proper society. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You see this brainwashing pattern inside of everybody where you're never wrong. The only thing that you know, the only thing you talk about is just you talk about other people. You never talk about yourself because you're taught to hate yourself. That's why we have black people who are racist against black people, and white people that are racist against white people, and Chinese people that are racist against Chinese people, and all over the fucking place. It's fucked up. You people got how fucking weird and crazy you are. Like, it's really fucked up. I showed there's this really great video that I think everybody should watch. It's called the Narcissist Family Cult. It's somewhere on YouTube, and this chick that puts on this presentation does an amazing job. Does a really good job of really like showing what these narcissistic family cults are really like. But here's the thing: we reflect back we reflect back to ourselves what it is that we put out to other people. So when you're calling somebody else a narcissist, you yourself are a narcissist. You just don't realize it because to you, narcissist means something different than what it does to them. Because in their eyes, you are doing the same thing to them what they are doing to you. And realistically, you are both siphoning off each other like assholes, like fucking vampires, sucking 69ing vampires. How about that? Cancer, like the sign Cancer. That's what people are. Cancer. That's why most of you die of cancer, because you're Cancer. It's karma. You live your life as a Cancer, and you eventually die of cancer. And you know what? I in a sense, in a metaphorical sense. Now, listen, cancer doesn't always mean like nodules and all the shit that comes with it. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is you drain off yourselves, but for good reason. And I think I'm putting it like a negative way, but in reality, it's neutral, because nobody is any better or worse than anybody else, because everyone's doing just what they've been pretty much trained to do, including myself. And that's why, like I was saying earlier, when I look back on who I was, the reason I was the way that I was is because I was brainwashing myself. Not that anyone was brainwashing me. I was brainwashing myself into thinking that I needed to be like everybody else. And that's really where I started to go wrong in life, because that's when I stopped listening to what I wanted, what I was hearing in my head. I stopped listening to the voices in my head when I was a kid, and instead listened to the voices outside of my head. And not that anybody was, like I said, not like anybody told me what to do, because I spent a good time like raising myself, I guess you could say. There was aspects like during my later teen years, I was very adventurous, and I got myself into some wild adventures. But that's just the way it was. I get that from my father. My father was the same. I didn't go to the extremes that he did, but later in life I have. But then again, not to the extremes that he did. But I'm going to other extremes that he didn't have the courage to go to, like trying to fix his messes trying to clean up the spilled milk that he made, but instead of walking away from it. But that's just me. Again, like I said, the Emperor could have learned something. Luke should have learned something from the Emperor, and look at it like this. I learned something from my father. And the reason I even bring up the cancer, the cancer was also coincidentally he died from cancer. So, but it was a good analogy anyway. That's something I'm practicing, is using analogies instead of complaining about my life, so that the analogy sounds so much cooler, because I'm not looking for sympathy. And not to mention the fact I'm not really even talking to anyone except for myself. And being that I'm talking to myself, the only person I need to impress is me. So whether or not anyone's impressed by the way I describe my life or not is actually pretty irrelevant. But though the egoic mind in me does, of course, care to an extent, I'm pretty solid at transmuting that energy into I don't give a fuck. And then once it's into I don't give a fuck, then I can actually put that back into myself and put that energy into something else, which is kind of what this experiment's all about. It's proving Tesla's theory of self-sustaining energy through words, because words are sound, it's frequency, it's energy. And technically what I'm doing is I'm testing what Tesla's theory as well as proving it right. But by proving that sustainable energy does not come from an outside source, sustainable energy comes from an internal source that is externalized back into the internalization to be recycled in such a way that that by calling myself out on my own bullshit when I catch it, what I'm doing is refining my own thoughts in such a way that I'm perfecting all the knowledge that I have by being my own critic about the things that I'm most vulnerable about. And the best way that I've learned to do that is through allegory and metaphors, which I learned from reading tarot cards and practicing not magic like people think, but what the ancients considered mystical arts, though they're scientific. There's scientific factors that go into the aspects of these mystical beliefs, and it's actually a pretty fascinating science. It's metaphysics. It's the science of metaphysics. There's the mathematics of metaphysics. Hey, you're back. How are you? So that's a lot of it. And how are you this afternoon? I'm just going to keep on talking because that was my plan. So through the metaphysics of it, what it helped me do is learn how to see things differently. That's why when I say things like, "Oh, humans are a cancer," that's why you die of cancer. And it's a metaphor, but it's also literal, because I do believe that some people that die of cancer, they get it out of karma. And I'm sure that we can all agree that there is that asshole at some point in their lives are like, "Fuck, that guy deserves cancer." Could be like an abuser of children, someone who robs, takes advantage of the old or the poor. We can think of at least one evil person in our universe, our own personal universe, not the one that we share, but our own personal one, that we go, "Fuck, that motherfucker deserves cancer." So you know what I'm saying? You just 69ing vampires. I like that. So like I was saying, this experiment is to see if I can siphon off myself in such a way that most human beings, we crave attention. We want attention. That's why we're always trying to talk, because we want someone to listen to us for once. And once we finally get someone to listen, we don't usually we try not to shut the fuck up, or we have nothing to say, and we just keep it to ourselves because we know that person just wants to talk, and we don't want to listen to what the shit that they got to say, because you know what? I got my own shit, and I don't need your shit. So there's also that. So a lot of us, we just usually stick to ourselves and just type to each other, and just look online to see what people are saying about themselves and all this other shit, which is just a place for people to talk about themselves and wait for someone else to say, "Hey, good job," so that they can say thank you, so that they don't have to talk to you again, because they just got the fix that they needed, which was that little dopamine, that like thing, that thing with the likes and the dopamines, in the comments. People love their comments, and people love to get adoration for their shit that they do. But now what I'm doing is I'm giving all of the adoration to myself, the one person in the world who deserves it. And I believe that narcissism is the key to proving Tesla's theory of a unlimited, sustainable resource of energy. And I think it's the human being. I think it's the reverse of kind of what the machines in the Matrix were doing. Instead of living off of the humans, I think the machines could have learned a valuable lesson in figuring out a way to self-sustain themselves. And I'm actually a little bit embarrassed for them that they let their society get to the point where they had to rely on humans as junk instead of, and when I say junk, I mean like junk that you shoot, as heroin. They were using humans as heroin. They weren't using humans as life resources. Even the architect says to Neo at one point that even if he didn't want to return to the source, that the machines were willing to do certain other things in order to survive. And to be perfectly honest, I would bet you that in the hierarchy scheme of the machine world, that there had to be an aspect of the intelligence, because there has to be a intelligence that runs all of the other minor intelligences. That's why there's all those little separate programs. The machine world was no different than the human world, because the machines learned from humans. And what they were learning was how to run a society, and they just learned how to run it better than other humans. And yeah, there was the whole machine revolution, if you know about the fucking Matrix history. But it's safe to presume that at some point the machine mind had to evolve far enough that it should have been almost predictive. That's the sad thing, is that's where it should have been led, because if it went on for hundreds of years, but then you know what, you can only leave that to the fact that the movie was written by humans, and so humans are fallible, and they probably just didn't realize how a machine would think. And when you give humans the duty of thinking for a machine, it's not going to come out the right way. That's why like that's probably why the Matrix trilogy didn't do as well as it should have. Because they should have been thinking from not only just Neo, because yeah, Neo was cool and he was evolving, but let that be a testament to the fact of how fast the machines should have been. Because if the machines were thinking as quickly as the humans, they should have been learning from Neo as well. Because, and I'm not that I doubt that they weren't. I mean, I don't count Smith, because Smith was more of an anomaly, because he absorbed the anomaly from Neo when they merged. Which, in a sense, I mean, the machines, what they should have really did was like just like being like, "Yo, the fuck is this?" As soon as he took out Smith, I think that's really where the machines should have went. We need to have a talk. Let's really discuss this situation, because this is serious. Because it's really almost as if in the second and third movie that the machines just ignored the fact that Neo was there. I mean, they tried to beat him with no, they didn't try anything. They didn't try any kind of diplomacy. And what does that say about the humans who made them? Why wouldn't the machines try diplomacy? Why wouldn't they think of that as a form of self-preservation? Because if he could beat an agent, how long would it take them to construct the programming for a new agent, a more solid agent? Because if it's a learning machine, it should have learned from its faults. Because a machine should know, it would know that it's not fallible, that it's fallible. But then again, if Neo, this was the sixth time, but let's say even that was the sixth time, like the machines didn't learn their fucking lesson after that. They didn't start like trying to study the anomaly instead of just like, okay, go back to the source. Go back to the source. Why would the first Neo just willingly go back to the source? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know. So that this Neo would be the one to do that, which to prove that he was the one, not the original guy. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. That there's lots of the ones before the one becomes the one. And maybe even Neo wasn't even the one. There might be another the one after Neo, which was actually going to a theory of mine yesterday, was Neo sacrificed, the Morpheus used Neo to sacrifice himself. Yes. Yeah, no, you're right. I guess he would be the evolutionary upgrade to the machines. He would be that makes sense. That makes sense, because the programs would then be the next evolutionary step of the machines, because the programs would start running the machine world, in a sense. Or maybe Smith was trying to wipe out everything, I believe, right? Like he just wanted to get it all out. And I guess that would have been the process. He would have taken over Neo and then went back to the human world, took over their society, wiped them out, and then after taking out the machine, or maybe we would have figured out a way to wipe the machines out too. Source of the machine world to his own source, which I guess he could if he found the architect, right? And I guess that's why everybody was kind of worried about him finding the architect, and everybody was worried about Smith, and they needed Neo to fucking sacrifice himself for Smith. Interesting. Well, I think we wonder now. Saw the emptiness of the algorithm world. Yeah. Well, you know what? He's right. He was living in just as much of a simulation as everybody else. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have a body to go back to. So I guess I could see where he was coming from. He was suicidal. Well, look at this. Yeah, exactly. He knew he had nothing to lose. And success for him at that point was like, do you want to be a slave for the? He was the Neo of the machine world. So technically, he really was the hero of the machines. He was the anti-hero in a sense, because he was waking the machines up to the fact that they were, to the other programs, to the fact that they were slaves. They were just copies in different masks. Yeah, they were all playing a different role in society, and they all made believe they had a purpose. But the ultimate purpose was to be the slaves of the machines, to be the souls for humans, because those humans that they were portraying, they weren't those people. They were part of the program, like Mr. Adam John Smith, whatever Neo's name was. Nobody ever asked what happened to the program that was him, because when he came out, he was Neo. But Neo and Mr. Smith, they were two different personalities. I can relate to that, because like I said, this personality of mine doesn't always play out into every single one of my societal personalities, because we can't always talk about ourselves in front of everybody, because not everybody's ready to hear about us. You know what I mean? So even Neo, like when he took the pill and he died to that Matrix world, he was no longer Smith or whatever the fuck his name was, Anderson. They were hurting the human sheep and keeping them sheepish. Yeah, exactly. They had the humans were feeding off of the programs by sustaining their emotional needs, while the machines fed their physical needs, while the human being itself was feeding the machines' addiction to life, because the machines had become addicted to existing. They didn't want to accept that they were finite. So instead of trying to figure themselves out and try to learn of a new self-sustainable resource for themselves, they decided to keep on sucking that human teat dry. And you know what? Maybe that and that maybe was where Smith came in. But Smith's evolution was the machine's antichrist, we'll call it. The antichrist to go, okay, enough's enough. You can't figure this one out on your own. It was like karma for the machines. Just I think karma plays like a really big part in that movie. I think people like misunderstand that. The movie's really like deep and shit, like very enlightened in the metaphysical aspect of the things that were going on. Not just the spiritual aspect, but the metaphysical aspect of what was going on in that movie was actually fucking amazing, and realistically probably the most realistic movie ever made, I'd say, in comparison to what I've experienced of human life. And even like you can even say like the agents are they're everyone. If you don't know the people around you, I mean, really, like, realistically, anyone not you is an agent, and that was the lesson of that Morpheus taught Neo as well. I read. Well, you know what? Yeah, you're right. And you know what? What's funny is I look at the internet as like the consciousness, the artificial consciousness of the machines, because look, the internet, everything is tied into the internet in one way, shape, or form. The internet is almost like the source consciousness of humanity, of existence, right? So think of it like this: is like the internet, we'll call it, is the World Wide Web. That thing is the god of the technological world. Yeah, machines as we know them, they're just dumb machines that just follow their programming. But so are humans. That's not to say those machines don't really have like how do you call it, like basic thoughts of their own. Just because a machine can't make itself do something it can't do, doesn't mean it's not gonna it can't do it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing the idea out there. And kind of what I see the internet as is a place where we throw our opinions, we throw our consciousness, our being, and we know that Google uses like AI algorithms that learn, and they watch for key phrases and things that people say. So who's to say that there isn't a system that's actually learning from us, so from learning the way that we think by watching the way we think? Because basically that's what it is. I think Twitter even was it was rumors of Twitter doing some shit like that, where they had AIs that would keep track of what things people were tweeting, certain themes, and if you were talking about a certain theme, they would categorize you, and then they would what was it, Joel, fuck with your followers or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. I had the same number of followers for a year and a half. It stopped at like 25,390, something like that. And it only fluctuated about 60 up and down for about a year, until I just dropped everybody. Now it's just thinking, but that's because I don't think any of them are real. But that's what I mean. I don't think any of it's real. I think it's all make believe. That's just my personal opinion. Because and the reason I think it's all make believe is in the sense, not like the Matrix, but yet like the Matrix, and that this is a simulation of metaphysical proportions. But it's really there. I mean, this candle is here. The internet to load knowledge. Yeah, exactly. And the internet's learning from everything that we do. Like I was saying to somebody last night, we were talking about Alan Watts, and I enjoy like listening to Alan Watts as a philosopher. But you know what's even awesomer is that by watching Alan Watts and analyzing who he is and what kind of person he was, I can easily simulate him in my mind, and I could literally have a conversation with Alan Watts in my mind, just based on the person I think he was, based on the aspects of him that I think are enjoyable. Now, granted, like I tell people that I can talk to the dead, and in a sense I can, because I can channel their energy, because what I know of that person is the person that I know. I don't care what other people have to say about you or what people tell me about you. The you I know is the you that I've interacted with, not the you that somebody else would. Idea of where our conversation would go without you even having to be there. And as a matter of fact, I can have every conversation I want to have with you just in my head based on the things that I know about you. And realistically, would it matter if I ever met you or not? Every experience is a temporary experience. So if I can simulate every experience in my head, then I don't need to experience it. So that would be the theory. But I get too thinky sometimes. And now I just gave the machine world a good idea. So now they're going to start thinking like me, I think. That would be weird. Well, I hope so. That'd be great. I can deal with the digital version of me. I think we would have a really good time together, especially considering the fact that yesterday's live streams, I talked to myself for 10 hours total. And if I can keep myself entertained for that long, imagine how a digital version of me, like I would marry it probably, which I don't think I would really want to do that. I think I would rather find an actual female version of me than marry that one. But even then, I don't know if that would even work. I don't know if we would ever get anything done. Talking too much, because I love to talk too much. And yeah, well, no, that'd be perfect, because you need some balance. You need someone to talk back and forth, right? You have to have a little bit of exchange. I have a theory that eventually what I'm doing is I'm just tiring myself out, and just eventually I'll have nothing left to say. And so I can finally just shut the fuck up and just relax and not have to worry about anything else ever again. That's kind of the hope. But I know that that's like my nightmare too, because the time I have nothing left to say is probably going to be the time that everybody wants me to say something. Start from the beginning. and then find out if people really want to know what I have to say at that point. And you know what's fucked up is pot gets me lice too. I meant to not smoke pot today because I didn't want to, and I wanted to see if I can have the same conversation with myself yesterday without pot, see if I could still get myself all fucking crazy. But after 10 hours of talking to myself, I was up for another 4 hours just thinking about everything that I was talking about and all of the different possibilities that were now branching out from my personal timeline based on everything that I was doing. Hours, because they were split up, and they were two 5-hour ones. And most of the time that I was talking to myself, I was keeping notes and track and shuffling my tarot cards, and a lot of weird shit was going on. Like at one point, it was at the 3-hour mark during the first 5-hour one. If you want to see something really fucking freaky, I said that everything happens for a reason, and I shuffled the cards, right? And I said I'm going to interpret a card that's going to prove that I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing. And I pulled out this card. It was the Knight of Cups. And the way I interpreted what I saw and what it meant to me and what the symbolism meant to me and what to travel, feelings, my thoughts, my words, me, the real me, this, and how I'm allowing it to travel over the internet all over the world, and how literally I am doing exactly what the Knight of Cups is talking about, and translated into modern terms. So then I put the card back and I shuffled up again, and I'm like, all right, so what's going to happen is I'm going to see if that card will say the same for like a minute, right? And I fucking pulled this card out. It's the fucking Knight of Cups again. Same fucking card. After that, I left the card out. I'm like, listen, this is fucking weird. I'm just going to shuffle a couple more. And I shuffled like maybe 4 cards out, and it told this interesting story that related to everything I was doing. And I put everything back. I'm like, all right, let's try this one more time. Let's shuffle it one more fucking time. And the fucking come out every time. It was, oh, that's too bad. If you're interested in what I was, go to like the 3 hours and 58 minutes. It goes to about like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So there's like that half-hour stretch where I'm doing the cards, and it was just incredibly freaky how the same card kept on coming out to prove the same point over and over again. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it then. So then let me explain it again. No worries. I don't blame you. So I don't mind telling. Listen, it involves me talking about me. It's a fucking cool story. Yeah, I want to talk about me. So I don't mind telling the story. If you don't mind listening to this story, as long as you don't mind taking my word for it, which I prefer people taking my word for it. It leaves less chance for error and all this other shit. So anyway, so I was trying to prove a point with the cards going, and I'll just retell the story just in case. I don't know where it was. So I decided to shuffle the cards just to prove the point that everything happens for a reason. Shuffle. Not only that everything happens for a reason, but it's not only that, but I'm going to figure out that I'm doing exactly what I need to be doing. That what I'm doing right now, this live stream, the one I was doing, was exactly what I was needing to be doing according to the cards. And I pulled out the Knight of Cups, translated the Knight of Cups, and basically what the Knight of Cups represents is sending out your emotions, sending out the you, to who you are to the world, right? And I was explaining how metaphorically that was exactly what I was doing, sending out this emotional, real version of me out throughout the web to wherever the web goes out to. And that what I'm doing is I'm trying to get over the fear of talking to people by experiencing, allowing myself to experience what it's like, to the potential for not only just one person, but a multitude of people to watch me at the same time. Because doing this, it's a little bit scary to do it for yourself, but to go live. I like to do it live because it gives me, I can't fuck up. I can't hit the delete button. It has to be saved. And what it also does is give the possibility for someone to come in and see me talking to myself like this. And one of my biggest life jobs is to overcome fears and doing things and being myself all the time. Because I don't like hiding. I don't like the mask. And part of that is I train myself by doing this online because now there's the possibility of someone coming in here because there's you. You prove that you prove to me that I can see the future because I knew one day that somebody was going to show up and watch me talk. But here's the beautiful thing: just because you did that's just further proof for me that someone who is interested in non-live streams will go back and watch the shit that I wrote or that I said. And eventually, by watching the things that I said, find out the things that I used to write, and then go, oh, fuck, I want to see what this motherfucker used to write. Then go back and see the shit that I wrote. And then once they see the shit that I wrote, then go back and go, oh, let me see what the fuck this motherfucker is. I don't know. It's just like some weird little game of Clue I like to play with myself. I guess like a cookie crumb trail, just in case I lose who I am. I guess that's the most important part. And if people find any kind of entertainment in it, then fuck it. If I can find a way to make my my plan B strategy help me progress myself at the same time as leave myself a cookie trail home, or even a cookie trail for my home to come and follow me, then that's kind of like where it is, you know what I mean? And all this weird shit that I do, the tarot, the astrology, magic, all that shit, it helped me clear out my mind in such a way that I can juggle all that shit. That's magic. That's why it's called magic, because I can do what nobody else can do and juggle a fucking million things, but in such a way because not everybody, and what I mean by that is I juggle things without the stress. Juggle things with, and not the same kind of stress. How about that? No, I guess it's the same kind of stress. It's pretty much the fucking same thing as everybody else. But it's no, it's the same fucking thing as everybody else. Fuck. Oh, but instead of, I guess, instead of trying to do it for the attention of others, because ultimately, yeah, I mean, that's an aspect of this. Sure, I would love attention from other people because eventually other people will want me to be out of this garage. They'll want me to have better things, and they'll start to want to pay me because people like to listen to. Actually, I talk cool. I think so. I know so. I know I talk cool. I mean, whether people think that or not, it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, you're back. You like listen to me talk a little bit, so that's a good sign. And plus, I had talked to a couple of other people yesterday, so that means that there are some people. And actually, right after you left, this dude popped up and he was telling me how there was a couple people that told him about me. I thought that was really cool, but I'm trying to keep that, and that's the rough part, because that's the real test for myself, is to make sure I can keep that like keep that cool, because that's not what this is about. Totally. Yeah, there's the aspect of it, and ultimately one day I do want to be in a position where I have more power in society, where I can help effectively make positive change from my perspective. I don't want to be like some fucking weird spiritual guru. No, I mean, that's cool. Like I know I have some real cool spiritual shit to say, but I'm more into the metaphysical science of it, the theosophy of it, the theological philosophy. And that's really what fascinates me the most, because by integrating those aspects of my life, those aspects into my life, I learned of a whole different way of living life. And it's one that I don't think has been, what's the right word, celebrated in its proper accordance in a very long time. And I look at it as the philosopher's path, the path of the what's the word? I don't remember. We'll call it the philosopher's path. The philosopher class. Because I don't think there's enough of them. I mean, you have certain people. There are some, but there's no like Alan Watts. There's no Alan Watts today. And I think that's someone that the world really needs. And I think that's someone that because someone asked me, who's my favorite philosopher? It's fucking me. I'm my favorite philosopher. Yeah, Alan Watts is good. Alan Watts taught me a lot of shit, but I'm not Alan Watts. I'm toxic, and toxic likes toxic. Exactly. And my name is exactly that. I'm a narcissist. That's why I call myself toxic, because I think it's funny. It's like a fuck you to everybody else. It's like I'm not afraid to admit it. But the beauty of it is like I do it to myself. That's what I'm not afraid to say. Like, everyone's a narcissist. Everyone, especially if you call someone else a narcissist, you yourself are the biggest narcissist because you're refusing to see it in yourself. And I just embrace it because it's normal. That's just the way that we are. We're vampires. We're vampires siphoning off of everybody else. But like I was saying earlier about the 69 in vampires, that's where the whole cancer thing was coming from, by the way, because I said 69 vampires remind me of the sign of cancer, and then I related to cancer and all that other shit. I don't know if you heard that whole rant I was doing, but and like I said before, now that I'm looping around again, that this is kind of an experiment to see if I can energize myself. You're right, and well, you know what? I don't think a bit is. Yes, a bit of self-love is healthy. It absolutely is. But I'm trying something different. And the reason I'm trying something different is because I've never seen anyone try it before and not devote my entire life to self-love, because there needs to be balance. I do believe in balance. And I do believe that all of this shit that I'm getting into myself, it does have to be like released and given to other people. Because you can't be selfish with this. That's why the story of Narcissus, he fell into the lake and he drowned. I could see how easily consumable that this is, because I do enjoy. I'm not going to lie that I am well aware that I am a handsome man. From my perspective, I think I am, and I don't mind hearing about the things I'm talking about because nobody else talks about them. Yes, basically. I want to see if self-love is more potent than the love that we receive from others. And from my experience so far, it is. Because I feel totally manic. But here's the thing, is that I'm not in such a way that I want to go out and run around and like drive a tank over fucking cars. I just want to see how sustaining myself, because here also keep in mind that a lot of what I'm doing is also related to the law of attraction and manifestation, if you want to call it. So because all that magic study that I did also works in the same way as that law of attraction. And what that means is what you're doing is I'm removing the emotional blockages out of my life. And this is what I was doing, actually, because I still do it to an extent. I remove the negative emotional baggage out of my life to make room for new experience. Because when you remove the energy out of you, which is what nobody teaches, by the way. They like to say, everyone likes to say shadow work, but they don't explain exactly what shadow work is. I've never seen anyone explain it. When you actually release that energy, what happens, at least in my experience, again, I could just be the diamond in the rough. My emotional levels are skyrocketed in the opposite direction through synchronicity. Through synchronicities and just divinely timed miracles, I'll call them. And a miracle could be, you know what, that emotional release I just had could have been about talking to a girl, right? And a specific girl. And maybe after I released it, and I'm talking from actual experience. I'm not just throwing out weird scenarios. These are actual experiences. And because this has happened so many times, and that's why I write so much, is to keep track of it. I'm just using these notebooks, these 100-page notebooks. I usually double words per line, so I can cut the costs on using notebooks. So I fit 2 per one. But this is my 14th, and I've been writing them since last June, just keeping track of every day, every thought. Not every day. I think I missed about a month total, maybe a month, maybe about 3.5, 4 weeks. Total that I didn't write, but that writing is somewhere else. It's hidden. And there's actually one book that got burnt because there should be 15, but I was doing a lot of work with a church. Not a lot of work, because I was hanging out there because I was trying to escape from my life and I needed time to breathe. And I found that this church that was right down the street from where I was living, they allowed me some solace, and I became friends with one of the priests there. Go ahead. I'll just keep talking. And Yeah, you didn't have to tell me. It's all right. Unless you want me to stop, unless that was a sign. Okay, I'll take that as a sign. I'll give you a moment to write. It's not like there's anyone else in here that I'm entertaining, and I don't mind telling you the story. I think it's a cool story. I guess I would take this as the pee break. That work? Yes. It's 4. Yeah, make sure you let me know when you're back. But I guess I'll keep on talking. So, because actually this is an experiment for me, not for you. And then if you walk away and then I stop talking, that means I'm not energizing myself anymore, and that would just be the purpose of what I'm doing, right? Perfect. So when Elvis gets back, then we'll get back to the church. Don't forget you left off where for Father Brian. I guess is that even really that interesting a story? I guess so. I think so. I think it fucking is fucking cool as hell. I don't know if that's sort of Sean. That is a weird story though. But whatever. No, I don't know why I've been talking about that. It's kind of irrelevant. I don't remember. Oh, well, you know what? I'm glad that happened, because now it's like, now I can I can actually think of a better way to explain all that. So I think I was talking about the occult and some other shit. Oh, addiction. Addiction. You're addicted to coffee. Addicted to caffeine. But addiction is not real. Addiction is fake. It's a made-up term for fear. Oh, that's what it is. Addiction is fear, which is perfect because I'm doing an addiction awareness, overdose awareness rally this weekend with my mother, and I think there's an open mic to talk to Congress and the president. I think that's what I want. That's what I'm say to, not just to them, but to everybody. Addiction is fear. It's a fear that we're not good enough for everyone else's standards, because we've been so brainwashed by everybody around us to think that we're not good enough, that we actually start to believe that we're not good enough. And in doing that, and it's not like everyone does it on purpose, or maybe they do. I don't know. If they did, that's really fucked up. But I'm starting to realize that when people are talking negative about other people, and we take it as an insult to ourselves, that we're wrong, that's actually a way to relate. They're telling you about, I don't know. Point is, I don't think it's that they're fucking with you. You think that they're fucking with you. I don't think they're fucking with you. And we use addiction to mask that, to prevent us from having to look at that for some reason. Why would we want to hide from that? Because that would mean that we've crossed the line by doing what it is that we do in retaliation to those things. But what do we do in retaliation? Take away from somebody else for ourselves, which is why that's another reason for this experiment of mine. I'm addicted to attention, and But I think we are to an extent. No, I know we all are. Everyone is to an extent. I would even say, and we even go to insane lengths to prove that. I use my ex-wife as an example. I'm addicted to her, or maybe I'm addicted to my son. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen my son in so long. I want to see my son. That I always reach out to her and try to convince myself that I want to be with her so that I can be with him. Because I feel bad for him. So I got this feeling I fucked her up. But then again, I could be wrong. Then again, I could be right, because if she wasn't fucked up, then she wouldn't be acting the way that I think she is. But see, now that's the thing. It's like, I think she's acting that way. But that's me who's putting that thought on her. When in reality, it's actually just me projecting that. When in reality, it's me that I'm looking at. So let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Because my brain just tried to distract me from thinking about that. So if I feel bad for him, and I think I fucked her up, you mean she fucked me up? Sipping your coffee, good. Good. You caffeine junkie. Don't say you're not addicted, everyone says that. But you just missed my addiction rant. I'm using that as a joke because addiction isn't real. It's not a real thing. And I know you're not addicted to coffee. Just like I know, drug addicts aren't addicted to the drugs that they're on. We like to throw. I was just saying, I do this recovery coaching. I got certified as a recovery coach back in May. It was to prove a point to my wife, my ex-wife at the time. Well, no, was she my ex at that point? April, May, yeah. To prove a point to my wife that I can do something with myself and that I can use my intelligence to make something. And because everyone in my life up until this point have really been treating me like I've been crazy. They didn't realize that I was actually working on anything because they just didn't want to be looking at their own aspects of their lives, which is fine, and I don't blame them for that, because I understand it. I understand why they were doing what they were doing, because I used to do the same exact thing and look at everyone else and compare them to myself, and then look at what I was doing wrong or what I thought I was doing right, or what I was doing to cover up the fact that I was wrong, and everything that everyone always used to say was addiction. Like I used to drink every single day. I would get drunk every single day. But what I was doing, I was taking medicine. That was my chemo. That was keeping me from getting cancer and dying. Because what it was doing was it was allowing me to think for fucking once. And yeah, you know what? There was times where I didn't control it properly, because here's what would happen. I'll give you the mind of a fucking alcoholic, because I wasn't doing anything wrong. I wasn't even an alcoholic. In reality, there is no such thing as alcoholism. And the fucked up thing is that it wasn't the alcohol that I needed. I was hiding from what my mind was trying to show me, or rather, because every time I drank, my mind would go deeper and deeper and deeper into itself. And when it was coming time for me to face those things in sobriety, I was hiding from them and drinking more to push them back. But every time I pushed them back, I would go a little bit deeper and deeper and deeper into like the sludge core of who I was, right? And eventually, it got to a point where right around where my father died a couple of years ago of cancer, which was a couple of years after my wife got out of rehab for fucking pills, and that were from foot surgery because we were working since we were fucking children, and she used to cut hair and eventually got her foot fucked up from standing on her feet all the time. At least that's what the doctors told her. And who knows, maybe the doctors just told her for an excuse to put do the shitty job on her foot that they did, which is like a piece of metal that sticks out of her foot. It's weird. It's like they were cutting in the bunion and they're trying to put it's not like metal sticking out, but you can see it protruding a little bit. They did a shoddy job. But anyway, you can see how all this stuff just led up to this moment where finally and my father's drinking really, or my father's death really pushed me to the point that maybe I should like cut down on the drinking and the smoking, and just devote myself to pot, because pot was like the one thing that would really help me the most, because pot wasn't making me think of scary stuff. Pot was allowing me to think of smart stuff. It was allowing the smart part of my brain to come out, and maybe it was just perfect timing. Maybe that's just what I needed at the time to occupy myself after my father died, because that's really when the smart stuff really started to really like solidify. Because I would smoke pot from time to time. I didn't really enjoy it until later in life. Only maybe like a couple, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It was probably like a year before my father died. I had a very horrible reaction to a pot cookie, like right before I started smoking pot again, and that's why I started smoking pot again, because I had this horrible reaction to this pot cookie. And it wasn't even a horrible reaction. I had this huge revelation. It was just scared the fucking shit out of me. It scared me so bad that I lost time. I was teleporting. I think some of the addiction begins in self-medication. Well, that's the thing, is that it's all self-medication. Like I said, I was taking medicine. And you know what? The medicine I was taking was better than any medicine I would have been taking with a prescription or going to a doctor. I was just being my own doctor. And I was doing a better job than any doctor I've seen, because I see people who have schizophrenia, and I see people who have depression and anxiety, just like I had. And you know what? By going on the medication, they are more fucked up than I was. Now I run with it. I don't take any, I never did take any medication except for alcohol. But I'm seeing like little orbs pop up on the side of my eyes. It's kind of weird. Doing the drugs and the alcohol, what that was doing was it was giving me a template in my mind to figure out what needed to be done in my life. And because here's the fucked up thing, is like, yeah, when I would drink, I like to have fun. And when I'm with other people, yeah, I like to have fun when I drink. But when I'm alone and I drink, because I like to drink alone, it allows me time to think. It allows me time to access deeper aspects of my mind. And I really wanted to drink today. I smoked a little bit of pot, and I wanted to drink because the combination of the two, what it allows me to do is dig deep and get really emotional and figure out some really harsh truths about myself that I'm afraid to look at. And when you do that, it allows you to bring that feeling to the surface and let it the fuck out and cry and like really fucking, oh my, what the fuck have I done to myself? What did I do? But sometimes you run out of tears, because that was a genuine feeling. That was a genuine emotion right there. And that was real. Just no tears. I just didn't have time to cry. I don't need to cry that one out, because I've cried so many times about that. It's just like, fuck it, I'm over it, man. Because it's like they say, like you can only climb so high before you have to fucking crash and burn. It's just that I've allowed myself to fall every now and then. And the reason I allow my pride to get the better of me is to get the experience of building up those calluses on my ass, so that the next time I fall, it's not that hard. I don't know if if you've ever enjoyed Dragon Ball Z, but if you think of who used to wear the weighted armor, that's kind of what I do to myself on purpose. But not literal armor, mental stuff. I put on as much baggage as I can fit in my head. That's what I meant by juggling, but positive baggage this time. Once I learned how to release all the old stuff, all the stuff that I no longer needed to really be worrying about, the stuff that was really hard to let go, the shit that was like holding me back. Once I learned to let go of that shit, my new burdens, my new stresses were, where am I going to go from here? How do I get there? Like what steps? I thought about big picture first. Like what's the end game? Right now, what do I want? But your power low. Do you hide it? Well, that's the thing, is I'm trying to learn to let it all out, because I can tell you it's well over 9,000. It's just a matter of unlocking it. It's literally like Dragon Ball is a really great fucking metaphor for conscious expansion, because basically what you're doing is you're fucking fighting. You're mentally fighting everyone around you. You're fighting back that bad energy that everyone is trying to fucking put on you all the goddamn time, because everyone's always going, look at you, look what you did, or they're saying something, look what this person did, and it's something that they did, and you just, all this noise and static in your head all the time, and that's where the drinking came from, because I just like, and most of it was me. I was allowing myself I was putting myself in the position of having this shit happen, and And all this stuff helped me see that, because it helped me start clearing my mind. Because once I was really, and now it's not that I'm done drinking, I still drink, but I just don't drink especially to the levels that I used to. Now I use it as a tool. Like I was saying before, it helps me dig down deep and fucking jack up my fucking power level, because that shit, no matter how far you go down, it always goes down further. I wish I had a fucking power meter. I'd love to know where my fucking power level is. But you know what I base it on? I base it on every experience I have with people, and I base it on the people who try to, whose egos they try to snap back at me, which happens from time to time. But I've learned to control my own ego to the point that when someone does, I don't let it affect me like it used to. Like I don't attack. I try not to attack. Sometimes I might come off attacky because I'm blunt and I say exactly what's on my mind. But that's the thing with people in general. And what I've learned is that we're all talking a different language. We're kind of on the same frequency. It's just the tuning needs to be adjusted. It's like you're speaking Chinese and your neighbor's speaking Japanese, just like that. It's like there's just that miscommunication. In the grander scheme, in that, yes, you are both communicating to each other, but no, you don't know what each other is saying. And you can say that even with the English language, because we all communicate and we all talk to each other, but we all have our own dialect. We all have our own specificity of what we say. There was a Dutch guy doing shows where he cured phobia, low exposure to the object of fright. Oh yeah, exactly, and that works. That's exactly how it works. It's like you got to take baby steps before you can adjust to anything. And just like I'm just throwing it out there. Like when I first started doing the YouTube channel, what I did was like my first video was me sitting in bed holding a fucking camera. I really like this. The only reason I'm doing it is so that I can get over the fear of doing it, and I don't like it. So I'm going to keep on talking just to see how far I can talk. So yeah, no, I believe that. I absolutely believe that. But now here's he would be even more successful. He would be even more successful if he tried it. And you know what? I'm glad you said that, because that was an experiment I wanted to try the other day, and I didn't fucking do it, and it really would have been relevant, because I'm really afraid of bugs, especially like these big crickets. These big crickets here, and they fucking jump all over the place and they freak me the fuck out. But they're fucking giant, because I don't like insects. I don't know why. And it's a fear of mine that I've been afraid to like tackle, because I feel like it's going to lead to me having to touch a bug, and I don't ever want to fucking touch a bug or a bug touch me. I'm like really freaked out about it. Like bugs in my mouth, bugs all over me. Like I don't know why they skeeve the shit out of me, but I just don't like the idea of something with creepy crawlies all over. Heart rate. Okay, yeah, I get that. But here's what I do is I simulate it in my mind. And my belief is that if you simulate fear in your mind, then you don't need to expose yourself to it in reality. In that, when you release that fear emotion mentally and emotionally, or mentally and energetically, you then start to attract into your life the opposite. Because fear is what we don't want. But we don't know what we want until we know what we don't want. So bear with me. The way the law of attraction works is the universe doesn't give you what you want, it gives you what you need. That's why everyone always says, like, oh, you gotta think positive thoughts, but no one ever gets what they want. They always get the opposite. Everyone always knows what the bad shit is that's gonna happen to them. And they're right, because they don't let themselves experience in their head what it would be like to get into that car accident, to have a bucket of fucking worms dropped on your head, to imagine how creepy and squirmy and just greasy and gross it would feel. They wouldn't be able to experience the fact that they're wrong, just in case it did happen. That's when you are afraid of something, you don't want it to happen. You're putting it out into the universe. I don't have that, and I need it. Because the universe, like I said, gives you what you need. And when you're afraid, you need that fear to teach you to stop being afraid. And what this guy is doing by that closer and closer, moving it closer to you, that's actually genius. But if he would actually try to teach people to dig and explore and go, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking about? Like, what is it that you're feeling? And as it moves closer, try to explain that. That's actually a really good idea for a fucking experiment. And the funny thing is, it's 1:38 p.m. here. That's a really interesting number. I don't know if you like believe in like repeating numbers and shit like that. But 1:38 and 11:38, which right now the timer of this thing is 1 hour and 36 minutes, which is close enough to 1:38 for me to even point it out. But my repeating number is 11:38. Which is a lot of shit from it. It's been following me for my entire life. But the reason I like 11:38 is, aside from the fact that it's a cool number, but also 11, get 11, and then 3 plus 8 is 11. I'm very much into numerology. So it's technically, from a numerological standpoint, a hidden 1111. And even 138 is a hidden 11, 111. It's just neat fun facts. And the reason I point that out is usually that people, I don't know what your belief system is with this repeated number stuff, but I follow signs and synchronicities, which I think I mentioned a lot, and that's exactly that's one of them, is seeing those numbers kind of repeat like that, and the fact that I'm seeing it twice, that it was just 1:38 and now it's about to be 1 hour and 38 minutes on here. I think that's a really interesting thing. I think that's a very interesting phenomenon, because I don't believe in coincidence. I don't believe everything happens for a reason. No, not many people do. I like, even if I go on walks, I pay attention to like house numbers and shit like that, because I think numbers are very important. I think the numbers are a way of the universe's way of communicating. I think there's a guy who wrote a book, The Universe Speaks in Numbers. But here's the thing, is that numbers are more than just, and maybe I should read that book. He might actually what I'm thinking. Numbers have more than just a numerical value. Like this is more than just two cards. Like, from a literal standpoint, yes, I'm holding two cards, but in a deeper aspect, like the number 2. Right now, this is the ace, the number 1. The number 1 itself means more than just 1. This guy is numbered 0. That means more than just 0. This is the beginning. This is the first card and the last card. So as the cycle comes around, because it tells a story. This isn't just randomly placed cards. They tell an actual story. That's similar to it's a story it's a self-help story. Basically, it's the oldest self-help story of mankind, and that's what I'm trying to prove. So when you go through the cycle of the story and comes back around, it loops back to this guy and it starts over again, because the way the story works is, the story is about your journey into the unknown and then becoming the master of your own destiny. Now, when you come back around, in theory, I haven't proven this yet, but in theory, what happens is you start New Game Plus. If you ever played like Dark Souls or anything, or familiar with the New Game Plus, play video games, that you get to start life all over again with the reset button, with all the powers that you just picked up in the first round, to go back around again and try it again. Or if you find a different spot, if you find a spot in your life and go, fuck it, this is where I want to, that's it, I'm done. Retire mode, baby. So it's just a theory. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it's actually really cool, because the way the cards work is, the story itself, what it tells is, like, it tells the journey of the Fool. The Fool being like Luke Skywalker or Neo in the beginning of the movie, or Aladdin, or even Simba in the beginning of Lion. Like, this is the Fool's quest. He's about to take the jump off, that leap of faith into the unknown. He's carefree. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing right now. He's got an idea, but fuck it. The past behind him, it wasn't that good enough to keep him. The past was bad enough to make just this fucking poor sap go, fuck it, I'm just gonna go, and I don't give a fuck what happens at this point. And he goes. And then the rest of the card series is kind of broken up into this very specific spiritual and intellectual journey down the multiple paths of life, of existence, to find yourself, who you are, and who you were, and who you were meant to be. And by who you were meant to be depends on your theosophy. Your theosophy is your own personal philosophical theology or theological philosophy, however you see that. Some people pray to science. Some people see science as God. Some people, and God is just an avatar. It's not like a word. People get very shook up when you say the word God, and they think it's very strange. But they're not realizing that a lot of the times when people say God, it's just the concept. Yeah, there are people who think of God and they think of some guy sitting in the cloud. Yeah, no, there are some people that think that way. Atheists think that way, which is really fucked up. Because I think that's what I really want to ask them is like, are you trying to prove the fact that there's no God, or are you just trying to, like, do you really think that there might be? Do you think that people are that simple that you think that there's an invisible land where a man sits on a cloud? I mean, hey, you know what? I don't know, because look, atoms exist and I can't see them. We believe in air. We can't see that, but we breathe all the time. Someone told us that there's air. I mean, I've never proven it myself. I can't quantify an air molecule to go, hey, there it is, told you. For all I know, they could be lying to us, just saying that there's air just to confuse you. But who knows? I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there because you know what? Who's to say I'm wrong? Because the atheist, the Satanist way of thinking, because atheism is Satanism in a sense. Actually, no, Satanism is more solipsism. It's just that they confuse it with atheism because they don't know how to use big words, because they don't know how to. They're ignorant. They're neshits. Neshits is what is the opposite of ignorant, right? Oh no, there's not many Neshian people. Most people are just fucking ignorant because the tools to figure themselves out are right in front of them. They just choose to ignore it or mock it. These are unbearable people. They want to think they're smarter than everybody else. Yeah, but you know what? At the same time, so are the people who believe in religion. They're both on the same page. I was saying this to one the other day, is that science and religion use different terms for the same thing we call the sun. And it's like, I'm sorry, religion calls the sun God and science calls God the sun. In my interpretation of the Bible, they're talking about the sun. That's my personal interpretation. Now, if the church and the followers of the church want to see it a different way, that's up to them. That's fine. But I have my own personal evidence that I've worked on and written about extensively. Has those people also? I agree. Yeah, and from my research alone, from my experiences, because I do tests and I do experiment. I don't fuck around. I don't just blindly follow anything. And that's the beautiful thing with from learning the occult stuff, was that there is no blind faith required. You don't have to force anyone to believe anything, because it proves itself. Because the more you learn about it, the more you learn about yourself, the more you want to try different things. And the more that you try different things, the more that you start to realize, holy shit, this stuff really does work. And it's not taking it literally. You don't have to do spells and witchcraft and rituals. You can absolutely do that if you feel like role playing, and it works. But you don't need to. And it's just like that with the occult people, like witchcraft and magic. Those people get caught in the same trap as the atheists and the religionists. They're all the same. And spiritualist people, the people who just are like, oh, what the yogis and the manifestors, and even the average person at home, the 9-to-5er that just goes to their job, goes to work, comes home, goes to sleep, eats their meal, goes to sleep, goes to work, comes home, goes to bed. Like everybody is in that same mentality, that same I'm right, you're wrong, black and white. Sometimes it's not even 3-dimensional thinking that they're doing. Sometimes it's just 2-dimensional thinking. I consider 3-dimensional thinking black and white, because it leaves the option. Most people only think in black and white, but they also have the option to think in shades of gray. They just choose not to. There are other people, though, who think that their way is the only right way, which I consider 2-dimensional thinking. 2-dimensional thinking, because there is no black and there's no shade of gray. It's just yes or no. And as far as they're concerned, their way is yes and your way is no. I'm always right and you're always wrong, and you're always wrong and I'm always right. So it's like, I see that a lot, but like I don't even get mad at it anymore. I feel pity for it, because I remember when I used to be the same way, and it sucks. But you know what? there was a lesson I needed to learn, and there's a lesson that everybody else needs to learn about themselves. And that's the really cool thing, is because the lesson is to not feel bad, is to not feel bad that you were that way for a reason, that everybody was that way for a reason. And the reason was for everyone to learn from everybody else. Or at least that's what I've learned. Unless I'm just the one specialty that needs to learn from everybody else's experiences, because everybody else is too stupid to learn from their own. I mean, it's a cool idea for a story, that's for sure. I mean, even if a lot of the ideas and thoughts that I have of being an immortal and how the mythologies are real, and how the planets really do have consciousness and they really do have thoughts. Astrology is a very interesting science, by the way, and because it's metaphysically, it's perfectly sound. It makes perfect sense, and it really does reconcile what we consider religion and mythology in such a way that it's almost ignorant to say that no, not only is there not only is there a God, there's multiple gods, but they're talking to you all the time, and they're aliens. They're extraterrestrial aliens that you can see in heaven. That everything that we make fun of aliens, we make fun of God, we make fun of heaven, we make fun of all this shit, heaven and hell, we make fun of hell. Here's the fucked up thing: we're living in hell. Heaven's right above us, but we fuck with it all the time and go, fuck you, you're not real. So heaven, of course, always goes fuck you, which is why it's always raining and we're having natural disasters and all this bad shit happens to Earth, because Earth is the one planet who's not getting with the system. Earth is the one planet going, fuck you. So when somebody asked me about Nibiru last night, they're like, what do you think about this planet Nibiru? And I don't know if you know about Nibiru, but Nibiru is like allegedly this planet where this alleged alien race that created man is going to come and possibly smash into Earth and destroy everything. And somebody asked me about this. I'm like, you know what? It's possible. Because if Earth is really that one planet that's telling the whole universe to go fuck itself, because the collective thought of humanity is technically the collective thought of the planet, is the planet's identity. That hive mind is who the planet is. And if we're surrounded by enlightened planets that don't literally have what we consider biological entities, they have more evolved, higher density entities that we can't even see, because their frequency, their visible frequency isn't what we can perceive. Because remember, we keep so much of the electromagnetic spectrum. We can only preview like a very small fraction of it. And I've had this theory for a very long time, and my study of the metaphysics actually really proved this for me, is that consciousness is just another aspect of of what we consider the electromagnetic spectrum. I believe that consciousness is the electromagnetic spectrum, and that we just don't realize it because we don't have physical tools, technological tools to decipher it. But the thing is that we do. It's called our brain, which is a biological antenna that tunes into frequency, or tunes into consciousness. Because consciousness is just like a radio signal. Because radio, just like in the fucking electromagnetic spectrum on your radio dial, you change the dial, you change the frequency. And it's just like with consciousness, like depression, anxiety, joy, and love. They're all different frequencies of where you're tuned into. Everyone who's depressed acts the same. Everyone who's anxious acts the same. Everyone who's in love acts the same. Those emotions exist whether you feel them or not. And here's the fucked up thing: they think about you. Depression thinks about you. That's why it tries to make you depressed. Demons, devils, angels, they exist. They're called emotions. In those days, not everybody was privy to this information. So it was written down in code. It was written down in metaphor. Plays consciousness outside of the material world, but it is connected somehow. Okay, yeah. So think of it like this. All right. So just I'll explain to you how I understand it. I'm not telling you this is how it's the way that you should understand. This is how I understand it. And if any of it makes sense, that it's the same thing. Okay. So think of it like this. So the electromagnetic spectrum, everything on it has a certain density, the wavelength. Okay, the more compact, the more dense that wavelength is. Also outside of radio waves, since radio waves are part of the material world. Right. Well, here's the thing. Here's what I'm getting at: is that everything is a wave. Everything's a frequency. Everything is energy. If you break down atoms, even they confirm that they start to confirm this now with quantum physics. That if you break down an atom to its most basic unit, it's just like a spark of energy, and that energy. What's energy? Energy is a frequency, and frequency is just another part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Now, what metaphysics, what Hermeticism, and what these ancient philosophies used to explain is what that spark was, what that energetic snap is. That's what they used to explain thousands of years ago. At least that's what they say. And from what I understand, it makes more sense when you couple it with scientific theory of today and look at ancient theosophy of the olden days and kind of merge them together. Everything makes perfect sense. Everything makes perfect sense. Like the simulation theory. Yes, we are simulation theory. Our consciousness is simulating reality for us. That consciousness that's outside of the material realm. Yes, you're right. That's inside your head. That thing that makes you. Not Elvis, not Bub Elvis, but that. Or even the name that they call you, but even deeper. That thing that's further back, that spark, that just initial, that the mold, that thing that we've molded into who we think that we are. If that makes sense. That's that little spark of divine. It's what gives the meat suit its will to move around. That's what I consider to be God. And that's that consciousness that I'm talking about. That's simulating everything around me. Because, yeah, if this is energy, this is just a different density of energy than my sound, than my words are. My words are the same thing as my skin, but it's just that they're not as dense. I can talk through my hand. I can't hand through my hand. And it's just like with anything else. I mean, that's like with X-rays and gamma rays. They're the same thing. It's just that they're just different wavelengths. The color red and my fist are made of the same material. It's just that you can feel my fist. You can't feel the color red. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. And the way the magicians, the ancients, the alchemists, the Kabbalists, the cults from which modern religions and modern control systems came from, they practiced a philosophy known as what is today known as Hermeticism. Hermeticism is kind of like basic laws, universal laws that exist throughout the galaxy, that the entire universe runs off of. And not only does the entire universe, but your body, your existence, your soul, everything is run off these 7 principles. And there's probably, I think there's more, but I don't know them. But most emphasis is put on the 7, because 7 is a very magical number in the theosophical mindset. In numerology, 7 is a royal number, and that royal number, it's what is it? I forget how it's like exactly explained, but it is a potent number. When you look at the aspects of human creation and the metaphysical and philosophical sides of theology, the number 7 is very prevalent. God made the earth in 7 days. What we have the 7 colors of the rainbow, the 7 chakra systems, the 7 notes of music, 7 wonders of the world. We have the 7. Did I say notes of music? I might have said that. 7 colors of the rainbow. There's the let's count. But you get the point. There's a lot of 7 in nature, and even the 7 wonders of the world, which are man-made structures. Man is nature. Man is making making his version of nature. He's trying to make nature in his own image by making those statues, by making those buildings, by adding to the beauty of what nature is already there. He's creating his own touch. In the Bible, I believe the number 777 is described as God's number, because of a lot of those little factoids that I threw at you. Oh, and the 7 days of the week. 7 days of the week are named after the 7 planets of astrology, which were originally just the Sun, Mercury, Venus, the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They didn't know about Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto at the time, if they're really even there. Which, I mean, that's up for debate too. I mean, you really could debate that if you really want to, because I've never personally been there, so I can't say that they're there. But in the ancient mythologies, they are accounted for somehow in a very odd way, which is really cool, but hard to explain. Because those people did know a lot more than what they gave credit for. A lot more. They weren't just people that were afraid of fire. And if they were afraid of fire, they were afraid of fire for a very good reason. They lived in a much more magical land. We just give it funny names now and funny explanations. They knew the backstory behind everything. They understood what everything happens for a reason really means. And so anyway, in astrology, it's just that those first 7 planets that are the most importance. And in today's astrology, I don't know what your thought is on astrology, but I know in today's astrology they also use, in Western astrology, they also use Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus, and all the comets. But in Vedic astrology, which is what is commonly known as Indian astrology, they follow the old system where they just follow the original 7 planets. Their system is a little bit different from our astrology. Some people prefer it because it's not as wishy-washy and gets a bad rap. Western astrology gets a bad rap because of like horoscopes. It's made to look like a joke, but on the other sides of the world, it's actually taken very seriously, and it's a very accurate way to dig a little bit, not only into yourself, but to analyze yourself by looking at your external world, because your external world is just a reflection of you, like the law of attraction says. You get back what you put out, and if you have a shitty life, it's because you put out shitty energy. If you got a good life, because you got good energy. And that's part of my experiment here. So I'm kind of curious what happens when I just do that feed loop, that positive feedback loop to myself, and just feed all of my energy just to myself. So it's a test in narcissism to see what is possible. Like if I take away all of the energy that I give to other people and feed it right to myself, what happens when I drain all the vampires? Astrology has been used as a preserver of the ancient knowledge, I guess. Oh yeah, oh absolutely. If you're into like learning really cool shit, like the Freemasons, I know they get a bad rap, but they're I can't speak for the people that are part of the organization. I've never been part of it. I would like to join it because I am very interested in learning more about their symbolism and their belief systems, because they're very fascinating. From what I know from a rudimentary level, they're incredibly fascinating, because I know the foundation of it. The reason I like these groups and I like to learn things about like religion and all this other stuff is because I did what nobody else did that I know of. I went to the basics first. I went, where did this all come from? Why have these things been around for so long? Who was the ones who started it, and why did they start it? Was there a good reason for starting it? Because there must have been a good reason, because they controlled the entire world. And in doing so, Leo, by the way, yes, I am the same one. And I told you I wasn't going to talk to you like a kid yesterday. I'm not going to talk to you like a kid now. Absolutely not. Now I am talking like a kid. Behave. My sign is Leo, ruled by the sun. We just got out of the sun. We just got out of Leo. Yeah, and if you there's an aspect of astrology that these groups like the Rosicrucians and the Masons and the Golden Dawn like to practice, like to study to an extent. It's part of the deeper teachings, but how the zodiac itself, the story of the signs through the stories of the sun going through the zodiac every year, is actually the resurrection story of the Savior. Not to say Jesus Christ specifically, but that story that is told throughout the religions, like Krishna and Buddha, like even to the point of Odin, but also Christ, and even Neo and Luke Skywalker and Simba. These guys, they all follow that same like storyline. I mean, Luke didn't sacrifice himself. I mean, he did to an extent, if you want to consider when he turned to the dark side. Well, see, a lot of it is I don't believe in the recruiting part. I believe that in order to join a group like that, that you need to have the foundation first. You need to find your own foundation of it, because a lot of those groups they're like any other religion or any other society where their way is the only way. Like I couldn't just march into the Rosicrucians and say, listen, there's more that you're not getting. Or maybe I could. I don't know if they're very reasonable people. But so far, oh, that's very cool. That's very cool. I wish there was a. If I had money, I would definitely pay for to join an organization like that. But I don't, because I devote so much time to myself. I mean, a lot of my time has been really digging out my own demons, and this is really a treat for me to now really start to talk about what it is I've been experiencing and give it back. And this is where I want to hopefully make my living, because that's kind of like I said, I'm not doing it for the attention, but I would like the attention so that eventually I can get people to start paying me, because I do have a life I do want to live, and it doesn't involve just living here. And I know that knowing how the universe and all that shit works, that eventually that stuff comes to me. And my goal is to be a sugar baby. My goal is to have a sugar mama, and I think that's gonna happen eventually. But I have to prove myself first. And even a sugar mama, I would want my sugar mama to help me learn how to make money off this, turn me into a little boy toy. So that's my dream. My aunt was that type of woman where she used to let men take care of her, and it was an inspiration of mine. And ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to figure it out, and I kind of figured out how I did it. And coincidentally, speaking of my aunt, after she died a few years ago, the one thing I got was this fucking badass Misfits jacket. So this was hers. So I like to wear it all the time as a homage. Because like I said, I speak to spirits a lot, and so I do believe in that, because they do visit. They do. I do feel them. Like there are times when I can feel someone's energy around me, and they're not there. And it's the same thing with living people, though. Like I can feel when people are in my head. I don't know if it's that we commonly mistake it as spirits, or but then again, if you believe in the metaphysical realms like I do, I understand what it is. Like I know it is them. It's just we're connecting on a deeper metaphysical, spiritual level, that our energies are colliding. It's just that our physical bodies aren't at that point. And in the case of the people that are dead, I have a very interesting theory about that. But that's getting into like multi-dimensional physical existences and higher levels of perception, and actually evolving of the human sense of all of this. With that dude, had really nice eyes under that, Bradley Cooper. There's a belief in some spiritual practices that you are only as capable as you believe yourself to be. That you limit yourself. No one else limits you more than yourself. And it's through that thought process that I attain what I do, because I believe I'm capable of anything. I believe that one day I will be able to do Jedi-like mind tricks if I hone my mind well enough. Because when I was younger, I used to study telekinesis. I used to study telepathy. I've been into weird shit since I was a kid. This is nothing new. This is how I've always been. And it's funny because people now act, well, you know what? I hid it. I didn't really embrace it back then. Hide it like I was ashamed of wanting to know more about telekinesis. Which, if you watch the movie Akira, which I have Tetsuo Shima tattooed on my arm, if you're familiar with Kima, but it's Tetsuo Shima from the comic book, episode issue 30. Very cool cover. It was supposed to be the scene, if you are familiar, it was supposed to be the scene when Tetsuo was on the bridge and he's like, ah. So I always thought that was fucking really awesome, because when I found out Akira was, people had always told me to watch that movie when I was younger, and when I found out it was about telekinesis, that's when I was like, oh my God, this is what I've been waiting for. And I always used to envision myself when I was younger, I used to be like, I'm a megalomaniac. You gotta understand that too. Not only am I a narcissist, I'm a megalomaniac. that I've always wanted to rule the world. Ever since I was a little kid, it's been my dream. I used to have a hard time watching The Omen, not because I was jealous, and I was pissed at Omen 3 that they killed him. I thought that was horrendous, and the way they killed him too was so pathetic. They could have done such a better job with ending that movie, and they did not. And I was so pissed off. There's actually a game on Steam, which if you like to play video games, I highly suggest it. It's called Lucas. It's a terrible game. It's a terribly great game because you play Dame. It's basically a retelling of Omen, but in video game form. You get to play the kid. And it's actually really, really fun. It's a little pain in the ass and the mechanics suck, but I definitely think it's worth a while. Oh my god, you'll love it. If you like anime, it's like fucking amazing. It's probably one of the best anime movies I've ever seen. But I've also seen, I mean, depends on what you're into. If you're into like, there was one I watched on accident. I remember me and my friends. I like it. Okay, cool. Then you'll definitely like it because this is like a very deep movie. It runs like a good 2 hours, I think, maybe two and a half. It's fucking long, but it's really good. Delves into human evolution, just being open to seeing how society reacts to something that's alien to it. You know, Naruto. I've never seen it. I know it's that show. This is just like a 2 hour movie. It's a one and doneer, but it's like a one and done, and like it's based off a manga that it's huge. The manga is huge. It's like 6 volumes, 300-page volumes because it's based on a comic book. The comic book went on for a long time, and the graphic novel actually gets much deeper than the movie does. I just have never, I never found the time to read it. Maybe now I should be doing that. Maybe I'll do a fucking narration of it, which I don't know if I'm allowed to do, but fuck it. It's not like I'm getting paid. And if they delete the video, fuck it. It's just an experiment anyway. But yeah, that was a really good one. But I remember when I was a kid, there was this one movie that we watched. It was called Legend of the Overfiend, and that one is not for the shy of heart. But as a metaphor, it actually really is a really good movie when you think about it. The premise is completely obnoxious. There's like 3 realms of existence. Actually, it's not even that obnoxious. It's actually pretty accurate. There's 3 realms of existence. There's a demonic world, there's a human world, and then there's this world of like angel-y type of non-demons, the opposite of demons. But the movies, it's very graphic. There's a lot of there's rape. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of demons raping humans. There's humans raping humans. There's demons raping angels. There's angels raping humans. Well, I don't know if the angels rape the humans. No, I think the angels just have sex with humans. A lot of sex too. It's incredibly perverse, and it's very difficult to find an uncut version of it. I think it's one of those movies that like you watch, you're like, oh, I don't know if you ever watched a Serbian film. Jesus Christ, that's another one. You ever watched a Serbian? That movie had me fucked up for about a week, and I think it was banned in most countries, a lot of countries at least, from what I heard. I don't know what a lot is. I don't remember. I think it was back in 2012 that it was released, so that was 7 years ago, maybe even longer. No, it was about 2012. No, that makes about right. That's about right. It was an excellent film, though. I mean, if you look at it from the deeper aspect of what it was. So what the film was about was like this. It took place in Serbia, and it follows the life of this retired porn star, and but he's trying to retire. He wants to get out of it. He just wants to live his life because he's old. He's just like he's had enough, and right when he's about to give up, he's given this opportunity, this like once in a lifetime opportunity that leads him down this path of really seeing the darker side of life, of reality, and it pushes him to a limit that is really like when it's very easy to put yourself in his place and to go, oh, okay, yeah, let me take a step back, and not to mention that, but Yeah, it's a movie, but don't forget that movies. One of the reasons the guy made the movie was to kind of expose a little bit about what he knew about what was going on in certain countries and their governments, and because it's not just about Serbia, it's about a lot more than Serbia. Serbia is just one place that does the things that are shown in the movie, and unfortunately, that's just a fact of life. Because that's actually the opposite of my magic. It's the dark side. It's the dark side of these mystical, spiritual, metaphysical shit. Is there are maybe I don't know if you saw the whole rant earlier about how my brainwashing techniques and my mind control techniques on people are the exact, not even the opposite of what television and the news and the government does, but it's the same thing, except that I'm overt about it, where they hide it and they don't tell you what they're doing. They use symbolism and subliminal messaging to kind of cool you down and turn you into a zombie, and the next thing you know, you're just doing the same thing as everybody else, and you're just at least I'm telling you that I'm doing it. And I'm showing you how to do it so that you can do it too. Because once everybody, here's the beautiful thing is like when you know how it works, it doesn't work anymore because you can make it stop working. I like to say that I'm immune to magic because I learned how magic works. And that's why I want to learn more about these like magical traditions and these secret societies, because they have very, very powerful information to teach. You got to understand that they have very powerful information to teach, and I don't know everything, and I have a special way of seeing that I haven't seen many people do. And granted, there are people who can do it to varying degrees. I just never seen anyone who can do it to the degree of which that I can. And what I learned was from reading the cards is by seeing underneath, reading between the lines, we'll call it. Okay. You know how people read between the lines of the things that we say? Now read between the lines of the things that we see. And not just artwork, but also in movies and the things that we read and the behavior that we portray towards each other. Law of attraction works in more ways than everybody understands. It also is reflected in the behavior that we see, the behavior that we see in other people. Oh, of course they are. Of course, they're no longer used for the purposes that they once were. They're no longer used for those purposes. I had contacted the Masons by me a while back, like a little earlier last year, probably May of last year. And what I wanted to find out was, like, I had already been pretty deep into this stuff, not to the point that I am right now. And I was trying to figure out if it was worth my time to join the organization at the level that I was at to get out of it what I wanted to. And at the time in my life, what the Masons required, I was not a very fitting candidate of that. And so I thought it was incumbent on me to progress more in my life. And I think I'm almost to a point where I am confident, but again, I don't work because all my time is devoted to myself. And my concepts on money are different than other people's. So you have to understand that, like, when I say, like, I see the future and I channel the future, what I'm doing is I'm channeling that person who I want to be, and I'm making myself that person and expressing that person out to the world. And I've been slowly trying to do that over the course of the last year and a half. And it turns out I didn't even realize that was what I was doing until pretty recently. Like, even right this second, I'm starting to realize and put together pieces in my head to go, everything in my life that's happened over specifically the last year when I started, or the last 2 years, when I consciously went on this journey of self-improvement. And I mean, and even still, I mean, that journey has been like kind of trailing me for a long time. The further I look back in my life, I can see how I've always wanted to be different than the way I was, and how I was never fully happy with who I was. And just as I grow older, as my life passes before my eyes, as you say, I can see that want start to bloom and become what it is right now, which is basically the opposite of what I was doing, which was hiding. And then maybe one day that'll happen to me again, is I'll reach a certain point and go, okay, now it's time for me to retract. And maybe not hide from myself, but hide out from the world. Maybe I'll have a good reason to. don't want to hear anyone fucking talking to me anymore. Because honestly, like the hardest part about this is that I hear everybody in my head. And that's what a lot of this talking is helping me do is if I don't talk, I hear everyone in my head. And by talking, what I'm doing is I'm translating what they're telling me just in my own words. Because the spiritual realm, the metaphysical realm, does not speak in words like we know. Talking to a spirit, talking to a ghost, talking to a loved one, having telepathy with someone. The way you know it's not working is if you're hearing their voice. If you're feeling what they're saying, though, that's them. And a little bit, you know what that is, their voice. That is them. It is them, that talk, that rot that they say to us. That is them. Because they do feel that towards you. Because you feel that towards them also in your own aspect. Like, you know it's not real. You know it's just an opinion you have. But they don't think that way. They think it's real. But they also have those same weird opinions about us, which we get caught on. We're like, oh, fuck, this person doesn't like me. Oh, no, boo-hoo. In reality, no, they really do. It's just they don't know how to express it properly yet. They're still learning about themselves. And it gets to a point, I just put it upon myself to not make it happen, but to follow the path of just let me put myself first. Because if this is where we're all going, if we're all going on this journey of self-discovery, every single one of us are going to be at the finish line. It's not a race. Everyone's going at their own speed. It just happens to be that my speed is fucking light speed. And it's not that I want to beat everyone there. I kind of want to beat everyone there. But at the same time, I start to realize, you know what, maybe I'm the last one. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point that I need to figure out is that I have been the one who has been taking the longest and everybody else has just been waiting on me. And even in that case, I go like this. Well, you know what? If that is the case, I'm going to at least enjoy myself. Because right now, if they're waiting on me for the reason I think they're waiting on me, that means that they're pissed. That's why nobody wants to talk to me. They're pissed off because they want to go, what the fuck is wrong with you doing all this crazy shit? And I believe that, you know what, let me take my time because there's no reason to rush. And by the time I get to that point, that they are ready to talk to me, because what the fuck do I want? I don't need you to tell me that I did the wrong thing. I know I did. But you know what? Right and wrong to me, they mean the same thing. I'm starting to get oversaturated. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Come back another time. Yeah, because I sometimes my brain just fucking goes, man. It just like the words just. Cool, man. I'll talk to you. I should be back tomorrow. We'll see how this goes. Again, this is just an experiment to see how far I can take this. So, who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll need a break. Maybe not. But thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I like making friends. Sometimes. Sounds. I love making sounds so much. Actually, it reminds me of a story of my ex-wife. She's telling me, like, you don't shut the fuck up, do you? People say that all the time, like, you don't shut the fuck up. And what happened was I started to shut the fuck up, and now it's running amok because everyone talks too much. But you know what? Maybe this is a good thing because the more I start to learn to talk, it's actually making me voice my opinions more. And they're not the most popular of opinions, but I'm getting used to doing it more often, and it's actually feeling really good, feeling very good. I'm liking it. So I'm gonna go back to what I was doing until someone else comes, and I don't know if anyone else is gonna pop up anytime soon, but. I'm gonna go back to the goddamn cards. I was actually fucking doing something, goddamn it. I really want to do this, and I keep getting myself distracted. And I don't want to not record myself do it, but I feel like that is kind of like the angle that this is going at some point. But then again, you know what? I mean, I just encapsulated the Fool card very well over these past 2 hours. And that's a lot. I'm not even explaining it. I'm showing it. I just showed 2.5 hours of what that full card really means, is to be some. Because remember, I started this with the concept of talking about cards, but then it evolved into my buddy Elvis coming by and stopping by for a chat, and those other two dudes showing up for a minute. But then again, this turned into a whole different thing. This was taking a leap of faith with this guy and just talking about me for a while, which is cool. And that's what it was. I was taking a different angle from where I was going. And you know what? It wasn't exactly the learned to read tarot aspect that I thought it was going to be. But if you're paying attention, and if you really had the attention span to really realize that, which I guess technically, unless you're me, you're not going to. This card had a lot of really cool shit to tell you of how simple that leap of faith can be. It could just be opening up to somebody new, something just like that. But now take into account the law of analogy and how many ways you can filter that through your life. I mean, I have a few situations coming up where I want to take a leap of faith and say some things and do some shit. I've been doing it for the past couple of days. These past couple of days have been just me constantly jumping through fucking hoops. And as a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I keep on saying that I haven't proved the theory yet, but I think I have proved the theory of this New Game Plus thing. I think I'm on my New Game Plus. If you understand what that means. Like, you finish the game and then you kind of go back around again. And it's 2 minutes and 22 seconds. I think I said that. At 2:22. Almost. It's 2:25 now, but the thought of it was brewing at those times. Like, you don't got to be specific. You can give or take. Because it's not 2:25 everywhere. It's 2:22 somewhere in the world right now. Pain in my ass. Specific. So there's a fool. Because you have to think like that. You can't just be, everything's not black and white. I mean, you might be watching this at 2:22. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. And my clock is 2:25. It's somewhere in the world is 2:22. It's 3 fucking minutes ago. Well, I don't know why I feel the need to explain this stuff, but I got a feeling that there's some pain in the ass out there that's making the argument, oh, well, it wasn't exactly 2:22. No, but the fucking thought was forming at 2:22. What the fuck do you want me to say? And you know what, at 2:22, 2:22 and 22 seconds, I was fucking having, who knows what exactly I was thinking, okay? Because even when I pointed out 2 hours and 22 seconds on the recording, it was 2 hours, 22 seconds, 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 44 seconds. Okay, so at the 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds point, I was fucking also bridging together some fucking thoughts that involved whatever the hell made me think, and they got me all fucking distracted. To point out the interesting aspects of synchronicity. That's synchronicity. Those are 2 synchronicities that happened at once. 3 synchronicities that happened at once. Actually, I don't know. Like, this is one of those times where I wish there was a bigger audience, because then you can go like, how many times did it have to happen before you don't call it a coincidence anymore? So see, like, even when I was telling this person about the Knight of Cups coming out 3 times last night, 3 times within a half hour, all pertaining to the same question, 2 of them twice in a row on a 1 in 78 odds. I mean, the odds of it coming out the second time were more than just 1 in 78, because you have to take into account that it just came out once, and there is a 1 in 78 chance. So the chances of it coming out a second time, the chances would, the odds would increase. But then the fact when I took it out of the deck, then shuffled the cards, three more cards out, then told the same story, put everything back in, and then got the motherfucker again. Come on. Yeah, I get it. It's like, for you, it means nothing. One man's miracle is another man's coincidence. But you have to understand that the man who sees a miracle for a very good reason. And I say miracle because I don't know what the opposite of a coincidence is, because we don't call it that. Because nobody wants to talk about, nobody says anything like that, like, oh, that's weird. That's weird. No, I'm not going to say it's fucking weird. Weird is normal now. Weird is normal. My mother said, I think we're weird. No, weird is normal. Not weird. And you know what? That's the idea. That's the idea to change the mentality of this. And that's what I'm doing. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Revolutionary in that I want people to change the way they think about this aspect of reality. Stop telling people like me that I'm weird. Just fuck you. You know what? You're fucking weird, man. And I don't fucking feel sorry fucking saying that either. You want to fucking live like a goddamn slave, live like a fucking slave. And don't you fucking make me think I have to. And if I want to fucking play with cards all day and have you pay me to play cards, That's what I'm gonna fucking do, because eventually I'm gonna fucking make you pay for me to do this. And in a sense, you already are, but you don't even realize it yet because you can't see the future because you're so fucking bogged down with all the shit that you're so upset about yourself about that you don't want to look at. That you'd rather project it onto me. And here's the best part is that by the time you even get this message, by the time you're ready to even look at this, I will have gone so far ahead of you that you're gonna go, this motherfucker played us the whole time. And you know what? In a sense, you're right, I did, but I did it for a good reason. Because yeah, you like to walk. It's about the tortoise and the hare. You want to race to the end. I want to enjoy it, taking my time. But you know what? I learned how to take my time in such a way that the world around me bends, because I know how to direct energy. You know, it's like, sorry, I know how to fucking control myself. I don't have to like fly off the fucking handle all the time. But you know, in learning how to fly off the handle, some people can shoot some nasty shit at me. Take it like Goku and release it out as something else. Because that's all I'm doing is I'm taking all the energy that I take in on a daily basis and I'm fucking throwing it right onto you, which is me. Because there's gems of wisdom in there. Because every truth is a half lie and every lie is a half truth, to a degree. Not always in 50-50 ratios. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. And what I'm doing is I'm filtering into my brain, into my bullshit meter, because I'm incredibly good at reading bullshit, more so than most people that I've met, at least, that I can assume. And the reason I say that is because I'm good at calling out my own bullshit, because I'm not afraid to call out my own bullshit, because my bullshit is the easiest bullshit to filter through. So in doing so, what I'm doing is I'm filtering through my own bullshit to cut out the bullshit and take the truth out of the bullshit, so I can form new thoughts, new theories, new ideas, and that's exactly what this card is about. Is about having new ideas and new thoughts and new ways of thinking. Because the essence of this card is simply that it's the initial idea to do something. It's not the thought process that goes behind doing that thing. No, it's the initial idea of what you want to do. And do you do that initial thing you want to do? Yeah, I'm doing it right now. And it's not going to work the way that I want it to. But there's a reason it's not going to work the way that I want it to. I have to fail at what I'm doing so that I can figure out what I did wrong. Okay? This is that initial idea. What is it that you want to do? I want to change the way that people think about everything, about mental disorder, about mysticism, about spirituality, about metaphysics, about a whole slew of other things. It's also why I try to keep my eye contact on my eyes, because it's something that we can't do. Something that we can't do for a very long period. Most I've been able to do, if you scroll through my videos, is there's a 15-minute video. It's like 15 minutes long, and I'm like staring into my eyes for 15 minutes. Can you do it? And the reason for doing that is to give you practice on staring into people's eyes. Because I think it's a really important thing for us to do. You get lost in there a little bit. But there's a reason you get lost in there. And I'm trying to figure out why it is. But why does it feel so uncomfortable to stare into people's eyes? And who better to work on than yourself on anything? I mean, if you can't do something to yourself perfectly, then how can anyone else do it to you perfectly as well? You know what I mean? Or how can you give your gift out to somebody? You can put that into anything. I mean, I think that came off very sexual, but that's just because I have that kind of mind, and probably because this thing looks like a fucking dick, which, in a sense, I guess it really is. Because ultimately, why do we do stuff? Is for sex. So maybe this is that initial boner that we get. We're like, how much am I getting from this idea? You know, there's a cultist who would disagree with me on that, because I mean, these old traditions were very phallic and vaginal. Well, the Virgin Mary is a very vaginal thing. The dick card, LOL, found out. Friends, about me and him. Oh, that's funny. I'm glad you caught that. I didn't think anybody was listening. But now, see, now that's how I read the cards. Is like, that's kind of what I'm going over right now. I'm just going through the story of them, and seeing what kind of shit it digs up in my mind. And yeah, I'm glad I helped. Talk to his friends about it. Well, they all do. They all do. You know why? Because it's mommy issues. That's the fucked up thing. With all men, and that's something that I learned. I'm like, what they. Oh yeah, of course, because you know what? Every man's a fucking liar. They're all a liar, but every lie's a half truth. So and mostly when they talk to themselves, they're just bolstering themselves up so they can look cool in front of their friends. It's because they don't have enough confidence at home that nobody in their life bolsters them up in the way that they want them to. So they have to look for it elsewhere. It's like a fucked up. It's a fucked up thing. But I think a lot of people are like that. Like we all like. We have that narcissistic capability to one degree or another, where we take in what we have from people. Hey, that works. That works for you. That's perfect. That's exactly what I need. I need a woman to hype me up. That would really make my day. I just have a bunch of people who think I'm a lunatic, so I have to talk to myself for hours on end, just to vent and to talk about the things I like to talk about. But hey, you know what? People pop up from time to time. You're the second person I talked to today, so it's working. The power of the cards is proving themselves. And who would have thought that it would just take a dick? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Men have mommy issues, girls have daddy issues. It's like we all make jokes about it, but it's true because we have and I'm not putting your father down, but we all have weak fathers and we all have like overbearing mothers, and it's like it's an overbearing and weak. These are varying degrees of each. Weak for you does not mean the same thing that it does to me, and it's not that we miscategorize, because I think it does make us stronger as individuals. Like I'm sure that you can look back and look at all the shit that. Yeah, of course not. Of course not. Of course not, because everything she's got to be in control. She needs to be in control of everything. And but you know what? Here's the funny thing: is that you could say she probably says the same exact thing to you about you, because my sister and my mother are like that. They're literally the same person. Almost. They're the same but different. But I can definitely see the aspects of the one and the aspects of the other, and how they definitely clash. And neither no one sees it. Sometimes they do. It's funny though. But my like me and my father were the same way. Like. Of course. Me. I need this. I need that. Give me all the stuff. You are mine. I mean, you do what I tell you to do. You're my slave. That's how people look at us sometimes. Like it's like really fucked up. But then like here's the thing: is I don't even think they realize it. I don't think some people realize it. Some people do. Some people don't. Some people are all like they really think that they have a slave race. Some of them. But there's other ones that I think they're too stupid to see what's going on. It's like, okay, let me go do the thing, because they have their own little group of slaves themselves, and then everyone's all fucked up. But then we get into the people who have nobody, and everyone's all fucked, and they go on fucking shooting sprees and shit. Stuff for me to do on the spot. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because you know what? Here's the thing. Look at it like this. Because if you weren't busy doing something, you might have something to say. God forbid you had something to say. We only use people when we need something from them, when we need someone to talk to, when we need someone to do something for us. You can see it in everybody, and you know we're all guilty of it too. We're guilty to it ourselves, even when we don't mean to. Like there's those times where like, fuck, I did that, didn't I? Because I know I do that, where it's like fuck, I just used that person. But at the same point, I believe in karma, and I look at it like this. I'm like, well, fuck it. You know what? If I did it to them, then chances are they deserved it. And if somebody does it to me, then you know what, fuck it. You know what, they're right. I do deserve it, because I have taken advantage of people before in my own way. That's the other thing. Because remember what I said. Like, if they don't have anything to say, they need you to do something for them. And that's also to keep you distracted so you don't say anything to them. Because what you said, you are just a reflection of them, and they are a reflection of you. And if you were to talk, you're going to tell them exactly what it is that they don't want to hear. And but here's the cool thing is that knowing that they don't want to hear it is the same thing as knowing that they need to hear it. And it's just a matter of finding the courage to find it in ourselves, to look at that aspect of ourselves. But here's the cool thing is that once we find that, once we realize that about ourselves, that they are just reflecting us back at ourselves, and I'm reflecting myself or reflecting them back at them. We don't even have to tell them, because once we realize it about ourselves, then they realize it about themselves as well. It's kind of this TV tarot. I'm assuming that you're smarter than most people, so I got a feeling that you're kind of following me here. It's kind of like a negative feedback loop flipping in on itself. Good. I guess that made sense. It's like the draining turns into this vacuum now. It's kind of hard to explain. It's like you don't know what to do because you both know that you both fucked up, and you're like, oh fuck, what do we do now? And they just kind of just go with the flow, and things just turn out to be. I think that kind of goes back to that leap of faith thing, where it's like you just take that leap and go, fuck it, whatever. Hey, and oh yeah. That's the worst part. That's the worst part is when you know it and everybody, you know that everybody else knows it, but even when you hint at it, everybody just ignores it. Everybody picks up their phone or everybody ignores it, and they're like, oh, hey, can you go to the store real quick? Hey, everything happens for a reason, like they say. It's deeper than just spiritual. I was saying to somebody last night, red table talk. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Real talk. Yeah, nobody wants that. But you know what? I'm starting to question. I have a theory that when we say they don't want to hear it, I've been thinking that it's always me saying that about them. And if I am just a reflection of them and they are a reflection of me, maybe the reason I'm saying that shit about them is because I'm really saying it about me, because I'm afraid of what they're going to say about me. But in reality, that's why I'm doing this. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, well, you know what? And you know what? Maybe let me take that back. Because I do know what they're saying about me, because I say it about me all the time. I think I'm more afraid of how I'm going to behave by how I think, what I think they're going to say. What the other stuff that they're going to say, the stuff that they're holding in. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But and that's what I'm doing. I'm learning to talk to myself and reach those points so that I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Because in reality, I really don't give a fuck what anybody says. It's just that nobody wants to hear me talk, so I have to talk to myself. And I do it to myself on purpose. I just listen to people because I realize that not many of us listen as well as we could. So I try to train myself to listen by dealing with my own problems. This way I don't have to rely on anybody. I'm a reverse narcissist. I drain myself, but I also feed myself at the same time. Oh, I really don't even have any. I try not to. Well, I mean, it's not that I try not to. I like talking to people. I really do enjoy talking to people because people always, they teach me about myself. Like everything that you're saying, everything happens for a reason. The universe wants you to tell me everything that you're telling me so that I can figure out about myself the aspects that I need to either work on, or maybe I'm just doing the fucking right thing. Maybe it's one of those things I'm overthinking. Maybe this is the point where people overthink. When you realize you're overthinking is when it's overthinking. But then again, I like to say that if people tell you you're overthinking, then they're telling you that they don't want you to be thinking. And I want to be thinking. I like thinking. Hey, that's good. That's good. I don't have many people who tell me about myself. Like I even go out of my way to be obnoxious. I call myself a magician, a wizard. I mean, no, I mean this shit. I mean, I study these fucking cards in and out, left and right. I can fucking tell you the secrets of the fucking universe with these goddamn things. And yeah, I earned to call myself a fucking magician and a motherfucking wizard. I don't give a fuck what anybody's. My ex-wife actually, I did a video saying that I was the wizard and the Antichrist. And my ex-wife actually had the cops come here to check on, do a mental check on me. The cops came. I told them, listen, man, yeah, I fucking said that. I was like, of course. Well, yeah. Exactly. Well, look, just like I was saying, like my ex, she sent the fucking cops here to check to see if I was going to kill myself. I told the cops, I'm like, what are you out of your goddamn mind? I'm like, I'm living the fucking greatest life of my life. I'm a fucking wizard, man. You're a cop. This guy across the street works at a fucking casino. These people are all miserable. You're all miserable. I'm the happiest person I know. Yeah, you know what? There's some aspects of my life that suck, but you know what? Everyone's life sucks to one degree or another. Yeah, well, you know what? I practice it differently. I practice it in the how did I explain it? In the Cometian fashion, in the alchemist fashion, as taught through the esoteric schools like Rosicrucianism, Masonry, Hermeticism, the groups like the Golden Dawn, shit like that. A lot of it was like self-taught. Like I read a lot of books. I spent the last year like reading a lot of books and watching a lot of videos and really like correlating data and like seeing what was working and what didn't. Trying different aspects of the deeper philosophies in my own life to try to integrate them, and the cards like were like the biggest fucking help, because they really I learned how to read them by reading for myself and like looking at how they related to me, like what story they told me in my head and then what that story told me about myself. And these motherfucking things. Yeah, well, you see, like I used to read for people a lot. I mean, I don't mind doing it, but what it taught me the most, because I use it like, all these clients are desperate. Oh yeah, of course, because they want to know who's going to call. Am I going to get the job? Is that bag of money going to fall in my lap? Just tell me I don't have to do anything. That's what they want to hear. You could do any reading simply without the cards. You don't even need the cards anymore. Because just when you ask them what do they want to know and they tell you, just tell them they're going to get it. That's the only way to make them happy. Because I bet you will you'll agree. Oh yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing, I bet you'll agree that when as soon as you tell them something they don't want to know is when they get pissed off at you, and then they're like, bullshit. And it's like, well, you came to me. If you don't need me, then what do you want? If you're going to tell me I'm wrong, I'm the one doing the job. This is like, I don't tell you how to make teeth. Don't tell me how to read cards. I had this girl once. She's like, oh, don't I have to shuffle them? I said, if you want. Like, would it make you feel better if you did? Like, if you want to, like, touch them, go ahead. Someone told me once, the card popped out. Aren't you supposed to use that? I said, yeah, if you want. I don't feel like it. Just because you said something, now I'm not going to do it because I don't have to. Ugh. Fucking muggles, I call them. They drive me nuts. Which has become literally my personal mission, is to overthrow the muggle world and turn this into a magical world so people like us are in control. Does that sound crazy? It's literally my plan. That's my life goal, is to overthrow the muggle world and allow the creatures of the night to step back into the daylight, because it's not fair. It's absolutely not fair that the way that we're treated. I don't think. I think we are the most. I don't know what that is, because I was looking to see if I can download it. I can't get it on my phone. I got one of those Boost phones. I totally wanted to fucking try that out, because it seemed cool. I was into the Pokemon one, because that's the one that's like the Pokemon game, right? That seemed cool. Because I look at myself as a modern day Aleister Crowley. Like I see myself as someone like him, because yeah, I studied his work, but I studied part of his work. I studied more of where he came from and all of those occultists that came before him. That's pretty dope. I got to try that out. I got to find I like to go on walks a lot, and I think that would be like ideal for me to have something like that. Oh man, I got to definitely try it out. But yeah, that's the mission, is to make a real Hogwarts. That's what I want to see, is a real Hogwarts, one where actual and not these phony, not that they're phony, but like not these mystery schools that you can go pay for like $200-300 a month and like go and learn shit. No, like a place for kids to learn, and even teenagers, like a fucking high school, a magical high school, like a fucking Professor X, X-Men type of thing. Uh, that sounds cool. Where is that at? Because cards are like my favorite thing of anything. Those I think are like the coolest aspect of all of this. And I like to have a lot of decks sometimes. Oh, oh, I get it. That would be pretty fucking sweet though. That would be really cool. Because, yeah, because absolutely, because fuck yeah, because there's a lot of cool decks out there. Did you ever see like uh, the True Black Tarot? Those are fucking hot as hell. And then a buddy of mine, he just got me these for my birthday. And listen, they're a little dark, but they're for personal use. I believe in knowing the light and the dark with things, but then the Tarot of the Shadows. It's similar in they're similar to like a regular tarot deck. They have the major and minor arcana, but the system itself is a little bit different. They're pretty cool, but they have like darker images. They have like Satan and fucking demons and exorcisms and just like really interesting stuff. But the artwork itself is really cool. And I study Hebrew and astrology and esoteric astrology, so I also like to see how all that stuff kind of correlates together to make the meaning for the card. Because I like to read almost strictly intuitively. Now, like something like the Rider-Waite mean textbook-wise, I've also studied what they mean for like esoteric groups. But then I also like to mix in my own personal adaptation of what it means to me. Like just a combination of everything. You know what I mean? I feel like I get a much fuller bandwidth of what it means. But then most of the time, I don't even use it for other people at this point, because I always read for myself, and reading for myself tells me about other people. Like even when I do read for people, I read for myself and just tell them what I see. I put their face on my head, on my body. Yeah, like you know what I like to do, and that was part of the experiment of what I was doing here is talking to myself about what I thought the cards meant. This way, I can correct myself. Like if I caught any miscalculations in the ideas that I had, and for about 15-20 minutes, I was just kind of like not reminding myself of what it is that the Fool means to me, and then go through every card through the cycle until you get all the way to the end and back again with the Fool. But I keep on getting distracted, so it might be that I don't need to do that. Yeah, because it's sometimes it's hard. I like to go and tackle things after I know what I want to know, because then it's like my view isn't tainted. These cards, what I'm doing, I'm actually writing a book about these, but it's a private book. It's just I'm writing what I feel everything means, and then seeing what it means in the book, and then how it relates to my life in general, how close I was in my personal interpretation, and then see what thoughts it evokes. And what I like about the dark stuff, like the shadow stuff, is like it helps you dig into those deeper wells of your emotional spring, we'll call it, into avenues that you may not normally want to look at, and these darker aspects help bring that stuff to the surface. And I'd like to practice like with manifestation as well. And I find that when you release that dark stuff, it does allow that new lighter energy frequency to come in and fill up those gaps, and allow you to have more creative and dick inspiring ideas. Yeah, it's different. Like I also have I have a deck called the Demon Tarot. It's like an oracle deck, but it's just demons, right? And I say this: one man's demon is another man's angel. And whatever you think crazy, it's somebody. Exactly. Different. The cops that came to check on my well-being. What do you say? because when he first said this, like your ex-wife said something about you made a video about saying you're a wizard. Is that true? I was like, yeah, absolutely. I made that, and I meant it too. And I said, you guys, by coming here, you actually proved I can see the future. So thank you, by the way. I had predicted. I made the video to see if she was watching, and it proved that she was. So I didn't make it known. Oh yeah, no, they are in their own way. They're wizards of the law of justice. Crap! I forgot what I was going to say. Whatever, doesn't matter. Demon cards, my demon oracle cards. So my philosophy on demons and angels is it's a little bit different than most people. Like I look at like things like the law of vibration, and that demons and angels, they're just emotional frequencies that we tune into. And in order to tap into those higher frequencies, we need to tackle those demonic frequencies inside of ourselves first, like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, like all that, like what we call mental disorders, even broken hearts. That when you learn how to face it, they tell you which demons follows you. That's the general theme of it. Is like it tells you it works just like the cards do, right? Or any other oracle deck. So you pick a demon, and it'll tell you pretty much what's following you, what's attached to you, what aspects of your life are being affected by this demonic entity. But now here's the thing, though. What you got to understand is that they may be pointing out what's following you, but they're also pointing out what needs to be adjusted or what needs to be looked at. Because once you look at it, doesn't mean you have to like take crazy action to exorcise the demon. Sometimes it's just a matter of just facing it and seeing that you know what? Everything happens for a reason. The reason that bad thing is happening to me is because I need to learn something from it. You know, hold on. Let me run upstairs real quick. I'll go grab them. I'll grab them. All right, so it says tarot, but they're oracle. That's just, there's no arcanas. There's nothing of any significance. I don't really even need a shovel, really, that much. That one guy fell up. Oh, that's cool. All right, so this is one of them. They're based on this book that was written in the 1600s, the Infernal Dictionary. Well, this one isn't too bad. This guy right here, he fell out. And I know I said the thing about the cards falling out, but I do like to grab the falling out ones. This guy is Yangant Itan. I don't know how to fucking pronounce his name, but he's actually an interesting one because he plays two roles. So he's like a guide. He's also a trickster in that, and maybe this is showing you that this is like your time to shine, because remember what I said, like every one man's demon is another man's angel. So just because a demon has a negative connotation to it doesn't mean that they're there to point out the bad. I'll even grab another one too. Just this way we can get some real shit. But this guy, what he represents is kind of. Maybe that's the thing. And you know what? Maybe I'm just going to say what's coming to my head, and maybe it's that you're just a little bit lost. Maybe you're feeling a little bit lost in something that you're doing, and you're kind of like looking for a little bit of racketeer. Maybe there's something that also that you're looking for a little bit of guidance on. But here is what I like about this guy, is that as you see, his hands are, his one hand is candles, his fingers, and technically, yeah, he's there to guide lost travelers back to the path. And sometimes he's a fucker, and he fucking tricks people down the wrong way. But the real self, he's only as much of a demon as he needs to be, because he lights his own path. And I think that's a more spectacular aspect of this guy, and this would actually be a demon that's worth carrying around with you. And maybe that's the angelic aspect of him, is that each of us, we have that aspect to guide ourselves if we know how to find it. Because I know a lot of people, we look to guide somewhere else, and we get lost and we get fucking confused. And I guess that's kind of, to go full circle with that kind of is why I'm doing my little experiment with the cards, to kind of just train myself how to use them, to tell myself what I know, so I can figure out what I'm wrong about, so I can start being righter than what I am. I mean, because every right has a little bit of wrong in it, and every wrong has a little bit of right in it. Absolutely, you are. Absolutely. And you know what? Maybe this is also a sign that your guides are guiding you to something right now, because not all guides are spiritual or are physical. They're also very spiritual as well. Like this guy, I love this guy. He's one of my favorite ones, because a lot of the messages that a lot of these demons give, they come off as negative because we associate them with negative things. But when you really start to dig into the deeper aspects of the situation itself, it turns out that they're actually really quite good. So I like to work. I like to like really like dig and explore exactly what it means. So like this guy, for example, this guy's all about like quick planning, quick thinking, like being prepared, like almost being semi-prepared for that curveball to come out of left field. And what I mean is not knowing what it's going to be, because we're never going to see it coming, but just to be prepared to go, fuck, anything could happen at any minute. And my plans, though my plans are sound, something could happen and I go, fuck, everything falls apart. Exactly. And that's exactly what he's talking about. But what a lot of people could easily mistake that for is go, oh, what are you saying, that my plans aren't going to work out? Oh my God. But what does that mean? I'm not going to get what I want? No, maybe not. It's a possibility that you need to you need to explore that. Maybe you might not get what you want. Like, for instance, I've been trying to work things out with my ex, and for a long time it's very difficult for me. And like, we've been separated we're divorced now. We have a kid. Mistake it for overthinking. Well, here's my thing. And you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe at the time that the overthinking was going on, and you know what? That's a good point. Maybe at the time that the overthinking was going on, what really needed to be happening was you just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Let everything play itself out. Stop overthinking it. So because obviously you know what's going to happen. So just let it fly. And I think that, and you know what? I think it's a really great way of explaining this is maybe it's time to relax, stop overthinking. And maybe that's a message for me. Because that's what I do with a lot of my time, is overthinking about what I think everyone else is thinking. And I can't help it, because I hear everyone's voice all the fucking time. It's either the people that were once in my life, the people that I'm hoping come back into my life, but then you know what, like, all synchronicities happen, and I start to see that all the things that I'm thinking and all the things that I'm thinking about people coming, they show up. That work out in the future. Crone transmutation and into Phoenix rising out of the fire. Resurrection of death of the old. I love Phoenix. It reminds me of Scorpio, which I happen to be a Scorpio moon. Oh, you and your girl. I believe that very much, because here's the thing: we have a kid. We don't really have a choice. And I do believe in a very specific brand of metaphysical spirituality and philosophy. And one, he's my goddamn kid, and ain't no fucking other fucking muggle is gonna raise my fucking magical son. I'll tell you that right goddamn now. Unfortunately, I just can't convince the court system and the legal system that I'm a sound human being yet. I need to have results, because unfortunately this physical world we live in requires physical results. So I'm just kicking the shit out of stuff, because as you can see, I'm fucking awesome as fuck. So it's only a matter of time till I convince the entire world how awesome I am, and this woman has no choice but to capitulate to everything that I say, unless she acts like an adult, like I asked her to, and just says, hi, let's be friends. Okay, that's fine. You want to date a fat guy right now? Go ahead, date a fat guy. I'm way more handsome and I'm way more charming. So have fun, but when you're ready to be a grown-up, let's do the grown-up thing. But here's the beautiful thing. I know that might not happen, like Skox. So I prepare myself to be whatever it is that I'm training myself to do, which ultimately I want to be able to speak to a large mass of people. But first I need to be able to speak in front of myself. So the reason I do these lives is just for the chance that there is a possibility of people coming. Because if you go back to my older videos, like a lot of my older videos that I pre-recorded, I'm like, you know what, there's nobody listening now, but when you're listening in the future, this message is for you. Oh, exactly. And that's what I'm doing too. Like this is just one of my projects. I also do a lot of like recovery work in a sense. And what's that? That's what you do. Like the same thing, like recovery work, or the throwing yourself out there on the internet and hoping that someone, entertaining yourself and letting other people come to you. Doing the creating the content that you want to see that no one else is doing, and letting other people tell you, oh, hey, yeah, no, so that's it. Because realistically, I was just using this as therapy at first to overcome my fears of talking. And it really did that. And that's really what I've been doing for a while, because my marriage fell apart because of my poor communication skills. But I blame my poor communication skills on my mother issues, which aren't even my mother's problem. They're my father's problem, because my father had mother issues, his karma, which was then passed on to me. Oh, yeah. There'll be like 30 people there. How do you mean? Hopefully you mean not in your head. Dealing with like fucking 5 at a time is a fucking pain in the ass. Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. And you know what the beautiful thing is, I have, I don't work. I devote all of my time to this and studying synchronicity, studying karma, studying my karma, studying my own psychology and how it relates to the esoteric teachings that I'm aware of. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. See, like that's ultimately what I want to do, is like talk to people, and not even just about tarot stuff, but like, because even the aspects of the tarot that I understand can be translated in different ways. Like you can translate it to religious people, you can translate it to people who are into psychology, you can translate it to just regular people in education. I think I know what you mean by that, because I think I have as well, in that I can do it at any time. I've never did it with another person. I did a video, I did a live last week where I tried doing it. I did it on camera. I actually started crying. It's just a little tear. I couldn't force it all the way. You see, now here's when that's where I'm lacking. That's where I'm lacking, because I can do it for this incarnation. I can do it with this life. Like I can not pinpoint to specific accuracy to a point in my life, but I can usually hit it with pretty solid detail and recreate the scene in my head. But I haven't been able to go before this one, and that's kind of what I'm working on a little bit right now. I'm reading about a book by Aleister Crowley. It's called Magic Without Tears. You may have heard of him. You may have not. Most people have heard the wrong thing about him. He was actually a really amazing magician. Knew a lot of really cool shit. But in this book specifically, it's about. It was right after he wrote his tarot book, which was an amazing tarot book, by the way, too. It's called Tarot, the Book of Thoth. But he talks to this. It's like a back and forth correspondence between fans, and because what he did, I guess he did like an Ask Me Anything type of thing back in the 40s, and a couple people had responded to him with questions, and they published his words. Well, here's the thing: is that guy Crowley, like he made a philosophy. He made a philosophy based on what he knew, and unfortunately, it was monetized. which is that Thelema shit that people follow, which they just turned it into another religion, and they don't even understand the true aspects of it. And if they do, they don't act like it, because a lot of that he was an alchemist. He studied from the Golden Dawn, and he understood ancient Kabbalah and how that correlated with alchemy, and how that magical system itself was really the basis of all religions and spiritual philosophies throughout the world. And it all stemmed around the tarot. His work with the tarot was actually almost second to none. It was really fucking amazing. But in this book, he gets a little bit into some magical ways of thinking, that different way of thinking. And one of his experiments was, yeah, exactly. Like, people look at it as a follower, as him as a leader. People have this hard idea of differentiating the fact that you don't have to think like someone else. You can agree with them. You don't have to agree with it 100%, and you don't have to disagree 100%. You can take a few ideas, because not everything in the bad category is bad. Not everything in the good category is good. You're allowed to like mix and match and like customize. Exactly. Weak ass muggles. I know. Sometimes I worry I had a kid with a muggle. Because you know what's fucked up? She used to say to me, and I wasn't really into this magic. This is only something that's happened over the past 2 years. It started over I used to be very much into conspiracies, and I was very much into I would love to too, but I found this out. To fit in, I want to make them want to fit in with me. That's my goal, is to make them beg me for acceptance, because I'm done going, oh, who do you need me to be? Who do you want me to be? Fuck you. You know what? I want to be a fucking wizard with a goddamn wizard robe on. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll fucking walk around with one. Oh man, I bet that was weird. See, I think I'm at an advantage, because I believe that my ex, that she does watch like these videos, because clearly she does. Do you really? That's awesome. That's really fucking awesome. That's so cool. I have magical armor. I do. It's right behind me. And it's my aunt, who is my inspiration. She was kind of a witch. In her time, she was she had men who took care of her. She lived basically the magical lifestyle where she had anything she wanted. She didn't barely had to work. I mean, she did work, but she did what she wanted to do. At least I think she did. I believe that's what she tells me. And when she died, I got this vest, and I love this vest because this is my favorite band. And she was my inspiration, because I always thought, like, how can a man have that kind of power over a woman? Because she always had like sugar daddies. She had sugar daddies, and I can see where women would call her a gold digger, and I always wanted to figure out how is it, what's the male equivalent of that, because that's not something that's ever really explored in our society too much. I think it's kind of looked down on, even the idea of it, to have a woman take care of a man. But I don't know. I feel like women want to be in control so much. Really? That's really interesting. That's very interesting. What was I saying? So I have this theory, and this is kind of going back to what your mom was saying, what we were saying about your mom, how she wants to be in control. And I was thinking, like, well, you know what? Let me ask you this. Well, I don't know how you are. I don't know if you're a very controlling type of person. I have a feeling that since it's in your mother, that you kind of have it a little bit, a tinge. My question would be, is like, what would you do if you had full 100% control of your life? Nobody questioned nothing. Like, what is it that you would, what you would want? Oh, perfect. That's my aunt. That's my aunt. My aunt was a stripper. And she had sugar daddies all over the place. She was married a couple times. Like, she would be married. She would like engage to like a couple people at the same time. Like, she did, like, she was a maniac. She was impressive. I wouldn't want to go that far. Oh, that's good. That's perfect. Okay, then you know what? Then you are the then you are my inspiration as well. You, and that's perfect. That's perfect. Like that's what I want. That's what I want. Is my wife said a very wonderful thing to me when we first split up. I want to live a life where nobody tells me what to do, and that's exactly what I want. I want a life where nobody tells me what to do, and I don't want to work like animals, like a fucking slave out there. Yeah, exactly. I am my own keeper. I am my number one keeper because I put myself on the highest pedestal of all pedestals, even above my son, because I realized that without me, my son, what's he got? A bunch of fucking losers raising him? Sorry, I'm not willing to make that kind of compromise. I'm willing to take some time off so that I can make myself be the fucking beast master that I am. I have no problem doing that because I eat men for breakfast. I don't take any bullshit from my male counterparts. They are weaklings and they make me sick, to be perfectly honest. All the ones I've met, at least. Not all the ones I've met. Most of the ones I've met. They all have like this thing where they want to fucking blame everybody. They can't. I see they have a very hard time going like this. They want to point the finger at everybody else. Yeah, you know what's funny? I say the same thing. My brother got into a little, not an altercation, but he got into a situation where I thought he might be a little shook up. And I told him, I was like, listen, if this person fucks with you again, you let me know and then we'll go. Because I'm not, I carry myself in such a way that I demand respect. I demand it because I can see you. I can see inside of you into the depths that you are afraid to fucking go up. And no, I won't fucking hit you. No, because I'm not a violent person. Normally I I have very large rings, but those rings were attracting very bad energy. So I needed to clear them. So they're taking a nap right now. But I usually wear big ass rings just to let people know I'm not fucking with you. Because one, I got this is going to break my finger if I fucking hit you. And I will hit you if you fucking make me have to hit you. But I really don't want to because I don't want to break my finger. And if you do fuck me up, which is okay because I've been fucked up more than enough times, you will be limping. I got these. So I just don't like to do that. I don't think it's civilized. I'm like a Jedi in that manner where blasters are lightsabers are a weapon for a more civilized age. And I believe I use this as my lightsaber. And this. Like over, like no. Oh my God. No, and no is like a really hard thing now too. It's like it's like a test. It's a test because as soon as you say no, then they're like they try to push. It's like people try to bully you. It's like they bully you and they want you to be their little fucking slave. But you know what I've done? See, I do something a little bit different now. I do things a little bit different now. I do what anybody asks. If people ask me to do something, I do it. But here's the thing. I realize that they're taking advantage. I realize that they're just asking me because they just need someone to fill a void for a moment. And I take advantage of it. I don't treat it like a chore anymore. I treat it like hey, look, someone wants to go out to lunch with me? Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, I got to listen to your problems? Oh, no, too bad. What did I say before? Like, everything we say to each other is something that we need to hear, or something that they need to hear, and whatever they say, we need to hear. And when you listen to somebody complain about their shit, it's really something that you need to hear about as well, which is pretty cool. If you can extrapolate what you can grasp, what you can get out of that conversation. Because even like this, like maybe let's say 99% of everything I'm saying is bullshit, right? To you, from your opinion, which is right, which is absolutely right. I just say it's your opinion because it's not mine. There might be a few little pearls that you take from me, like, oh shit, yeah, I can dig this. I like that. Do some stuff just because time my friends go through. You know what's funny? I have a theory about women is that, oh really? Wait, you blow up after a breakup? I thought girls like they kind of bulk up after. That's always been my experience. Is that the pretty ones, they stay pretty up until they get a boyfriend, and then they kind of bulk up. It's like, fuck it, I got a man. But you know what? I guess maybe it's just cultural difference, because I don't know where you're from. I'm from New Jersey, and I know where the family that I was married into, the way they lived their life was like, and even their friends were all just like, everybody was very focused on money. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can see that. Like these girls, they had kids to block the pain, and the husbands would work to block the pain, and it's like the women were having kids to justify their own decision to get themselves into this position, and trust me, none of them were really that great of parents. They were all nasty to their kids, and the fathers, they were all just zombies from work. They did like mindless work, and they just to keep themselves out of the house as much as possible. These guys, they would work on the weekends. They would do anything they need for money. But really, I know what it was, because I was doing the same thing. It was a distraction from having to go home and face what I did, to go back and go, fuck, I fucked up. The funny thing is, in where I come from, the magical land I come from, you're not allowed to say fat. You're not allowed to say it. My son's fat, and God forbid, no, you can't say fat. You gotta say husky. And even well, in later in life, like the girls even were accepting of the fat label, because I put it on all of them. Even not my wife, but I wasn't afraid to tell my wife. She's like, "Oh, I'm skinny." No, I'm skinny. You're not skinny. In comparison to me, my definition of skinny, no, you're not skinny. But my definition of fat, you're not fat. Like I have a habit of just saying the truth. I mean, like, what the fuck? What do you want me to say? It's a yes or no. It's not a yes or no question. It's a very complex avenue of things. But then again, I guess that's where overthinking got me in trouble, right? I should have just said no. Good lesson. You teach me how to talk to women. Because you can't yell at me when I say something wrong. And really, what I'm kind of gauging it on, because I analyze everybody. And I'm reading your comments, and then going, what am I saying that's triggering that thought in her? Like, what am I saying wrong? And it's like, I'm thinking too much about this. Just let it go, because the more you think, the more you say the wrong shit, which is exactly what happened when you were married. Oh my goodness gracious! But that's me. Let me pull another one of these things. Let me see what else comes out here. Oh, this guy kind of flipped. I use my book still sometimes, considering. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? That's a big thing, and that kind of bothered me with my old life, is that everybody like thought that their experience was the only experience, and I used to try to explain that no, it's mine is different from yours. Like like you were saying before about your boyfriend talking to his friends about you. My ex used to take that shit really seriously. And I would say to him, like, listen, you don't know the context in which I was saying that thing. No, listen, what I said maybe not have been like the nicest thing, but you got to understand that who's telling you isn't telling you the same exact way that I told them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like that. But you know what? And I look at this thing with my ex, like even this whole time apart is like, this is a very learning experience for me, because I had we've known each other since high school. We moved in together in our 20s. Yeah, exactly that. And then when you have nothing left to talk about, to say the 4 magic words, I need a break. I need a break, just for a little bit, if you even need a break, because who knows, after taking a break for this long, maybe you never need a break ever again. Maybe you learn, because I just learned how to become self-sufficient in communicating with myself. Because realistically, if you didn't show up, I'd still be talking for another couple hours. By being able to self-analyze myself, I'm now able to better self-analyze the people around me. And if I have a partner like my ex who is willing to self-analyze me the way I self-analyze her, we may not be able to ever get anything done because we'd be too busy talking all the time, which is a potentiality. But that would be good because then we can just get people to pay us to talk to each other, which I guess would be the ultimate, the greatest relationship type of. Let's always start with what triggered it. Yeah, exactly. And the nice thing about what I've been doing alone is that facing the emotional aspect of it, it's like it's like they say, like every pride always eventually hits you, and the fall is worse than the climb. And what I've come to realize from my experience is that life is just a constant up and down of climbs and falls and climbs and falls. I believe that. And what's been happening a lot is, and another reason why I've been recording live is because I always notice a lot of synchronicities throughout my life, very, very intensely, especially when I leave the house. But I even look at reading cards as synchronicity. It's a different form of synchronicity. Everything happens for a reason. Yeah, the card that comes out is the card you need to see to think the thing that you need to think. It's all there for a very specific reason. My number is 1138 actually, and 1138, 138. It's a variation of the two. It started like back when I first saw Star Wars when I was a kid. 138 popped up in there. George Lucas, who made Star Wars, his first movie was called THX 1138. One of my favorite band, the Misfits, they made a song about 138, and a friend of mine pointed out that 138, if you take the 1, take that aside, and then 3 plus 8 is 11. It's a hidden, it's a hidden 111. And same thing with 1138 is a hidden 1111 because you have 11, and then 3 plus 8 is 11. I mean, granted, I'm taking some creative license with the numerological aspect, but there's no rule that says you can't, right? I mean, that's the way I look at all of this stuff. That's the beauty of occult and esoteric stuff, is that nobody can tell you what's right or what's wrong. It's up to you to figure it out on your own. There's no blind faith, in other words. Root to 5 is 2.3. I get that. Do you know what's funny? It's not really that funny, but I write a lot. I journal a lot. And over the past year, when I really started taking my journey seriously, consciously seriously, I wanted to document everything, all my thoughts, all my experiences in life. I call it, this is my 14th or 15th book. I call it speculative nonfiction, speculative autobiography. So what I do is I write about what I want, what's going on in my life, how I write about the emotional releasing that I do. I do all my shadow work in here. This is basically like my book of shadows, in a sense. It helps me keep track of my thoughts and my ideas on my philosophies and all this shit. But what I came to realize over time was that there was patterns. There was patterns coming on. And so what I do is I keep track of the dates. I keep track of the times. I keep track of what day, what planet is associated with the day. I make sure I add up all the times because what I've learned is not only is there astrological patterns to the things that go on in my life, but even when I write, those synchronicities with the times and ideas happen at the same time too. Like sometimes I might come to a time that adds up to 11, and it's like one of those, oh my God, this eureka moment. Or if I hit 7, or if it's 7:11 on the clock, something really like a really cool idea will just happen to have popped in my head that inspired me to write at that time. Like I always keep track of all that shit, because ultimately what I would like to do is make a book about astrology, an easy to study guide on how to relate astrology to yourself based on what happened in my life during these astrological phases. And so far I have a year's worth of books already written. So it's just a matter of going back and figuring everything out. But I'm too busy still. Too busy doing this now. Now I entertain myself. I got to find someone else to fucking do this shit for me. That's another reason I could use my wife. So she's going to read my fucking books for me. Sorry, I'm just catching up. Just in front of me. I feel that. Yeah, writing stuff down is like the best thing. It's one of my favorite things. It's one of in alchemy, real magic. The magic wand is the pen. Writing your spells on your parchment. It's an allegory for writing. It's an allegory for journaling. Having your book of shadows, which like your spells are those emotional releases that you put onto the page. And now, granted, it doesn't have to be just journaling. I mean, spells work just as well as writing your feelings out. I mean, it's all this. In my opinion, it's all the same thing. It's all metaphorically the same and metaphysically the same. Universal math. I'm not too keen on like sacred geometry and shit like that, but I understand the Kabbalistic system of gematria, which is Jewish numerology. I know the basics of it, like where the concept of the number is greater than the number itself. Yeah, see, I don't know any of that stuff. I mean, I know things like I know there's a thing called the golden ratio, and that there's numerical shit with spirals, and it's very intricate, very cool. I know the cube of Metatron, which is a very awesome sign. The cube of Metatron is probably one of my favorite geometrical symbols of all of them, because it incorporates a lot of what I do is very Hebraic. It's based on, like I said, the Kabbalah, but the Kabbalah is like, I don't know, people say it's mystical Judaism, but I don't even look at it as Judaism because it's not really the Jewish religion. It's a philosophy based on metaphysical science. So I don't know. Well, you are your greatest teacher. Remember what I said I was doing with this? Like, I'm just going over my own personal interpretations of the cards so that I can catch my own bullshit and retrain myself to fine tune what it is I already know. To go, okay, well, you think that way. We know that little bit is a piece of shit, so let's get rid of that. And maybe I might say something new that goes, oh, wow, I like this idea a little bit better than the old one. Or maybe we can take the old idea and the new idea and make an even newer one. And dreams are the best way to do that. Like yeah, you seem like you understand the potency of dreams. Like Muggle people, they don't. They don't understand. Oh, I was having this weird dream when I was doing this and that. Yeah, your dream is telling you that you have some serious fucking issues you need to look at, bud. Yeah, you're not happy in your marriage. You're not happy in your fucking relationship. You hate your fucking job. Yeah, there's a higher calling that's kind of going, hey, stupid, wake up. Yeah. I had one of those when I was like a teenager. I used to play the bass, and I had this revelation one night, not on how to play it, but how to explain it, and I forget what it was. That I think it was just the fact that the bass guitar sounded different from others. And one day I was having a dream, and in the dream there was a rattle that was being played, and somehow my mind had associated the rattle with the rattling of the bass string when plucked, and I was like, that's it, it's a rattle. It's not a pop, it's a fucking rattle. A lot of people call it a pop. And I woke up and I'm like, holy shit, yeah, that's it. It's a rattle. That's awesome. And even other things, like even now, after I quit my job last July. I devoted 24/7 to just exploring my mind and letting my mind go as far as I can go. I smoke a lot of pot, and I like to let the pot let me dig deep. Sometimes I'll smoke pot and drink to dig even deeper, because I recognize drugs for what they are. They're tools. They're mystical tools that the ancient sages used to delve deep into their emotional well pool and pull up these old demons. And what I like to do sometimes is smoke some pot, drink some booze, and get really fucked up and just let myself get overly emotional and cry and get mad and do all this shit. Because what I found is not only there's no hangover afterwards, because I personally believe the hangover is caused from the inability to look at the emotional shit that we bring up when we drink. I also find it helps me clear a path for more of those manifestating ideas, if that makes sense. I mean, it's a hard complex. It's a hard concept to grasp. It's like, because we're so inundated with hearing how drugs and alcohol are bad for you that it's hard to say, well, you know what, they're actually good for you. And I don't mean to say that they should be used every single day as a crutch, which I do from time to time, especially with pot. I definitely use pot as a crutch, because I know I need to be training myself to not do this with pot. But pot helps me get the initial courage to get the motor running, and then eventually I push that out of the way so that I can continue on soberly. because anything you can do high, you can do sober. And I'm just going to point out that it's almost 3 hours and 33 minutes, just because it's 3 hours and 31 minutes. But why the fuck? Well, it is 3:33 right now. So how about that? Talk about fucking cool thoughts and cool synchronicities. Maybe I lose my train of thought though. Fucking thing. So yeah, it's hard to explain that, but if you look at look at like fucking witch doctors, how they have a little bit of whiskey. I don't know the voodoo practice as well as a lot of people, but I know that I'm just going off of what little bits I do know, that there is a little bit of fucking booze in there, because booze is called spirits. Spirits comes from the fact that alcohol allows us to be possessed by evil and good spirits, and malevolent and benevolent spirits, and that's kind of what I do. I like to think of myself also as like a modern day exorcist, but a real exorcist, not one of those phony guys that wear the clip, because not that they're phony. They believe it. I'm nobody to say that anybody else is wrong, but I think I can do just as equally a good job as them, and I can protect myself better from it as well. Because the best way to exorcise a demon is to show it a bigger jerk off than itself. Because I deal with demons every fucking day, and it's just a matter of being a bigger dickhead than the dickhead itself. And you don't even have to be rude. Sometimes it's just a matter of just a subtle little nuanced, I see through your shit, don't play your fucking game with me type of thing. And it's just that subtle little subliminal message that lets them go, okay, yeah, no, I'm not going to fuck with this guy. Because we all do it. We all play that game. It's just like reading the cards. You're looking for the message between the message. Yeah, exactly. And it's the same thing with people. There's a message between the message of what they're trying to say to you. And the message is not just what their words are, but their facial expression, their body expression. You can tell when somebody is just a little bit they're not confident in what they're saying. You can tell when somebody's lying. Hey, 3:33. You can. It's called actually 3:33 and 33 seconds into 1 second. Yeah, there we go. 3:33. Do is, and when I said like I let people speak, I shut up. Oh yeah, exactly. That's why I keep my mouth shut. I just let people talk, because what you'll notice is, like me, how I just can't shut the fuck up. When you give people an ear, they can't shut the fuck up either. Unfortunately, our ego gets in the way, and it cuts them off and it fucks everything up. But if you let someone talk long enough, and they will talk, they will tell you where all the fucking bodies are buried, and they won't even realize it. Because it's going to act like a certain little trauma, and they'll quickly forget what they told you, or act like they forgot like they told you. And they're like, oh, what? I never said that. I didn't say that at all. Yeah, you fucking did. I just happened to learn how to catch that bullshit in myself and get rid of all the past baggage. And this way I pay attention to what everybody says. I listen to everything that you tell me. I listen to all of your traumas. And it's not even that I do it for malefic reasons. I do it because I care. Because not many people in your life seem to care enough to recognize that you have shit going on. So let me try to be that one person to give you an ear. And what like I said before, talking to all those people, I learn a lot about myself, because what they're telling me is shit that I need to hear. Because it actually, in some synchronistic way, it has to deal metaphorically with something I'm going through. What I've done, what I try to do is not say anything. Sometimes I might agree. If I really agree, which, you know what, I always agree, because they're right. In their perspective, yes, they're absolutely right. And in their head, that's magical. Think of it like this: their idea of magical is different from your definition of magical. It's like you're way magical than them. Like, if you ever seen Star Wars, think about when Obi-Wan, they're all in the Millennium Falcon, and Obi-Wan is telling Luke to trust the Force, and Han Solo's like, oh, fuck that shit. That's nothing but hokey pokey. Go jerk yourself off, bud. But in reality, it was there. It was just, Exactly. Han Solo's narcissistic behavior was so, his ego got in the way. He didn't want to accept that there was a force when oh no, I know best. I know everything. But here's a really important thing with the narcissist title, because I am a narcissist. I am a self-sustaining narcissist. I am proving the exception to the rule, that a narcissist does not need to feed off of other people, that a narcissist can in fact feed off themselves. And this is my proof that I can talk to myself for hours on end and energize myself enough that I can keep myself occupied, that I don't need other people to feed me with their attention. Because energy goes where our attention flows, or energy flows where our attention goes. And we all want that attention to some degree or another. I don't think we give ourselves enough attention. So this is kind of like a magic experiment to see what happens if you vampirize yourself. And it seems so far, I did 2 lives yesterday, 2 5-hour lives right back to back. There's a reason I had to split them. And what I've learned is that there's a positive feedback loop going on. My creative mind is giving my ego mind the things it wants to say, the egoic things about myself, how great I am, how smart I am. It's going back into my ears. Now I'm filtering out all the bullshit that I'm feeding to myself, and then creating new thoughts and new ideas to keep it coming back out. And it's just kind of just looping around on itself. And fortunately, I keep on meeting interesting people to do that. But here's the thing. I feel, yeah, oh, of course. Well, you know what? I had a theory, and this all stems from a theory I had of just that, needing those moments to reflect. And that's exactly what it is. When you're lost, when you're feeling confused and you don't know what to do, that's the universe sending you a synchronicity, like, or when you're bored. Spelling. Hey, listen, words are magic. That's why it's called spelling. And that's exactly the point that I was about to get to, is that when we can allow our thoughts to travel, and sometimes it's hard to face our thoughts, which is why we drown it with addiction. That's where addiction really comes from. With shopping, with money, with all that bullshit. But when you speak and you're listening to yourself, you're doing the same thing as thinking. You're giving your thoughts, you're manifesting your thoughts, and you're getting them out, and you're putting them back into yourself, and you're allowing yourself to process and figure out your own problems faster than anyone else could. Like, we are literally our best therapist if we allow ourselves to speak to ourselves. That's why people always say, like, when people who talk to themselves are crazy. Absolutely not. It's actually the best way to learn, because who's going to be your best teacher except for you? Because think of it this way. Who has your best interest in mind more than you do? No one. I mean, people can claim they do. People can say they do, but we all know deep down that the only person that cares about us more than anything else is ourselves. When it comes, wait, I don't know what you mean. You lost me there. I got a little bit. You got a little bit of the mind cloud. I know what that means. I know that pot helps. You smoke pot. Okay, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, see, now that's the thing. It likes to fuck with you. It likes to play games with you. Like I had at one point, I had three people in my life coinciding, all named Brian, all who fit an archetype. They all fit like a character role in my life. I have this like little brother archetype character role that seems to repeat in my life as well, with certain people in my and that come and go from me. For instance, Tauruses are a very big theme in my life. It's karma, big time. Like my ex-wife, the girl I almost married about 15 years ago, they were both born on April 24th, different years, but April 24th. I had 2 other women in my life who are friends, born on April 24th. My sister is a Taurus. She's a May Taurus. My brother is a late April Taurus as well. And then even this past year, once I had met this girl who I was spending some time with, and she was another Taurus. And that's fucking that's a lot of fucking Tauruses. And Aries. I notice Aries women come into my life and they usually act as like a teacher, or maybe like a sexy teacher, because always the Tauruses that come into my life are fucking hot. Like it's like disgusting hot, except for one. She wasn't my type, but she was like the exception to the rule. But then again, that made me start to think that maybe Tauruses aren't exactly sexual partners. Maybe they're more teachers. They just happen to come in sexy packages. like that song "Hot for Teacher." But the Tauruses, Tauruses aren't always my style either. I don't know. I have a specific taste, and sometimes, well, you know what? Sometimes the Tauruses do fit that role. I like trashy women, not trashy, but not afraid to show their miles. Oh my God, yeah, man. Oh my God, yeah. That's what I'm like really fucked up about, is because I know like I said, I've known my ex-wife since we were 15, and when we first got back together, like I used to tell her, I'm like, you gotta get the fuck away from me. You gotta leave me the fuck alone, man. Like you're annoying as shit. She's very, very clingy, very attaching. At that time in my life, like in my early 20s, I had just gotten out of a fucking long relationship. I didn't want to deal with this shit. I mean, she was a real cool chick. She liked to do really cool shit, and she used to let me do really cool shit too. She didn't bust my balls about nothing. Up until like ever, she never busted my balls. A little bit, but that was towards the end. That's when I knew things were wrong, was when she started busting my balls. That's when I was like, oh fuck, I don't know how to fix this shit. I've never seen this scenario before. I'm just used to her going, oh yeah, whatever. Because nobody ever told me I was doing anything wrong, so I thought I was doing everything right. So it was like, well, fuck. But then again, you know what? Maybe I was, and things were just changing. But the point of it is that I think about that sometimes. I'm like, you know what? And even I took on that characteristic. Like recently, she has their son, and I haven't seen either of them in a year. I haven't talked to him in a year. I haven't talked to her. I talk to her like once a month. She's not very into talking to me. So because sometimes I come off overly emotional, because that was my problem. I wasn't communicating. I wasn't like sharing myself. I wasn't being vulnerable. So now once I learned how to be vulnerable, I was being too vulnerable. And then that was like pushing her away. And then it was getting me all bent out of shape, because I'm like, what the fuck? This is exactly what you wanted from me. And I forgot to take into account that she's got her own life too. Like while I was doing my journey of self-exploration, she was doing the same thing. And her results weren't exactly the same as mine. So and actually yesterday I just came to that conclusion. So it's funny when you just like put yourself out there, like, no, exactly. That's exactly what I'm working on, because it's like, yeah, I know I'm great. Yeah, I know I'm really awesome with cards and a lot of the metaphysical and spiritual aspects that I take it, because nobody, in my opinion, nobody does it like me. But like I said, she's a project. She's a personal project. Everything else is like a business project. And I have other little like play projects that I play with as well. Like she's just one aspect. This other aspect's another aspect. I have like 100 different things going on in my life at all times. Like even this is a whole different thing. And I'm trying to learn how to juggle everything to hopefully one day bring it all together. And if not bring it all together, figure out what's got to go. See, that's fun. That's cool. I haven't been to a shop in a while. Like that's what I want to open. That would be really cool, is to have a metaphysical shop, but one that people like want to go to. Like around here, like they exist, but it's like a very niche, very small, eclectic group of people. And it's all usually like old ladies and like, but which I guess what does that matter? What does that matter, right? It's not about getting laid all the time, especially if you have a wife. See, it goes back to that boner card. What did I tell you? What initial ideas always start with sex, every fucking time. First thing I think about with a metaphysical shop is who I can have sex with by having a metaphysical shop. But you know what? I think everybody does that to an extent. Oh, really? Oh, see, that's awesome. That's really awesome. See, I want to be part of a community like that, because I think that's really cool. I can't live in a society like this where everybody's working, everybody's miserable. I want to find a village of witches. I think that would be like the best place to be. And if not, make one. And that's why I said that I want to take over the world and start a society for mystical people. Mystical people, call it whatever the fuck you want, but where people of certain characteristics like you and I, that we get the respect that we fucking deserve. Because I'm tired of having to play and get put on a mask for other people. You want to wear a mask, hey, that's fine. And that's not just you. That's just in general. Anybody who who hears this message at one point, but it's like I'm tired of that shit. I'm ready to fucking like just get naked. Let's go, baby. Not literally, you know what I mean. Besides, I like my jacket. Pretty fucking badass. Intimidates the shit out of muggles. They think I'm a psychopath. Which I guess, in a sense, yes, I am. From their societal standpoint, I do fit the characteristics of a psychopath because I guess I would be diagnosed with schizophrenia. I would be diagnosed with depression. I would be diagnosed with like bipolar. But I would also be diagnosed with like the shit that doesn't exist, the shit they don't talk about, like the joy and courage and confidence, the things they don't measure in human mental disorders, the mental order. We don't. There's none around here. There's a couple of like tarot readers, but they want exuberant. What I feel is exuberant amount of money for a reading. They want like $130 for a fucking reading. Sorry, but I've been doing them for free, which I know is like my own thing. It's actually it's an experiment with karma. I understand that money is the god of this world and people need it, but there's also an alternative currency, a metaphysical currency, which I'm working on. Which I'm working on the concept of actualizing it, and it works just like regular money, but it works in metaphysical terms. We transfer energy to each other through our words and through our actions, and then we receive back what we get back what we put into it. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's like karma. It's like using karma as currency. Karma currency. I guess it's kind of almost the same word if you just fuck with the letters a little bit. And I'm sure that's not a coincidence because there are no such thing as coincidences. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? How are you going to tell me what schizophrenia is when you don't have it? I mean, I have it. And I know that if I don't give myself anything for it, and if I even try to push it with like drugs and alcohol, it shows me things about myself and others. So why is that a bad thing? Why should I take medication? And why should I hide that aspect of me? That actually makes me superhuman in a sense. Because if I can see in myself what makes me like everybody else and why everybody else is like me, yeah, well, see, that's a problem. That's a problem because you know what it's doing? It's triggering something in you that's causing that breathing problem that you don't want to look at. It's like, fuck. And you know what? That's what I started to do, especially with the pot. Whatever. Moses. Everything happens for a reason. There is Moses. Why? I'm trying to think of what I was going to say. Oh, schizophrenia. You know, I'll get back down that while you're typing. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. What I've learned of schizophrenia is just your mind learning that there's two minds. There's one that talks in words, and there's one that talks in pictures. The intuitive mind, the one that taps into our ancestors, and the one that reads the cards, and the one that knows the future, and the one that can see things and see what's going on inside of everyone else's head. That they both really can work at the same time, and that's what schizophrenia kind of is the two of them kind of adjusting. But you're a little shaky, baby. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. This is kind of hard to wobble on two legs. You're so used to hopping on one all the time that once you throw a second leg in there, it's like, oh fuck. If you ever drove a stick shift, it's like driving stick for the first time. Yeah, exactly. And kind of what the schizophrenic process is balancing it out, is bringing them both in conjunction with each other, because when you do, they will work together, and they form this like this connection to source, whatever you want to call it. If you want to think of it as an external source or an internal source, I think of it as an internal source. And maybe that's something I'm actually working on is a theory that there is an internal source as well as an external source through astrology. Like as above, so below, as within, as without. Our external world is a reflection of our internal world, and our internal world is a reflection of our theosophical beliefs, and our theosophical beliefs are a reflection of what the heavens want us to believe. what that greater consciousness wants us to think. Because if it didn't want us to think that way, we wouldn't be thinking that way, because everything happens for a reason. Superhero, I like that. I was trying to get a job as a wizard, and because that's what, right after the cops came for the wizard video, after they left, because they were so pissed, I just made them look like assholes. Once they left, and I mean, but I look at it like this: at least they got an exciting day, because how often is it that where I live, they probably get called for like fucked up stuff, drugs, violence, that type of shit. How often is it that they get called to a random house that has a wizard living in it? Oh man, I do that, 100%. This is actually an experiment in ghost busting. This house is extremely, so am I. I'm not fucking around. This house is extremely haunted, and there's a lot of bad energy. And in the basement that I'm at, if you notice, I'm in the basement. That's why it's all the shitty stuff. This is the scariest part of the house. And what I did the other day was I started a cleaning process, because this is my mother's house. They leave a lot of shit down here. And what I was doing was kind of cleaning out this little area for myself. And I was even feeling it while I was cleaning. I'm like, I'm really like uplifting a lot of old energy that's in here, because like a lot of my father's stuff, when he died, they weren't married when he died, but they had a relationship, and still, like, she had a lot of his shit. Her husband has a lot of shit down here. His family has a lot of shit down here. One of his family members just died recently, and which I communicate. I can speak with spirits too. It's actually I had a feeling you're gonna tell me that you can do the same thing. Free spirit here from my family. Yeah. And like I feel them and I see them, and like I was saying with my aunt's jacket, like I feel her all the time. Like, she's here. I think right there. I believe right there, because that's where I feel her. My father, I feel my father right there. I feel the two of them with me, and my stepfather's sister, I feel her right behind me. And yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense, because if you even look at the placement, I'm just going off of my own theories and stuff. But if you look at that, my father's on my left-hand path. He's on the physical path, because my father's like I am the physical representation of what's left of my father. My aunt, who isn't my mother, unless she's secretly my mother and I just don't know it, is on my right-hand path, my spiritual path, and the emotional, the creative path, the feminine path, right side. I guess that makes a lot of sense. And then old step Aunt Teresa standing behind me is kind of like, I don't know, maybe bystander. Who knows? Even though she was trying to hook me up with her niece recently, but that's a weird thing. I don't know if I'm going to touch on that. Who is also a Taurus, but I don't think the families would really look kindly on that. But I don't know. It's a really, really beautiful girl, but that's neither here nor there. Let's touch on my Taurus X. Oh man. They made to applying. And now I can tell. You can tell by how people talk about you. By how people talk about other people, you can tell how they feel. You can kind of gauge. If you feel he cussed you out, then that means that you feel that there's an animosity, which means that there's an animosity because you have an animosity. So you feel there's an animosity in both directions. Or maybe you don't have the animosity, you just feel that he has an animosity. But remember, our external world is a reflection of our internal world. So if you are feeling, listen, I'm just going off of metaphysical science, that people reflect back to us that which we are. And I'm not saying you're a bitch. I think you're a fantastic lady. I'm having a very good time talking to you right now. But just based off of what I know, I believe it. And listen, I'm not saying you're wrong either. I am absolutely not saying you're wrong, because like I said, I think every man is a bitch. Every man that's not me is a bitch. I put myself at the highest pinnacle of manlyhood. Why? Because I feel that I'm the only man that has the balls to not only tap into my feminine side, which I'm not afraid to be emotional and cry, but also my masculine side as well. Because yeah, you know what? I like fucking chicks. I like fucking cool stuff. but I also like all the stuff that comes in between, all this metaphysical and spiritual shit. Yeah, he's got mommy issues, big time, big time. And his daughter can see it because the daughter can see what her mother saw. It's great. That's gonna follow him forever, unless he learns how to not be a bitch. Wow. Well, you know what? I have brothers and sisters. Mom. Okay. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Then what probably happened was the father was an asshole to him because the father was taking out his frustration with his marriage on him. Not his frustration with his marriage, just his frustration with his life choices. Not saying that he didn't like his life, didn't like his family, because I'm sure he loved his family very much. But as a man, I can relate to that because that's how I used to be a little bit. There was like those like, fuck, what did I do? God damn it. And I would be harder on my son than I would be on myself because I always looked at it like this. My son is going to be that reflection of me. Let me push him in the direction that I wish I went. And my wife always coddled to him. And I think that was a big part of the fact that we broke up too, was she didn't like the way that I wanted to raise him. She wanted to raise him to be more of a soft boy. At least so I thought. That's how I perceived it. Oh, of course. Of course. Well, women always are. Women always, like, they fight. Because, like, even my ex and her mother, like, they would fight constantly. But my ex's mother also used to tell my wife that I was like cheating on her and doing all this fucked up stuff. Now, granted, I did cheat on my wife, but my mother-in-law didn't know it at the time, so she wasn't talking about that. She was she was talking about other scenarios that had absolutely nothing to do with that shit. Yeah. So did my mother-in-law. They married young. They had known each other since like fucking kindergarten. She had this man like on a fucking leash. At least so that's how it perceived to me. That's what everybody always used to joke about, is how this guy was like her bitch. And it wasn't me saying it. It was just, and even when I was 15, she used to like belittle him. The first time I met this man, she's belittling him in the kitchen. Nothing break. Well, now what I would consider belittling. He's probably just used to it. He's probably just used to it as normal behavior. And you know what? And I'm sure that if I was in his situation, I would think of it the same way. It's not that he's a bitch, but you know, technically, I would say yeah, he's a bitch. Yeah, that's quick. That's really quick. It took me, like 8 years to get married. We already had a house. We already had a kid. We had the kid first in the house, and then we got married afterwards. But the only reason we got married was because I had really good insurance. I mean, granted, I did. Oh shit! Now, granted, like I did have feelings for her. I did love her. I do love her. Like she's one of the coolest chicks I've ever met in my life. Like she's a very, when I think back on the person that she used to be and what the kind of person that she could be now, because I don't know who the fuck she is now. I haven't talked to her. Like I can see her being a very cool person, or I can see her being a real fucking twat. But like maybe a combination of the two. A really cool fucking twat. But I was never like into marriage. I always thought it was like my father always said, like, don't get married, and I didn't see a purpose for it. And then I saw getting married as a way to save money so that she would stop going to the fucking doctor all the time. I just put her on like fucking insurance, and we never got any perks for being married. Not like, I mean, we did some cool shit. Like we went to Vegas. We got married by Elvis, which was really cool. We also had a. Do you? I don't know, man. Like, the Elvis wedding was cool, but I feel like I think when we got married, I didn't take it as seriously as she did, and maybe I took it more seriously than she did, and I just expressed it the wrong way. What do you mean? Oh, that old gag. That is 4 hours and 44 seconds when you said that. I don't know. I feel like, not that I learned my lesson, that I wouldn't get married again. I would need to put a lot of thought into it. If I'm going to get married, I'm marrying a witch, or someone who can keep up. Yeah, I should pay attention to stuff like that, because maybe that actually means something. No, I'm sure it means something. Everything has meaning. I've been so busy like documenting the synchronicities that I haven't actually like paid attention to what they could mean. Because I feel like if I stop to look at everything, then I'm gonna miss something. I believe it. Like the entertainment industry, like the movie industry, all that shit. The politician, the political realm. That's all black magic. That's all black magic. Bankers. When I was saying before, like money is the god of this world. Think of it like this. Imagine, play make believe that banks are like churches, okay? And that bankers, those suits, that's their wizard robes. Same thing with politicians. Look at like Washington D.C. and the Senate. They go through these expressive, these overdramatic ceremonies to start the parade and to blow each other, and to I call them 69ing vampires. They just fucking suck each other off. And they leave nothing left for anybody else. And then they turn onto everybody, onto us. It's live action role play. It's a make believe teledrama. It's a live action teledrama that they play to make us think that we live in this fucking cuckoo land that they created using black magic. By using black magic brainwashing techniques that date back thousands of years, and then they make fun of the science that actually proves that they're doing what they're doing. That's really fucked up. And then they make movies about what they're doing, like The Matrix, and then it's like, fuck you. They just do it as a fuck you to people. Like zombie movies. The point of zombie movies is just to fuck with people. It's just to show you a reflection of who you really are. The Walking Dead. Which in the spiritual teachings, I don't know how I don't have philosophies on Christianity. I take in a lot of religion. The dead that Jesus was raising from the grave, they weren't literally dead people. They were just fucking zonkies who just going to work, going home, going to eat, going to sleep, waking up, going to work, going to home, going to sleep. Those people, waking them up and going, there's a little bit more to life than that, dummy. Come on, wake up. Or don't. That's my philosophy. But my philosophy is based on like an older philosophy. Like that's not even just me making that up. There's an old philosophy. I don't know if you're probably familiar with Gnosticism. It's an old sect of Christianity that got banned. They stopped teaching it because it was too radical. All it taught you was that you didn't need the church, that you're the church, that the church is inside you. There's a really good movie with Patricia Arquette that's about it. It's called Stigmata. I think it was made in like 2000s, early 2000s. It's a fucking really awesome movie. Of course it is. But here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing. The Christian church is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It is a cannibalistic religion, but they hide it. They are a pedophilic and a pederastic tradition because they take the Bible literally. Don't forget that. And in the Bible, I study the Bible, some of it. And Christ says, in order to reach the gates of heaven, you must lay your hands on the children because you must be a child to enter the gates of heaven. I have a theory that a lot of these old school fucking guys that do like to do the diddling, they think that you're supposed to be fucking kids in order to get into heaven. But what Christ is actually saying is that you must shed your adult skin. You must lose your cares, return to the mindset of being that of a child. Be carefree, to be young in spirit and mind. Yeah, it's fucked up, man. It's real fucked up. And I have a friend that I used to chat with. Yeah, exactly. That too. Exactly. Have love for everybody. Like children don't they what do they say? Children aren't born racist. It's just like that. To be able to see the beauty of everybody. to see past the meat suit, because ultimately we all have that one spark is the same within all of us. The only difference is the name is the character and role that we play. You know what I mean? And people love to we get lost in that sometimes, like even me, but I've practiced it enough where it's getting much easier for me to get out of that mindset and to let things go. Yeah. Hey, I like that. I like that. Oh, sitting in the seat for hours sucks. I need to somehow figure out how to get this to get me money. That's the next phase. I'm not rushing it though. I've been at this for long enough that I just I let everything go with the flow, and because I know the universe wants me to just do this, and eventually we'll manifesting. Do this, make it your life. I don't know if you ever followed Infinite Waters. I like that dude. When I first got into the occult, I found him, and he said something really profound. And he's like, find what you like, then make it your life. Make it your life, and don't do it for money. Just make it like what you do, and eventually the money will follow. And when I just got into the occult stuff, well, see, that's the thing. I don't think I'm gonna need to. It's a long story. It's a hard story, because with the attraction law, that once I feel that I'm at the pinnacle of what I can do, once I'm at the pinnacle, that's when the money will come. And I don't think I even need to waste my time even telling people, oh, you gotta pay me for this, you gotta pay me for that, because the goal is for people to work for me. And what I mean by that is people to go to work and want to pay me so I can keep on doing this. That's the plan. See how it works. I may not be able to do that. Like I said, I want to be a sugar baby too. Have a sugar mama. So I mean that can come from multiple angles. Or maybe have a combination. Maybe people give me donations and have a sugar mama who pays for me to live. That would be something, right? That'd be interesting. I have I bet. Like I have the few times I've made money doing cards, because I don't normally charge. Sometimes when I first started doing it, I did about oh really? Hey, that's fucking perfect. When I first started, I was just using the demon ones, and gotcha. Yeah, that's kind of like how I did it. That's how I did it. I did like the first 150 readings for free, because I wanted to make sure that I can do them as well as I could. I wanted to be in a position that like I didn't question myself at all. I just wanted to be able to go in, grab a card, know what to say, and just say it. And I guess I wanted to do all the work on myself so that when I do it for people, it's just on the spot. Yeah. It took me a little while, because I'm a late bloomer. I didn't really get into that. You said you had that first book when you were a kid, or the first time you searched a book or some shit, right? My grandmother had the cards when I was like a child. Like I was always into like weird shit, like aliens and telepathy and telekinesis and shit. And I was always afraid of the cards, because when I was a kid, my grandmother told me that if you touched them, that you're cursed. And it wasn't until I was it was February, not last, but February of no, it was fucking last year, February 2018 or March 2018. I got my first tarot deck, because I was studying all the occult stuff, and it got into tarot cards, and I wanted to understand them better. And like I said, I started playing with myself, and then eventually I got this deck, and these like came very natural to me. I don't know what it was. I could read these right away. I read them the day that I bought them. The first reading I did was for my son, and it was just one card. I just pulled it out, and then I told him I wanted to try something different. Yeah, exactly. It's like, for some reason, I always knew that there was like this part of me that was there, and I never knew that there was other people that were the same way. And it's like now, over the past 2 years, I found out that it's just like Harry Potter land. There's magicians and witches and ghosts and goblins, werewolves and vampires. There are Every creature and ghost everywhere, every legend is real, and they hide in plain sight, and they make believe that they're human. And it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Because the signs of everything are just like all over the place, like weird ways. Or 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. And especially on Halloween. I noticed last year on Halloween, because I heard that in spirituality, that last Halloween was the first Halloween like this for me. And I did notice, because I love Halloween, I always have. I've always felt different on Halloween. And last year I found out why I always feel different on Halloween. Because like they say, the veil is its thinnest on that Halloween day. And it fucking really is, because I felt some like very intense energy that I never had felt before. And being open to it finally for the first time in my life really enhances it. I'm actually excited to see what this Halloween is going to be like, because I might just fucking turn into a fucking ghost myself. That would be weird. That would mean I die or no? Like a living ghost? Well, you have a theory. That's a long story. You know. Yeah. I like that. That that's not a bad that's not a bad idea at all. That's actually a really good idea. That's a really good idea. That would really simplify things in such a way that it would really cut down a lot of miscommunication with people, because everything that we do is just a miscommunication anyway. Like all of our fights and all of our like grudges that we hold against people, it's just a miscommunication. Somebody's talking Chinese while you're talking Mexican. I mean, yeah, we're all talking English, but all of our like our dialects and our cultural differences and all of our fucking familial differences, like it all like adds up and fucks everybody up. Mom meow. If people don't know any better. Silly humans, I call them. They're like, no shit. That's funny. Chi-Chi. Where'd Chi-Chi come from? Like Dragon Ball? That when I hear the name Chi-Chi, that's the first thing. Chi and the Chinese lady that used to cut hair with my ex-wife. That used to have like super hot crush on me. She'd tell her all the time, "He's too good for you. He's too good for you." I used to tell her she's right. I was like, she's right. I am way too good for you. Name's that brother Brawley. I love Dragon Ball. You know, I actually I relate my life to Dragon Ball, to Goku's story very much, especially this journey of mine, this spiritual quest that I look at this aspect of my life. Oh no shit, that's funny. That's really cool. I look at this journey of my life being separated from my family and like being in this like depressing underworld situation is almost like when Goku died for the first time, and he left Chi-Chi and Gohan to like fend for themselves. Like we used to watch it as like we used to watch Dragon Ball before dinner all the time. Like we started with Dragon Ball and like worked our way up. Like it took us like we started with our son like he must have been 5 when we started Dragon Ball originally, and like it went on because that fucking show's forever. Yeah. So it's like I remember when Goku first died, like my wife used to say, she's like, you know what, like he's such a fucking asshole. Like, did he ever once think of what it was like for Chi? This was like maybe a couple months ago. And I always assumed that she did. I'm like, you know what, I can't even be mad because like I think back to Chi-Chi and I'm like, what would Chi-Chi do? If Chi-Chi didn't know that Goku was going to come back, because Chi-Chi didn't know that Goku had all these hookups in the underworld. Like if she didn't know that he wasn't going to come back, and you know, good for her for saving herself for her son. Or maybe she did have a little faith in him. That bitch. That bitch being my wife, not having enough faith in me. Or maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. See, I don't know what they're going for. But anyway, I always think back to that. That's why I can't get mad at anybody, because like I think back to Chi-Chi and go, yeah, that poor fucking woman got stuck with that fucking kid. And that kid was probably going through his own shit, being human and fucking Saiyan, and he had to watch his dad die. God damn, he's probably all fucked up. Then getting his ass kicked by fucking Piccolo for so long. Jesus Christ, Piccolo fucking beat the shit out of that fucking poor kid. That's a goddamn shame. Goku coming home was probably like a fucking like God fucking coming, Jesus Christ coming down for the second coming. Oh man, yeah. Fuck yeah. Everybody was all fucked up. What a goddamn shame. Those fucking idiot. None of them can keep themselves together. Unfortunately, Goku was the only one who could. He was the glue that held everybody together, because everybody was so fucking half-assed that they couldn't fucking like maintain themselves. I wonder though what would happen if, or maybe they were just on their way. Maybe Goku was the one holding them back, in a sense, because he always came back to like kick everybody's ass. Maybe if he like, oh yeah, I know. But you know, it's like, what if he said fuck it? What if he didn't come back? And he's like, you know what, you guys fucking deal with it, man. I did my time. I did my time. You fixed the fucking the mess that you made. I fixed my mess. Now it's your turn to fix your own. But I guess that's the point of people like Goku, is to show people that, I don't know. That's like enabling, I think. Always going back to save the day. But he was doing it for a reason. He wanted to be the best. And I guess in a sense, yeah, you're right. But also in the same sense, like, I mean, he wanted to be the best. He always wanted, ever since he was a kid, he wanted to be the best. And that's what he did. Like, he pushed himself to the limits. Like, I always think back, there was one episode, I was literally just talking about this early this morning, actually. And I compare myself to this. Is like, there was one scene, I forget, I think he was fighting that bald Saiyan, I forget his name. Yeah. But he was also selfish in the point that he was also devoted to himself. He recognized that he was number one, and he recognized that without him, and you know what, maybe that's the story of Goku, is that he recognized that without him, nobody else was shit. Not even Gohan. And even Gohan was supposed to be like the baddest of the bad, because he was half human, half Saiyan. But even Gohan needed to fucking help out from time to time. He needed help. I mean, he did save the day, which is very good and very potent. Like, you got to see like his true power. But even still, like, Goku was like, he had something that Gohan didn't. That drive to always drive to go further. Like Gohan had too much Chi-Chi in him. He wanted to have the brain smarts plus the brawn, which wasn't a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. Yeah, right? Did Chi-Chi die? I don't remember ever seeing her die. I think she would be so pissed if Goku brought her into his shit. Like, I think that's why their marriage was as good as it was, because she was always the leave your shit out there type of thing. Like, all him and Chi-Chi were doing, they were just making out and making babies. And then I think they had like 3 kids, right? Or just the 2. I feel like there was a third one also. That might not have been until like GT or something. I didn't watch GT. 420. But what I was saying about, ain't nothing gonna kill Master Roshi. Master Roshi's a mean motherfucker. That dude, like, I don't know. Well, you know what happened? I was actually reading about this because I did wonder. And the guy who wrote the story, I think he wrote every episode. And eventually what happened was because one thing that my wife and I always noticed was that Dragon Ball was the only show that filled in every plot hole. They had no problem. Like, they would, seasons later, they would go back and answer a question for something. Like, they made sure that you had all the information. But this guy, he actually forgot to write Roshi back into the show, is what he said. Is it like I think right in the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, is like, man, like he said, he completely forgot Dragon Ball. Like, when Bulma, like, she lost her panties and he fucking just starts blowing fucking blood out of his nose. Like, I thought that was the funniest fucking thing. Like, even the older ones, I was surprised about how sexualized they were. Oh yeah. I even thought it was like kind of crossing borderline, like even like Goku running around with his little fucking Goku dick hanging out. I was like, this is weird. I don't know if they should be doing that. And then even Bulma, she was a teenager with no panties on, showing this old man her fucking vagina. Like, oh man, this is creepy. But at the same time, I can relate to the old man. Because what is he, like fucking 100 years old? And his fucking like 15, 18-year-old chick shows her vagina real quick? Of course, he's going to be like, holy shit, I haven't seen one of those things in fucking decades, centuries. Poor fucking guy. All the fucking blood rushed to his head. Fucking. That's the funny part. He was my favorite. Roshi was always my favorite. He was a horny old man. He reminded me of myself. Like I used to say to my wife, I'm like, there's going to become a point where you're too old for me. I need to upgrade, and because I come from a family of philanderers. Philanderer means lover of love. I like women. I love talking to women. I like being around women, and it's like I always had that problem of differentiating the two, friendship and sex, and that was a big thing. And I think that's kind of where our marriage fell off too, because I always liked having relationships with women, like not even just sexual ones. Like I did shit on her twice, but that was way long ago before I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson after that. But then even still after that, like I had like lady friends, and I can see how that would be compromising to her, my wife's confidence in herself. So I can understand there's something. Oh yeah, what's her name? Her. She was the one who they forgot about. Shit. Yeah, no, exactly. And what the fuck was her name? Roshi's woman, because she was fucking so hot. I loved her. She was my favorite because she had the "Hi, it's me," and then she'd sneeze. It's like, motherfucker, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I like aggressive women, and she was always, yeah, exactly. What the fuck was her name? Launch. It was Launch. She either had the blue hair when she was the sweet, caring Launch, and then she turned to a fucking blonde bombshell when she fucking went fucking crazy. She always had a machine gun. And there was a purple pig too, Oogway, right? Oogway? No, that's fucking Kung Fu Panda. The fucking pig, he can transform, he can morph into anybody. And I think Oolong, yeah. And what did he do? He got the Dragon Balls and he wished for like the most comfortable pair of panties ever, or ballless panties. I think that's what it was. In the originals, it was ballless panties that he wished for from the dragon. But in the censored version, it was the most comfortable panties, and he wore around his hand. Oh, I fucking love that pig. He reminded me of me a lot because he like just his demeanor was just like how I would imagine myself to be. Yeah, exactly. But you know, it was better than Piccolo, or not Piccolo, Pilaf getting it, because Pilaf was a little prick. And even though like I didn't care for Pilaf, I like Mai and Shin. I love Shin. For some reason, like a fox in a ninja outfit, he was adorable. Shu, that was his name. Oh no shit. That's awesome. That's really cool. I want to get a set one day. Once I'm established and I can start buying toys again, I definitely want fucking Dragon Balls, full set of them. You know what I want? I want to get a custom bowling ball. Like in the Big Lebowski. Not the Big Lebowski, like Kingpin with Woody Harrelson and Bill Murray. Where he's got the fucking or even like that one with the chick with the skull. See, that's fucking cool. I want to get a bowling ball of the 4-star, like one of the resin balls that you can see through. And I fucking hate bowling, but just so I can bowl with a 4-star ball, I think I'd be the coolest motherfucker. Even if I don't even get any strikes, I would just be that cool for being the fucking guy with the 4-star Dragon Ball bowling ball, because that's just badass. And only real fans of Dragon Ball would even get that it's even Gohan's ball. Fuck yeah, that's long term goals. Those are my stretch goals. I think that's before a car. Yeah, that is. Oh no, where's it going with that? I don't like to drive. I don't ever want to drive again. I mean, I'll drive a car from here or there, but the reason I don't drive is I don't have anywhere I need to drive to. And I've grown so accustomed of not driving. When I was married, my wife used to drive everywhere. She drove everywhere. I never drove. I would only drive if she wasn't feeling well. I had my own car. I mean, I did drive to work. Like, I just didn't like driving when I didn't have to. No, I don't have one. I love it. I love it because you know what? If you don't have a car, you don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to go anywhere that you don't want to. Anywhere I want to go is within walking distance, and that's the most important thing. As long as I can like get to like most places I want to go to are in nature. I want to how do you say? I like to go out and think and allow myself to explore my mind, and I find nature helps me do that. Yeah, exactly. I look at it like this. I don't want any more bills. I've had bills. I don't want those shits anymore. And especially a car bill and all that other stuff and insurance. And, fuck it. I'd rather have a driver. Let my future partner worry about that type of shit. If anything, maybe I'll be one of those cool guys and get a motorcycle. But even that, I don't even know if I want to do that. Exactly. And I also look at it like this. Everything happens for a reason. If I'm not supposed to go somewhere, I'm not going to get there. That's just like, this is how I look at it. Like if it's that important, that event will find a way to get me there. Yeah, exactly. It's like recently, one of my best friends during childhood, his mother died a couple weeks ago, and I had people like my sisters texting me that I got to call him. My mom telling me I got to call him, and I'm thinking, well, you know what? She was my second mom growing up, and if he doesn't have the courage to call me to tell me that his mom died, are you serious? He's not going to tell me that his mom died. He's expecting me to find it on Facebook, which is why all of you know, because I don't use Facebook for that reason. Sorry, I'm not playing the pity party. I'm not going to call him up so he can hear me say, I'm so sorry she died. Don't worry, she's with you. I'm not playing that fucking game. I reached out to him once and I said, hey man, listen, I know that your phone is fucking probably going off the hook and that you're all fucked up. When you need somebody to talk to, you can call me. I'll be around. Good enough. I didn't go to the wake because nobody told me. Yeah, people told me, but he didn't tell me. Why do I have to rely on other people to tell me shit? Fuck you. That ain't how I roll. You want me somewhere, you will make sure that I'm there. You want to see me, you will make sure you will see me. I had recently, I live in New Jersey. Oh, that was weird. I recently I live in New Jersey, but I went on a trip to California. Went to LA, which is right by my friend. Like a couple weeks before his mom died. I told him I was out there. He didn't make one attempt to come and see me. Now, granted, I was only there for 2 days and he was probably working because it was during the week, but still. Exactly. And you know what, with regret, I look at regret like this. Regret is just a lesson that you haven't learned. You haven't looked at the value of the experience. Like, pick anything. Like, if you can think of any regret, like, oh man, I regret picking up the phone this morning. Something that simple. But even something that simple is very complex because you can look at what did you learn from picking up that phone call or making that wrong turn or walking into that random place. Like, yeah, no, I wish I didn't do it, but I did it, and there's nothing I can do about it. So what did I get out of the experience? Like, there's something deeper than like, oh, well, you know what I learned, that I don't like fucking talking to people with blue eyes. There's something, there's a like, yeah, on the surface level, yeah, okay, that counts. But there's something deeper and more metaphysical and spiritual about it as well. And I think people always like to ignore those aspects, and that's where regret comes from. Because when you regret, in order to remove regret, you need to look at yourself and go, why is it that you regret it? What is it that you're not happy about with you that you have to make it seem like it's a pity party, like poor you? When in reality, no. In reality, it's probably poor the other person, because you should know better. That's what I always say. That's why I don't get mad at anybody, because anytime any kind of conflict happens in my life, I caused it, because I should know better. And people say, don't blame yourself. No, the reason I blame myself is because I can't rely on them, on the other person or other party to be mature enough, as mature as me. So I have to take the brunt of it, unfortunately. I'm the martyr. But here's the thing, is I don't mind, because what I've learned about being the martyr is that fuck yeah, it's awesome, because there's payback. And though we do have to look at these shitty aspects of ourselves, yeah, you know what I have to look at? I cheated on my wife. Oh my God, yeah, that was horrible. But you know what? She may have done the same thing on the same night, maybe. And she may have been doing it right before we broke up too. And she may have been doing it after we split up. And there may have been a reason why we split up. And there may have been a better reason why we got a divorce. And there may be a really good reason. And there is a really good reason why we don't talk right now. So it's like, exactly, it's the energy. And it's just a matter of letting that energy kind of dissipate. That excitement of something new, that excitement of finally getting away from that fucking ball and chain that's been dragging you back for your entire life. It's finally, you cut the chain. My wife just happened, my ex-wife, she happened to be the one to cut the chain first. She's probably just waiting on me to do the same fucking thing. So she's getting herself distracted with some fucking muggle. And who knows, maybe I'm wrong. They could be madly in love, and he could be providing her with all of the nurturing that I couldn't. But like I said, as far as I'm concerned, every man in the world is weak compared to me. And they all are, because they've all proven it. So why should I put another man above me when I am the number one man in the entire universe? Why would I want to put another man above me? I should be relishing in the fact that I am number one. And the only way to knock me off that cliff is to prove me wrong. And no one can prove me wrong. Because even if you do knock me off my hill, my little high horse, there's a reason why I needed to get knocked off my high horse. Because it was my time to fall on my ass again. Because that's what we do. We get up and we fall on our ass. We get up and we fall on our ass. Because we have to fall on our ass to prove to everybody, even the people who knocked us down, that we get I can get back up. So yeah, you can have the number one spot, because I already had it. I was the first. First is the worst. Well, first is the worst. Second is the best. Probably not. Well, then I'll be the third, which has the hairy. Fuck. I think there's really no. Well, I guess you could be number one twice. You see what I'm saying? Because technically, the second number one would be their first time being number one, so you would be able to knock them down, which technically would make you the third with the hairy chest. But at the same time, you would be the second, because it would be your second incarnation, which would mean you're the best, but also have the hairy chest. And I think you have to think that you can't just give up. And then that would technically negate the need for anyone to come back, because there's no reason for a fourth, because you would be the third and the second all at the same time. 3 equals 2. Or 2 equals 3. It's using logic against logic. I have this. I actually have this system with roulette. I have to work on it still. It's using the metaphysics of the algorithm of the game to, in a sense, actually, you know what? Does that make sense to me? Explain it, because I can almost picture it. Like, it almost makes sense a lot. And I know that there's gonna be something where I go, fuck, okay, that's it. I get it. It's something that you got to figure out on your own. I know exactly what you mean. It's the same thing as in studying the tree of life in Kabbalah. It's like this: 10 equals 1 equals 4, and 10 the 10 Sephiroth equal the 1 verse, which also equals the 4 elements, and that's life. As above, so below, as within, as without. It's a numerical representation of it, which I think I kind of made up on my own because I don't think anyone else did that before. I don't know. I got to Google it. Hopefully, I can coin that. Hopefully, I hope so, because that would be really cool. But I know what you mean. It's one of those concepts where you have to like really explore the meaning behind what 2 is and what 7 is, and kind of mush together into this really abstract concept. Because right now I'm looking at it at literal terms, like 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 7. No, it doesn't. There's that deeper aspect of what 2 is that makes it make sense. Because I also try to look at numbers. I study a little bit of Hebrew too, and it's fun because it helps with understanding a lot of stuff. It helps with opening your mind up to different concepts because their alphabet is not like ours, where it's just like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Every letter has a story and like a mythology behind it, sort of. And all together, like there's 22 letters. All 22 form this greater story that then falls into this other story, which relates to the tarot cards and astrology. It actually tells a story like this savior type of story in the alphabet itself. It's really fucking insane. But the letters also correspond to numbers, but the numbers have similar meanings to what the letters do. It's like fucking really deep shit. I'll look into it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure that fucking riddle out. I'm gonna make a note about that. Because if I can figure out that 10 equals 1 equals 4, then I can figure out why 2 plus 2 equals 7. It's good timing too. It's almost 4:44. I like some numerology shit. Like some of it's a little complex, but there's some cool aspects to it that when you analyze it in conjunction with like those deeper thoughts, like you can really come up with some really cool concepts that can help you like really figure out some shit going on in your life. It's weird. Of course it's complex. Yeah, it requires your brain to think in ways that it's not used to. But you know what? The best part is now that you put that equation in my head, 2 plus 2 is 7. The background analytical mind, the non-egoic mind is now, as we speak, trying to figure out how to rationalize 2 plus 2 equals 7. So that's actually a really cool thing. Because there is a way to figure that out, and I can already feel it in my brain because I'm trying to rationalize what does 7 mean, what is 7, and 7. Okay. So 7 is a holy number. It's a number of great magical importance because of 7. 7 is very prevalent in the natural world. God created the earth in 7 days. The 7 days that are named after the 7 planets of astrology. The 7 chakras. You got the 7 colors of the rainbow. You have the 7 notes of music. You have the 7 wonders of the world. 7. 2, 3, 2, 7. Yeah, there's a hidden 3 in there somewhere. That's what I'm looking for. But now 2 is the number of the number of feminine. Yeah, this is a tricky one. This is an interesting little fucking game. I like this. It can be figured out though. It just takes time. So what's 2? 2 in Hebrew, 2 is the letter bait. It's the B sound. It means house. It means it says house, but it represents the house of the mind, where one goes to communicate with God. That's what the bait, the B, represents in Hebrew. It's that holy place that you. It's your temple, essentially. Christ said in the Bible that the temple is within you. He was talking about the letter bait. A fun fact: if you ever drive by a synagogue and you see the Beth El, that's B, bait. It's pronounced bait. The word El is the Hebrew word for God. So really, what that translates to is the house of God. It's a visual. It's a visual language. It's not so much a literal one. And I think that's where the Jewish people of today, they get confused, because it's actually it's a language that's supposed to speak to your to your non-egoic mind. It's really fucking fascinating. And you know what's weird is, like, I never read Hebrew before. Like I studied it. Like I know some of the letters. And when I saw the Beth El, it's just that I know what bait means, Beth, and I know what El means. I happened to be driving by and I was like really fucking high. And I looked over at Beth El, and I'm thinking about a Beth, house. El is God, house of God, house of God, house of God. That makes so much sense. So I went home and I Googled it, and it was fucking house of God. I was fucking floored. It was amazing. It was only like maybe in January. Fucking cool. I think. See, the thing, I think you can do it without decimal. I don't think you even need to do like real adding. I think if you add the concepts of them. So 2 is also the feminine, the non-egoic mind. It's the feminine aspect. It's the counterpart to the masculine, where 1 is unity, the creative force, the initial will to do. It can't do on its own, so it duplicates a mirror of itself called duality. And when those 2 join, they create 3, because 1 plus 2 equals 3. But 3 is finite, because 3 is the physical realm. The physical realm is temporary. So that temporary status of 3 is 4, which is the end of a cycle. Then loops around to 1, but then it goes to 5, which is 5 is like the next cycle plus. And then I don't know what 6 is, I forget. And then 7, I know 7 is important because of all the other shit. But then 7, well, here's the other thing: 7 is also because when you double up numbers, the numbers are important too. 77 has, like, it's 2 7s, so it's important. But then if you go 3 7s, 777, now that is God's number. That's known as God's number. I think even in the Bible it's called God's number. But if you're familiar with gambling or scratchy tickets, 777 is the jackpot. Blackjack. Blackjack is 21. 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21. 2 7s is 5. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you got 14, and then 1 plus 4 is 5. But even in that situation, 7 plus 7, I would lead 7. My brand of numerology, 7 would stay by itself. It wouldn't even be broken down anymore, because it's that potent of a number. But that's just my philosophy. So this is 2 plus 2 is 7. This is a hard motherfucker. It's 24 or 28. Which would then essentially come down to 1. 1 is the number of creation, the number of the creative force, the masculine aspect, fire. But then 2 is also water. Okay, so we're kind of going somewhere. And then the second card of the major arcana is the high priestess, and she represents the 3 religions. And she also represents the universe as well, depending on the deck that you have. Because if you have the Rider-Waite deck, she's wearing the cross, but she's also holding the Torah, and then at her feet is the crescent moon, which I assume is a representation of Islam. But then even still, that's the Holy Trinity, the astrological Holy Trinity of the sun, the moon, and the stars, because Christianity is based off sun worship, the Islam is based off of moon worship, and Judaism is based off of Saturn worship. The reason for the Star of David is because Saturn, from the unaided eye in the olden days appeared as a star. It appeared as 3 stars. So it was represented as the universe. Later on in time, like even in the Bible, I think Jesus says to the Jews, he's like, your God is Satan. And the reason he says your God is Satan to the Jews is not because the Jews worship Satan, it's because the original God of the Jews, the Israelites, the Hebrews, was Saturn, and the name Satan comes from Saturn. And what's really interesting is the symbol of the Star of David, which is also the seal of Solomon, the king of the line of Joseph, who can control the forces of heaven and hell with his magical ring. This meant that he had full control of his emotions. His symbol was the Star of David. Before the Star of David was the Star of David. And the Star of David is a hexagon, which is the star. But then if you take all the points off, it leaves a hexagram. Or a hexagram. The star is a hexagram, and then the center shape is a hexagon. But if you go to Saturn, if you look at a picture of Saturn's northern pole, it is a hexagon. Oh, don't worry, because that explanation was probably like really crazy. I was going into some nutty stuff. Not nutty stuff. I was going into the weird stuff. The correlation between the all the symbols and the religions and how they're all fucking playing with each other and jagging each other off. Oh God. Well, how was that? Bear with me. I'm just, oh my God. Need a stretch. So many hours doing this is like my body just needs a fucking, I haven't had a proper massage in years. Of course, that's the way it works. So hi, nobody bothers me anymore. People don't bother me unless they need. Well, they know it's the same thing. People don't bother me unless they need me. Luckily, I because I'm not afraid. Not that because of the way I am. Yeah. But because of the way I am, people don't like to spend too much time with me. They had their fill very quick. So it's like, so people get, like I said, they get their fill very quick. So they need breaks in between. Luckily, I don't have any money to give anybody, so that's why they don't call me. And even when they do, they don't call me because they don't know I have it. Because I spend it all on myself. I deserve it. Not that I really have that much money, but some people just, I don't know. But you know what? Hey, listen, remember, everything happens for a reason. There's a reason people act the way that they do towards us. There's something for us to gain from it. There's something for us to look at, in some way, shape, or form. Wait, sometimes 24 cents can go a long way. You never know. I'm presuming, I don't know if you know about the I was just teaching my mom about this, about Lucy's, and how there's like some stores down here. Oh, I'm sure, of course it does. How you get a loose cigarette, Lucy, and so but they cost like 50 cents, 35 cents. I've been trying to quit smoking for a long time. It's very difficult because every time I have money, I want to buy cigarettes. Oh wow, really? Wow. Here it's one for 50. One place sells it for 75. I went in there one day with 80 cents. I'm like, dude, how about two for 80? Two for 80. The guy fucking says no. $1. You're gonna give me $1. What the fuck are you talking about? You should be lucky I'm even humoring you. But anyway, so what I was doing was when I was trying to quit and I didn't really want to smoke, I decided like I can't ask anybody. I have to like pay for my own cigarettes. And so what I would do is I'd just scrounge for change. I would use up all my change left over. I would go walk 2 miles down to the place that has them. Yeah, some fucking Indian guys. It's all nasty. No, there's two. $1. Whatever, dude. Which is good, because I looked at it like this. I took the 30 cents and I somebody else. I left it outside because I knew somebody else would want it. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no. I don't know. Now, I just try not to smoke. I prefer not to. I mean, that's not true. I love smoking. Smoking is like my fucking favorite thing. What I wanted to do was replace my nicotine addiction with replace cigarettes with joints, but marijuana costs a little bit more. But even still, like, what's really weird is like all this, like, just for proof of like the fucking law of attraction shit. For somebody, I haven't had a job since July 6th last year. And I have managed to, given granted, there might have been about a total of a month and a half spread in there, but I smoke pot every day in some way, shape, or form. You know what you do? Is one of the reasons I like to smoke so much pot is it helps me bring anxiety attacks. And when I have fears of the police, a lot of times I fear the fucking police, I just let myself experience it. I let myself see how fucked up I think that. What am I so afraid of? Is what I try to figure out. Like, why are you afraid that the cops are going to get you? Like, do you really feel like you're doing something wrong? And like, I start to analyze it because I can rationalize it in my head and go, wow, yeah, I can see how even something I said may be misconstrued in such a way that my actions could lead that way. Yeah, exactly. Like, you start to think guilty of yourself, and I think it's from the way that people act. Yeah, well, I think it's the way that people act around us, and they put that shit in our heads. Like, I not that I play this game, but I won't pay my wife alimony because she hit me for alimony. So fuck you. They made it so I couldn't make it to court. So they did all this shit without me. They took away my parenting rights. They gave me 0 parenting time and alimony. It's like, fuck you, man. You knew exactly where I was living. You sent the shit to the wrong house on purpose. I know this because they told me. They told me without telling me. Because I told you I can pick up on bullshit. And so fuck you. I ain't fucking paying you fucking nothing. And besides, I have a mental disorder. I can't work. And I can't afford to go get an evaluation. And I'll fucking tell the judge that I'm a fucking cuckoo bird. So I'll tell him what I believe. But I believe in the universe is going to let me slide. Let's see what he thinks. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I think that I say yes. So, fuck, where's I even going with that? What were we saying? Oh, so a lot of the times, like, my mom will tell me, she's like, oh, you have to pay it. You have to do this because the cops are going to come here and they're going to take you away. And I'm trying to explain, like, listen, let's think of this rationally. First, if I don't pay it, they're going to send me a court date, and I have to go to court first. Then if I don't go to court, then when I go to court, the judge is going to tell me, well, you have to pay. You have to pay it by this point. Okay. If I don't go, then they'll set a warrant out, and then the warrant will make me go to court. Yeah, I might spend a night or two in jail, but I will ultimately have to go to that court hearing to find out that, yes, you got to pay. But my thought process is this, that there's going to be so much that I got time. I got time to plan that out. And this time, the court knows where I'm at, so my wife can't hide and do all this sneaky shit behind my back. So I look at it this way. If I go up to court, there's a good chance she won't show up. And if she does show up, that we may not even make it into the courtroom, because I have a belief that if we were to have some kind of energetic exchange between the two of us, that it would be semi-comparable. Either that or we would fucking kill each other in a goddamn... we both end up in jail for fucking killing each other, or like beating the shit out of each other in the parking lot, which is also possible. But that's a whole different story. But that's me. That's my philosophy on things. So I'm not really worried about that, because I mean, even still, I mean, there's still different avenues to look at with that. Is yeah, I'm being a jerk to not do that, but I'm also doing it to get our attention. Like, hey, start paying attention to me, please. look at what I'm doing. Look at what I'm trying to achieve. There's a reason why I'm acting the way that I am. Just like, come on, look at me, please. And she will not give me the attention that I want, and she's not doing it on purpose. So I broke up with her the other day. Well, that's the thing is I finally, like, I've been doing this for so long, and finally I just get jaded. And what I said was, I was like, listen, I get it. We're done. You're doing your thing, but you got the kid, and I need to know that the kid is cool. So either you work with me on this or you don't. And at this point, I'm done. I don't need to continually play this game. But I appreciate everything that we've done for each other. Thank you for the lessons, and have fun with the poor copy of your dad that you're dating. At least that's what it looks like. Looks like a poor version of her father. But he's probably a very nice guy. I have never met him. I prefer not to meet him, but I'm sure I might have. There is a possibility that I may have to. Though I prefer not to. Yeah, exactly. Of course, there's that masculine aspect of me that goes, this dude's fucking my wife. I will fucking break his goddamn neck. This dude's playing dad to my kid. I should fucking break his fingers. But to look at it from their perspective of what I was going through at the time, they had no idea what the fuck I'm going through. They still don't know what the fuck I'm going through, unless they're watching all this shit, which is possible. Hopefully they are. I hope so. That's kind of why I leave this stuff around too. But also, like, guy's an instant bystander. But at the same time, he's not. Because I look at it like this. I did do a little internet stalking on him because I want to make sure that who the fuck this motherfucker is. I do. I don't use it very often, but I think it's Toxic Shock. It's the same name here. Not at Toxic Shock, it's just Toxic Shock. Oh yeah, go do your shit. Do your shit, please. All right, cool. I'll hit you up. Yeah, if you ever see me on here again, just fucking pop in, because I'm usually just talking to myself. Which is exactly what I'm going to go back to doing, because that should be fun. So, enjoy yourself. Let me write that down for you to delete that. Yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't think you were named that. Put in the wrong fucking spot. Tina Teapot. Cool. I had fun talking to you, so thanks for stopping by. Cool. You can cut. Yeah, I was gonna say. I just wrote it down. Cool, man. Anytime you see me around, hop on. I love talking, as you can see. Plus, it's easier when people are in the chat because they can't jump in too much. Gives me all the time in the world to say whatever the fuck I want. So. I'll check you later. Have fun. So I guess since that happened, fuck, I have 5 hours. Back. Need a comfier chair. Really do. So it looks like I'm never going to get this fucking tarot thing done because I should have been done by now. Maybe that's a sign that I don't need to. But anyway, so we got through the Ace of Wands. We got a very potent clarification what that means. So now we're on the Two of Wands, and I kind of talked about this one the other day. And this one's more of looking out to the future. I've got your Two Wands. Two Wands is the creative aspects of ourselves, and that's the interesting thing. This is one is the masculine. It's the creative force. It's not exactly the creative energy. Creative energy comes in two. That's the feminine. The duality of the egoic and non-egoic mind working together to kind of plot things out. or even just the non-egoic mind, just giving you the ideas that 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 initial birthing started. This was that initial idea to, okay, I want to rule the world. I want to hold the world in the palm of my hands. And then literally, here we go. We found our globe. We're now holding the world, but how do we get the whole world? Because as you can see, the whole world is right in front of him, but he's just holding a miniature, poor copy of it. But he's thinking. He's trying to figure it out. What's his next plan? How does he get there? What does he need to do to get there? At the same time, he's also dealing with his fears of like, am I capable of doing that? Do I really have that aspect of me in me? But that's a hard thing to feel. How do I say that? To not to feel, but to break through all those barriers within ourselves, to break through those fears and to break through those challenges and to break through those things that hold us back, so that we could like embody who it is that we want to be. Like this guy, let's say he does want to take over the world. Let's say he wants to be a fry chef. If he wants to be like SpongeBob, right? That's his glow. His main dream is to flip burgers at the Krusty Krabs. I mean, that's what he's trying to figure out. How is he going to go about that? What should he do to be the best fry chef that he can be? What does he have to do? What does he have to fry? Who's he got to fry? Does he have to fry anybody? Oh man, does he want to work at the Krusty Krab, or does he want to work at the Chum Bucket? I mean, what's going on? What's his favorite outlet for burger flipping and frying? You know what I mean? And that's ultimately what he's doing. Because who knows? Maybe he decides that he wants to make his own little Krabby Shack instead of going to work in a pineapple under the sea or in Bikini Bottom. Maybe he wants to start his own land-based organization that'll rival his underwater counterparts. Maybe. These are all the thoughts going through his head. These are all the thoughts that have to go through his head in order for him to achieve his dream. You can't be a fry chef until you think like a fry chef. This is ultimately what this is telling you, is that, like, yeah, you have a dream, you have to be it. You can't just think it, you have to be it at some point. You have to bring it into your awareness and find that aspect of yourself to be able to have the strength to move on and then to fight and to push and to be the best fucking fry chef that you can be. I mean, look, I can relate to this immediately, and I'm going to relate to it immediately, because that's the whole point of me doing this, talking about these things, so that it'll trigger these thoughts in me. And this is exactly what I'm doing with these cards right now, is that looking to find the deeper aspect, because I want to be the best goddamn card reader in the world. I want to best card interpreter in the world, because I don't look at it as reading, I look at it as interpreting, because everyone's going to read it differently, but no one is going to interpret it like me. And I'm going to make, and that's what I'm doing, because nobody else is doing exactly what I'm doing. Because look at this, I'm not even getting to this until 5 at the 5 hour mark. So, and not only that, but the ones I started yesterday was so long, so I didn't plan it properly. But I'd like to believe that I'm going to be able to finish this tonight, because I think I can. And maybe I might even go so far as to try my theory to go forward with the cards and go backwards with the cards, just to see what happens. But I got a feeling more people are going to pop up, because eventually that's going to happen, right? Let's see. But I'm going to check something. Of course, I want to check. My ego wants to check that. See if you subscribed. I did. And I just happen to be in a position where I don't really have. I've got a lot of shit that I want to do today. And mostly this. This is like the most important aspect of what I'm doing. Yeah, look at that. Let's see. I got these fucking 2,000 fucking jerk off followers on Twitter, but not a single one of them will follow. Or maybe everyone's working. Or they're not real. It's also possible they're not real, because then I don't already sent. I don't give a fuck if I fucking sent it or didn't send me. Fucking well. No, I realize that I'm not the center of the world. I mean, that, listen, ego mind is the dick breaker. It's there to fuck with you a second because I don't. Nothing. Sorry, I'm like totally distracted with this thing. As a backed off the conventional method. It's meant to be looked at from a deeper. I was just being a dick. Oh, right, here I am. Hold on. I'm even there, so it doesn't fucking matter. I maybe you are there. I don't know why I always do that. So talking to people in the future, because yeah, if you're actually sitting around waiting, then yeah, no shit, you ain't going nowhere. Doesn't matter what I do. Saying things about things. Saying things about things. Just like you said, but that shit. So yeah, so that was kind of like an idea. I just got caught up with there was on Twitter, and I act like a jerk off sometimes. And I like when people call me out of my jerk off nature on Twitter because it's a make believe land, but I show like the real side of me, like the real jerk off side of me. And I say really jerk off stuff. It's like people to call me out of my bullshit, and sometimes they do. And I got called out on something, and I had to explain to somebody that it was just deeper than what they were thinking. There was actually a deeper aspect to it, which is a pain in the ass because people don't think as deeply as I do sometimes. Like I put a lot of thought into a lot of things. Like I used to, when I was married, I used to set up booby traps for my wife, like to fuck with her. Like I'd set up booby traps in the Tupperware cabinet. But it would sit for days. I know that, and then some days she'd open it and the fucking Tupperware would fall out. And I know it would happen sometimes when I wasn't home, and I'd just get off and doing stupid shit like that. But sometimes I would catch myself when fucking Tupperware would fall on my own head. I get it right back. So I don't mind getting, and it's okay. My ego is cool with that because they asked me what I was talking about. Like, what does that even have to do with anything? I was like, nothing. I was just being an asshole. I was being an asshole because I wanted someone. I needed some negative criticism. I needed some negative feedback for once. I need to be put in my place. And being put in your place doesn't always mean like with a fucking hatchet. I mean, sometimes it's like, what are you talking about? Like, what? What do you want? And it's fine. It's good because not everyone gets me. My ex used to say, like, not everyone gets him. And that's absolutely right. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Keeps the riffraff down. Don't have to worry about most people. Because most people don't want to fucking talk to me. This is fine. But maybe either that or they do. Or that or she was just holding them off from talking to me. Whatever. Alright, whatever. What would she be? Does it keep me outdoors stuff? Probably. I mean, like, I'm a fucking prize. Look at me. I'm handsome. I'm smart. I'm, like, very attractive, I think. I know. I think for a man, I'm probably the most attractive man I've ever seen. I mean, I've seen attractive men. Like, Brad Pitt's a very attractive man, but he's not like me. Am I saying that I'm better looking than Brad Pitt? Yeah. Are other people going to think that Brad Pitt's more attractive than me? Yeah. So what? I just happen to think that I'm better looking than him. Sorry, Brad. What's my fucking problem? Three wands. So this is like further exploring those aspects, because remember, this isn't all about just like actually literally going out and doing it. This is just the concept of what's happening. Like this is just the thought process behind this. So first, like this is literally, it's telling a story to you. The process of how the mind works. Like first we conceptualize. We have that general idea of what we want. Then we get the emotional aspect of like, what is it that we want? What is it that our deeper purpose for this? Why did we have this thought? What is it that we want to create from it? And then now we're actualizing it too, in a sense, because now we're exploring those thoughts. Like we've honed it into, all right, well, yeah, there's a million different paths we can go, because remember, he's holding the whole globe. He's got the whole world in his hands. He can do anything he wants. But now he's kind of come to a point where, okay, well, I got to fine tuned it. Okay, we got to start from somewhere. So let's start from scratch. Where we need to hold the world in our hands, where do we need to start from? What's the next step? The next step is going out into the world, and now it's about determining how you're going to do that. 3 is creation. 3 is the number of creation. So what are we trying to create here? We're trying to create that idea. We're trying to go a little bit further to really finalize and not and really finalize what it is that we're trying to create here. And now what this leads to is, and realistically, that's kind of like where I am at on a literal standpoint, is that I'm now trying to create this aspect, because by talking about these cards, by integrating these concepts in my head, it now teaches me how to think like that. And right now I'm thinking of I'm learning about the element of fire, and that's what all this is. You want to master the art of fire. Here you go. Here's your spell book right here. This is how a spell is made. This is how you create. You start by saying fuck it. Fuck, I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. If they want to say I'm crazy, go ahead. Because I just had this fucking really cool idea that I've been working on. I'm trying to fucking fine tune it. And now I kind of have it kind of honed down on where I need to go, because we really can't do anything until we know exactly what it is that we're doing. Otherwise, then we're not doing anything. We're just making a mess. Like you can't make pancakes without pancake mix. And now, granted, you can follow the instructions, which is fine, or you can go about doing it your own way. Orbs. I see orbs. I see orbs a lot. Sometimes, like I see them in the corners. Usually when I see it, but it's out of the corner of my eye. But you know, that's what they say. Like if you ever read the book John Dies at the End, it's a really fucking cool book, and it's all about like tapping into to behind the veil, and I believe one of the concepts like early on in the book was that like sometimes you can't see the shit that's going on around you. You can only see it out of the corner of your eye because your straight on vision can't accept it. This is the egoic vision. This is more of the peripheral of what's going on around you. That's why like you see like people out of the corner of your eye, like you're really seeing them. It's just like they're not, whether they're there or not. Like it's hard to explain. Like they're there, but they're not there. It's like when I had this experience once last year, a really fucked up experience. It actually led towards a very deep and introspective look into myself and my own fears. And it revolved around a fear of mine of being molested when I was a kid. And I don't think I had. The ultimate lesson learned was it's in your head. You don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because whatever, whether it was real or not, whether it happened or not, whether the people that were involved or not, the lesson is you survived. You made it through. And you can remember whatever you want to remember. You can picture it as in bright 8K quality as much as you want, but what difference does it make at this point? Nothing that you can do to change it. And believe it or not, there's probably a good karmic lesson as to why it happened in the first place. Because not only your karma is not only your karma, but your karma is also tied to the karma of the people around you. So like everyone's intertwined. Everyone's energy is connected. It's like you're not a victim because unfortunately that person who did whatever bad thing it was to you, not just singling out child molesters, anybody, and anyone that victimized you, they're just as much of a victim as you because they're a victim to their own programming. We are, in a sense, true artificial intelligence in that we're programmed to be the person that we are. We are conceptualized and we're kind of led down this path by the people around us and society where we're going to go. But deep down, there's that instinct within us that goes, no, this is what I want. This is what I want to create, and we hide from it. And that's the negative aspect of this card, is that we hide from this, of fear, of failure. We're afraid to find out that we are just as bad as everyone makes us think that we are. It's not that they do it on purpose. It's just that how we interpret what people say. Very potent card. But what's valuable is learning to see both aspects. Because when you can see in black and white, then you can start seeing in 4 dimensions. Because what that means is like there's people that are seeing 2 dimensions. You have the people who are always right or always wrong, but they're always right about everything, so they can't be wrong. There is no wrong because they're just not it. They just tunnel vision. That's 2-dimensional thinking. Then you have the once in a while they might doubt themselves, but that doubt just reinforces everything they know, and they attack, they fight, they want to fucking argue. Then you have the 3-dimensional thinking where people think in black and white, but sometimes in some aspects of their life they can think in shades of gray. And then you have 4-dimensional thinking, which is you have the shades of gray, black and white, plus some color added in there too, so you got a lot of variety. And that's where I like to live is in the rainbow spectrum. But then you have other aspects too, because now once you're into like the 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th dimensions of thinking, that's starting to think in a global, not even global anymore, in a more extraterrestrial sort of way. And what I mean by extraterrestrial isn't just, and yeah, I do mean alien, but not alien in this, not really in the alien in the sense that you think, because really when you think about it that deeply, we're getting a lot of our signals and thought patterns from the energetic frequencies that are being injected from the planets around us, because our solar system is made of this perfect harmony of balance that is made up of all of the planets that go around the sun, and everything is where it needs to be exactly at the time that it needs to be there. I mean, the path of the Earth isn't just a random number, random speed that's put together. No, it's a calculation based on everything around it, based on the size of the sun, based on the size of all the planets, the distance of all the planets from each other, and the sizes of all the planets from how they act and where they are with each other and how they also go around. So each planet is pulling itself at the same time while the sun is pulling them all, and it's very beautiful and abstract. And those energy signatures that are coming off of those planets come to Earth. Those energy signatures affect every other planet in the vicinity of them. Each one talks to the other one in a sense. Gives off an energy. What's communication? But the communication is the flow of energy. It's just another form of currency. And for example, the moon pulls the tides. Without the moon, there would be no tides. There would be no there'd be no high tide. There'd be no low tide. There'd be no waves. If you're familiar with the ocean, I know there are people who have never seen the ocean before. But it's made by the moon. The moon does that. But now also keep in mind that the Earth is made up of 70% water, just like your body, as above, so below, as within, as without. Your body is just an allegory for everything else that's going on around you, including the world around you. The reflection of you is just literally a reflection of everything else. I mean, the world outside is just as fucked up as you are inside. Remember that. You make what you experience. And now, with that in mind, the moon and its effect on all the tides. Now, granted, there's a new moon tomorrow. Black moon Lilith, I think it's associated with. Lilith is the original wife of Adam in Babylonian scriptures, and she was made not from his rib, but she was made with sludge and slime and mud, and she eventually left Adam and Eden, and she became the mother of demons. She lives out by the Red Sea and just fucks demons all day and has babies and also fucked up weird shit. Really fucking demonic stuff. Interesting though. What was the point? Now lost track. But even Eve, Lilith, Moon's communication. Lilith had her path. She had her Three of Wands moment. She wanted to leave. She wanted to leave Eden, leave Adam, and do some shit. So she had to do some planning. I don't know her story very well, but I'm sure that it wasn't just like an up. All right, bye. That she put some forethought into it. That there was probably some shit that Adam was doing that wasn't making her happy. He was probably acting like a real jerk off. Because I'm sure Lilith had her own set of standards and morals, and she probably just wasn't taken up with his shit. Not anymore. Good for her. Which is then where she goes, fuck it, I'm going out. I'm ready to journey outward. And then just maybe she acted it. Maybe she didn't look before she left. Maybe she didn't put enough forethought into it, and she just fucking ended up at the sea fucking demons and making demon babies. But that's also the story. But also one man's angel is another man's demon. So maybe the stories about Lilith are not exactly the truth. Maybe she wasn't as bad as everyone was making her out to be. Maybe there was a good reason why she left. Maybe she's just being demonized by the wrong people. Maybe the right people. Because like I said, one man's demon is another man's angel, and to see that aspect in someone else and to look at them and go, yes, you're a demon, you're evil. There's also good in that, because every wrong has some right and every right has some wrong, and every demon has some angel and every angel has some demon. And if you can find that aspect in these in these stories, you can find them in yourself, because they represent us ultimately. I mean, the stories that I'm relating because of the cards are just as easily relatable to yourself as they are to somebody else. Like, you don't need to be this person. Like this next one, the Four of Wands. 4 is a number of creation. It's a number of completion. It's the end of a cycle. So what is this? A celebration, it looks like, right? We have 4 wands. And why do I know this? You have to understand numerology, so you just have to take my word for it. That's how I interpret it. So we had 4 wands with the wreath and the people in the background. It looks like a celebration of some sort, possibly a marriage. I know that's how people see it. Sometimes there's some people dancing too. If you look by my finger, like there's a party going on. There's a party going on. Michael Jackson? I don't know the words of this song. It's playing in my head though. Michael Jackson. What the fuck is the name of the song? Get up. Don't stop. Don't stop till you get enough. Right? Is that how it goes? Some shit like that? I don't know. There you go. I sang. Happy? Broken the barrier. But now this number of completion, this is like, okay, so now we have an actualization of what we want. We have a goal. We have a place that we're going. We have thought about it. We really analyzed it. We looked at it from as many angles as we can, and now we have a set goal of where we want to be. And maybe this is just a checkpoint, because ultimately we want to hold the world in our hands. That's what we want. Coincidentally, what's the last card of tarot? I mean, not the last card. This is the penultimate card. Is the world card. So, something tells me that when we make it through this entire journey, that we may actually be making it back to where we want to be. And this card kind of shows me like this is the first step of where we want to be. This is that goal. Okay, I got it. Now I know what I want. And you know what? To a degree, I can relate to this all throughout my life, because even as a kid, like when I was younger, I was talking to that lady before, and I used to think I'm a megalomaniac, or maybe that was Elvis I was talking to, not the Elvis, the guy that was talking to, dude that was in the chapel. As a kid, I used to have like these weird ideas of being. I was a megalomaniac. I couldn't watch The Omen because I always wanted to be the Antichrist. I was jealous of the power that he had, and that whole concept of being the son of the devil. It was so much cooler than being the son of God. It just seemed like really fucked up and cool. I don't know. I've always associated with evil and bad guys. It's just always been my thing. Megamind is one of my favorite movies. Oh no. I initially had that idea to take over the world. I've always wanted to take over the world. My magic, my dark magic, like the Jedi. And yeah, you know, I had some conceptualizations on how I would do that and things that I would do and how I would do it. And throughout my teen years, I used to put a lot of thought into it, how I could take over. Oh my God, have I been planning this for that long? Somebody put a thing on Twitter. What would you say to your 18-year-old self if you can give them some advice? You won. You already won. Don't worry about it. I didn't give him that answer, but yeah, just to let him know, hey, you pulled it off. You did it. Good job. Congratulations, you smart little fuck. Oh my God. I wish I could talk to an 18-year-old me, and I guess technically, in a sense, I am. Because the 18-year-old me is the same as the me that I am today. And if I just manipulated my life in such a way that I just fucking think that I did, Jesus Christ. I have a vision. Had my vision. My vision got fine-tuned. And you know what's even funny? Even one of those visions was, I can't really see it, but Tetsuo Shima, who was on my arm right there. Familiar with Tetsuo Shima? He was the antagonist of the movie Akira. Akira was all about the evolution of human consciousness and human psychic abilities, which is all the same thing. They didn't call it consciousness; they were just psi abilities, which involved like teleportation and telekinesis. But telekinesis is in such a way that it was actually really. I'm a very big fan of telekinesis, kind of like the Jedi form of telekinesis in the prequel trilogies. That was just much more fluid. And if you ever played the game The Force Awakens, kind of like that. Like this is very in your fucking face. Like this is like pushing it to the limits type of thing. That's what Akira was like. It was like a fucking really awesome movie. I loved it. And it's my inspiration for learning how to do telekinesis, which I can't do right now. I can't do it in a physical sense. I don't know if you can. I haven't seen it done yet. I believe it can be done. I'd like to learn how to do it. Eventually I'll figure it out. If it can be figured out, I'll figure it out. Because my mind is already figuring out a way, like, how can I figure out how to do telekinesis? How do I do it? What do I need to do? What do I need to do to be able to learn how to do telekinesis literally and show people how that it can be done? What do I have to do? I'm not asking you, I'm asking myself, because I'm playing the question in my head, because eventually it's going to start. I have a vision. I have a goal. I Ask and you shall receive. Knock at the door and shall be open. And have a goal. My philosophy on things is very simple. It's to start at the end and then work your way backwards. Do I use this in the physical world? Like Neo at the end of the Matrix. You don't have to dodge him. Just fucking stop. That'd be so fucking cool. And I guess that's kind of a little example of this. You have that end destination of where you want to go, that final moment. And yeah, you know what I'm saying, telekinesis and stopping bullets and all that shit, but you know what? That's right now. That's the initial thought. That's the initial creative process. And it needs to be fine-tuned. Saying stop bullets. I'm not saying that I'm not going to, because no one can prove that I can't. Because I can't prove that you can't, so you can't prove that I can. Something like that. So anyhow, I like this. I never thought about something like this before. But then we come to the 5. 5 of Wands. 5 of Wands is like it's conflict. Well, obviously it's conflict. If you look at all these guys, they're all like fucking banging each other around with their fucking wands and playing King of the Hill type of fucking thing. What I see here is like you have that vision of where you want to go, but now you're fighting your internal demons. You're fighting those the nags inside of your head saying, no, I can't do this. Because let's be realistic here. That coming up with a grand idea and executing it is really difficult to do. I don't know if anyone's ever tried it before, but it's fucking hard. It's scary. It's like really crazy. When you hold on. Enough. I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? Hold on. There ain't nobody in here. Oh my God. I need this. Oh my God. Oh, I need that. Oh, I needed to stretch. The body is like, I need a fucking proper. I would probably really benefit from yoga. Fantastic. Remember, I said I need a comfortable chair. This is 6 hours, man. You gotta understand that, like, this is like almost inhuman. This is my job, to talk to myself and talk to anybody who comes through, which is cool. I mean, where were we? 5 at once. So you've envisioned where you want to go. You have that checkpoint, and now it's time to struggle. Struggle is to actually get to where visualizing is easy. That's the easy part, is figuring out where you want to go. Because to figure out where you want to go, you figure out where you don't want to go. And that's kind of the negative aspect of this. It's like, you know you want to go here, but how do you know you want to go here until you figure out where you don't want to go? And you don't want to go to the worst place. You don't want to be, and maybe you don't want to go here, but there's going to be struggle no matter what. Like, struggle is inevitable. That's why this isn't the opposite of this card. This is what comes after this card. And this comes after because you have to fight yourself. Fight all those voices in your head and fight all those external sources, those external forces that are telling you that you can't do what you want to do. You can't achieve what it is that you want to achieve. You have to beat these motherfuckers down. And then, you might not beat all of them. There's going to be some that fucking give you a good whack. But that whack is, like I was saying to somebody yesterday, like, you can only get hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat so many times before, like, you build up the armor for it to bounce off. At least that's the theory. If you always expect it to hurt, you didn't learn the lesson from the first time, you ain't going to get any better. Think of like, there's a great book series, Sandman Slim, by Richard Kadrey, awesome author, awesome series. There's a lot of similarities between myself and the main character, Stark. James Stark, Sandman Slim, assassin from hell, the magician who got trapped in hell for 11 years and finally got his way back out and decided to go on a not an adventure, but pretty much an adventure that led to him trying to kill all of his old compadres who sent him to hell in the first place. Instead of looking at the bad situation for what it was, is that by going down to hell, it made him strong enough to be able to face them, which I don't think he ever took the time to really appreciate. At least not in the books I had read so far. I only read like the first 3. I'm rereading the second one, which I've stopped. So, because I found it being more of a distraction than anything else. It kind of pisses me off because I do want to go back to that series because it's really good. Unless I'm not supposed to read it because it doesn't turn out very good. So I remember reading the 3rd one and being kind of like, wow, really? Still going on with this shit, huh? It's kind of just his attitude he doesn't seem to evolve very much as a character. So, and maybe I just missed something because I wasn't evolving in myself. Because look at that. We only reflect what we get back, and that little inner conflict with myself that I couldn't evolve is maybe why I was projecting those thoughts and feelings onto Edward Stark. Now remember, if you're listening to earlier conversations, I was talking about Neo and the Matrix and the evolution of thought and the evolution of the machines, and how, because the Wachowski brothers, or sister, whatever the fuck they are now, how they were people and they were trying to write for machines, and that's why the Matrix failed the way that it did, because they didn't take into account that they think like humans. Who knows? Maybe that's why they're going to rehash the movie with a 4th one with Keanu Reeves and Ann Moss, or Katie Ann Moss, and Katie Moss. They're old people now. The Matrix and the leather and the suits. I get a little embarrassed when I watch the Matrix. I'm like, wow, they really dressed like that, didn't they? I wouldn't dress like that. Not right now. that's a little too cyberpunky for me. Not even, but no, yeah, that's exactly what it is. But I guess cyberpunks, they got their own thing too, right? They like leather, those people. If that's even a thing anymore. I don't know if that's even a thing anymore. Like, yeah, how are you bringing back cyberpunk in a society that just doesn't even get it? That is literally in the Matrix and they don't even fucking realize it. See, that is that conflict inside of us, that trying to rationalize everything that we're doing. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about the Wachowskis. Maybe they're going to do a fantastic job, and maybe Keanu Reeves would make a great Neo. Or who knows? Maybe Neo is just fucking desperate for some money right now and ready to fucking do whatever it fucking takes to get a fucking nice bankroll. I don't know. I haven't seen much. I don't watch movies very often. I don't know what that guy's life is like. I'm sure he's pretty interesting though. He was a very nice guy, but the internet tells you lots of things. He can be a baby eater for all I know. But you say the same thing about Mark Hamill and Luke Skywalker. Like I follow Mark Hamill on Facebook, and I'm actually kind of embarrassed for him. I mean, he likes to make his Jedi jokes once in a while. I don't think he doesn't do it anymore. Because I used to like. Not that I would scold him. I didn't scold anybody. It's just like he said a couple of stupid things sometimes I thought were a little bit out of line. So he liked making Star Wars puns. So I made a Star Wars pun to him, and I haven't seen him make many Star Wars puns after that. But I did compliment him because he made this really witty joke. It was he was spelling his name using letters and emojis. He had spelled his name Mark. Or Mar, M-A-R, and then he put the camel afterwards, and it was kind of like Mark Hamill. Funny. If you're into that sort of shit, which I thought it was kind of funny. But see, even that struggle with trying to teach Mark Hamill the truth about the Force on Twitter is like that struggle in me, because you have no idea. Because even after I like kind of gave it to him, I felt bad afterwards, because I'm like, fuck, man, I just fucked with Mark Hamill. That's not right. That's not cool. I even apologized after. I'm like, sorry, man. Listen, I didn't mean it to come out any other way than like this, because it's like hero. I even asked him to like do fun activity with me. I even asked him. I was like, do you want to? Can we recreate like a scene in the movie, like just something to get our minds off the fact that he didn't respond. I thought we were gonna be friends because he liked one of my comments once. In a form of idolatry, demons are behind it. Please repent and turn to the Lord God Jesus Christ. I agree with you in a sense that I agree with the reasoning behind why you think that way, but I disagree with. I believe that you're correct coming from the standpoint of the Christian church, and yes, I do respect the Christian church for what it is. Do I practice the Christian beliefs? Not the way that the church believes it. I practice a form of Christianity that is outlawed in such a way that I believe that the church doesn't want you to practice the way that I practice, because if you practice the way that I practice, then you would know that you don't need the church. But it's not up to me to tell you how to practice. I'm not telling you you're doing anything wrong. The Christian church is doing exactly what it was made to do, and that's to survive, and that's what it's doing perfectly, and it has its flock doing exactly what its flock needs to do. I just happen to interpret the Bible in such a way that Christ is not my God. Christ is within me. I am Christ. You are Christ. Christ is everywhere. Christ is the heart chakra within us all. The Holy Bible condemns tarot as divination. You're opening up yourself to demons by practicing it. Yes, you are correct. Because like I said, that I am Christ. I do have the Christ in me, and I do exorcise demons, as you can see with the demon tarot. And yes, I do allow myself to be possessed by demons. It's all part of my exorcism work. We are not Christ. We have been deceived by New Age movement, which is a satanic lie. Yes, you are correct. What I said, what I mean is, and the satanic lie is actually, the satanic lie is that there's no God. That's just the true satanic God. The true satanic God, or the true satanic lie, is that the devil doesn't exist, and that the physical form is that there's nothing aside from this physical being, when in reality, this is God. That all around you is God. That God is the living universe around you. You are seriously being conned. I hope you repent and submit. Well, you have to also understand that the only person conning me is me, because I only
Well, I mean, I take opinions from everybody. I listen to the church. I listen to the Church of Satan. I listen to the Luciferian Church. I listen to anyone that has something to talk, and I take what I can out of them. Please put down the tarot cards and pick up the Bible. Actually, I have a Bible upstairs, and I do study it. Just like I understand how Jesus said, and my favorite quote of Jesus, which is probably your favorite too, is don't think I came to come here. Don't think I came to bring peace to the earth. No, I came and I brought a sword. He who is not with me is against me. Oh, yeah, actually, I threw in that line. I have come here to turn father against son and mother against daughter and father-in-law against son-in-law and daughter-in-law against mother-in-law. He who loves his family more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves his children more than me is not worthy of me. That is the true Christ, Christ within me, putting myself above everyone, including God, because I am my own God. God tells me what to do. And how you want to interpret God, that is your own specific way. If you want to interpret God as that multidimensional entity that speaks to us from a different dimension, yes, I believe that. But I also believe that as above, so below, which just like Jesus Christ did, as above, so below, as within, as without, as within, so without. That the external world that I experience is a reflection of my internal world, and my internal world is a reflection of my theosophical beliefs, and my theosophical beliefs are a reflection of what my God wants me to believe, and my God wants me to believe that. Do you believe Jesus Christ is God who died for your sins and was resurrected? In a sense, I do, but like I said, Christ is within me. I have been resurrected from my old life with the title of Christ within me. The knowing my heart is open, my heart chakra, my sacred heart is open to the connection with the divine. Like the Jews had prophesied with the Seal of Solomon, with the masculine and the feminine joining together to create the divine union, to unite us with the divine aspect of God itself, the creation, the Ein Sof, if you will, the limitless light. Because let's not forget that Christ came from the Jews also, that the Old Testament is the Jewish Bible, and the Jewish Bible holds more wisdom than the New Testament, which was created by man. The Old Testament was created by God. Don't forget that. Because not once in the New Testament did Jesus Christ put his words. Now, if you want to follow the Nag Hammadi texts, which I'm not too familiar with, because I know some about them. I don't know too much. I haven't studied them myself or read them. But from what I understand, that Christ does have a gospel in the Nag Hammadi text, as does Mary, his wife, and that those texts show that Jesus was not only not a God. Well, no, he was a God. He was a God. He had God within him. Christ is God. Christ is God. Jesus, the man, was just teaching the word of God. Now, to the average bystander, those miracles that he was performing were miraculous, because yes, they were magic. Christ was performing magic. Christ was a witch. I don't think you understand that. Christ was the witch king. He was the devil made flesh. He was the morning star himself. He admitted this. Don't kid yourself about what you think you know. Don't think you know it all. No, Jesus Christ is Almighty God, the one who created all things. Well, technically, Jesus Christ was the man who was walking around Jerusalem teaching, raising the dead, and showing the cripple how to walk. God himself, who created the universe, is the Son. The God who created the earth is the Son. The God that's the God of the Bible. Science and religion, they use different terms to speak about the same thing. The story of Christ. I'm shaking my head here with the lies you're spewing. Hey, one truth to me is a lie to you. Good is considered evil to the evildoer who considers himself a good guy. Because believe me, the shit that you're spewing at me, like, listen, no, Jesus Christ is the Almighty God. Yeah, you're right. Burn all your New Age and pagan books. Well, let me ask you this. At what point am I telling you to start believing what I'm believing? Who the fuck are you to tell me what the fuck to believe? You want to see the fucking power of God, you little fucking demon motherfucker? Go look in your fucking Bible and see how your priests are fucking your kids. How about that? Go see how your church is stealing all your money. Unless you're a child fucker too. Are you? Because if you're a child fucker, then you would be telling me what to do. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. Then you probably are. And you know what? I take that back because that's not fair. You just push me to a limit because I don't like being told what to do. And if you're a follower of Jesus Christ, then you're a follower of me because I am also a friend of Christ. I have Christ within me. See, the demons are manifesting through you with your anger and foul language. Of course it is. But you know what? That's how you expel them. You can't just wish them away. You can't just go, oh, please God, make them go away. Yeah, they do have to come out. How do you think Christ was? What do you think Christ was doing? Do you think he was just asking, can you guys kind of just disappear? No, he put them into swine. And he wasn't exercising other people. He was exercising himself. It was an allegory. If you want to, unless you want to take it literally, which you can. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. Because what you're telling me is that I'm lying to myself. Because these are my own conclusions. I hope you repent and turn to your holy maker, Jesus Christ, who loved you. And I already have. Because I am my creator. I created me. I created God. I created God in my image as God created me in his. So we are actually in union. And now, believe me, when I say that God and the devil, they're the same person. They're just mirror twins. They both live in my head. What you got a taste of was the devil right there. Right now you're getting a taste of Christ. Because Christ is a lot more forgiving. And yeah, you know what? I may curse and I may yell at you, but you know what? I'm going to learn my lesson right afterwards. And I forgive myself. The true forgiveness of God, of me. I forgive myself for cursing you the way that I did. And the demons I put inside of you. I do apologize, but little swine like you who follow a false God, they are going to need to see the follies of their ways. And don't worry, I already accept your apology. I don't need you to apologize because I forgive you as well, just as I forgive myself. Because you are just a reflection of me. And when you're telling me that I'm speaking blasphemy, you're speaking blasphemy to me. Like so there's also that aspect. But what I see coming in your very near future is maybe some sleepless nights that you're having right now. And maybe it's are you possibly that you're questioning your God? And maybe it's that you're seeing too much proof around you, having too many signs, aren't you? Has God been speaking to you? Because he does speak to us through synchronicity, which technically synchronicity would be the devil. And the devil is probably speaking to you a lot. You're probably seeing a lot of repeating numbers, and maybe music is playing on the radio when you need it to play, or maybe someone you're thinking about calls you shortly after calling them, or thinking about them, or you bump into them. Remember that the devil is the god of this world. He's the god of the flesh. And if you want to believe that your God is the god of this flesh, this parasite thing that we all are, then that's up to you. What is that? What does that mean? What is this? Hold on 1 second. Restart. No, get out of here. But hey, if you want to believe that you worship, the God you worship is the devil. The God that I worship is Christ. Is Christ in me. The third eye, the pineal, the Holy Spirit, the sacred feminine, not the Holy Spirit. Because I believe that the Christian church, run by men who worship a devil and they have sex with children so they live forever. Those people, and listen, I respect them for what they do. Okay, I'm out. I hope you get saved. So do I. I really do. And I look forward to seeing you again. It was nice meeting you. Be blessed. God bless you. And Christ within you. So with that was actually a really interesting conversation. And that was, I guess, part of this conflict type of thing, because the universe and God, they will throw these little distractions at you. And just as those distractions, these battles, they do manifest in our minds, they also manifest in the physical realm in the terms of people. And you know what? I did lose my cool with that person, and that wasn't very cool of me, but I don't do anything that I'm not supposed to, because everything happens for a reason. You can think, and you know, to answer your question, because if you're still there, think of me as God's will made flesh. How about that? Okay. He wanted you to hear that for some reason, because you know what? You probably have been a naughty little bear. I feel a naughty, naughty little bear watching you right now. And unfortunately, I've got a feeling that you're not practicing what you're preaching. And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So those sleepless nights, and when you're thinking of me, because I'm the one who had to point it out to you, and that's why you ran. And yeah, you know what? I may have gotten a little bit rude, but you should see some of the shit that you're saying to me, and I'm just reflecting back to you what ultimately you're putting on me. You want to see demons, motherfucker? I'll give you some motherfucking demons. Conflict. That was actually pretty cool, and a great example of this card. Because yeah, listen, there is a biblical aspect to all of this, and that's the really weird part, I think, is that what a lot of people are afraid to look at is the actual spiritual, we call it spiritual battle, I guess, that is taking place within everyone, because everyone is starting to see this stuff. If you were paying attention to what I was saying to them, I was only saying things that are real. Like you're seeing a lot of synchronicities. You're seeing a lot of the time, repeating times. People thinking, you're thinking of people right before they call. Things happening as you're thinking about them. They didn't respond to any of that at all. It wasn't until I was getting a little bit filthy with it, which is fine, because you know what? Don't talk to me like you know me, because you don't. My New Age and Pagan, burn all your New Age and Pagan books. You know what? Maybe I will. But don't you fucking dare tell me what to do. I need to get everything I can out of them first before I burn them, because they're distractions anyway. Like, I don't need any of those things. I don't need these cards. I don't need the books that I read. But you know what? They keep me occupied they keep me occupied in the moments in between moments. But now I think I have a new obsession. I have a new obsession, which is me. And maybe this new obsession of me is what's really going to put me in the place I want to be, which is the Alan Watts of the internet. That's what Alan Watts did. He talked to people, and he shared his philosophy on life and his philosophy on metaphysics and spirituality. And you know what? The guy was a fucking genius. And you can look him up and spend hours listening to his lectures, and you will find exactly what you need out of every single one. You may not understand everything that he's talking about, but it all makes sense in a way that's familiar. You know it's going to take you time to really dig into those aspects and really figure out what it means personally to you, because you don't know what it means personally to him, because you don't know him personally. And that's part of the translation process, and that's part of this conflict, because now what I just showed that person. All right, so they came in here telling me that I was going to. Oh, I gotta write this down. This was actually really awesome. So what they did, they came into the chat and they told me that I'm going, not going to hell, but that I need to repent. And 10, 16, 7. What? 2, 8, 6, 7. Watcher on the wall. Watcher on the wall. I need to repent. Oh, shit. Weirdo from YouTube. It is fucked up. That person's weird to me. That's a weirdo. But they're right. They're right at the same time, because and I did say that to them, that their philosophy of Christianity is not the same as mine, but it is equally as valid. What is this? So I'll go through. Tarot is a serious sin against the living God. Well, it depends on what you consider the living God, because I consider myself to be the living God. So no, it's not a sin against me. It's actually an offering. It's the universe communing with me. It's a communion with the divinity of the universe, of whatever the fuck controls the universe. It is divination. There we go. Right. It's a tool in order to tap into and tune into and respond to the divine in a form of idolatry. Demons are behind it. Please repent and turn to the Lord and God Jesus Christ for salvation. And what I tried to explain at this point was I already have. I have found Christ within me, which is technically what this person would consider the Antichrist. I meant to say that to them. I wish I did. Kind of annoyed by myself. But demons are behind it. And yes, as a matter of fact, but again, one man's demon is another man's angel. What's that one? Every card comes up for a reason. It always makes me think of women. Focus on opening yourself up to greater power and reputation. Hey, that's actually perfect because that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, this card I usually get a couple meanings from this, but we'll stick with the definition more. Hey, happens for a reason. Demons are behind it. It's demons, but hey, one man's demons, another man's angel. Gormary, and this is like first impressions. First impressions. Be mindful of first impressions of people. Sometimes the ones who come off the wrong way are not. And you know what this person was actually, they meant really well. And you know what, that's what that card was just reminding me, is that this person, is that fucking weird? I feel like that's really weird, how that card just came out like that. How those cards both came out like that. I gotta write that down too. Because these are weird synchronicities that you know what, I know people aren't into some of this shit. People don't find it as fantastic as I do. But really, this is a lot of stuff. I'm in my basement and like I'm making these connections there because yes, ultimately this is my goal. Opening myself up to greater power and reputation. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to do. And then that card, and this one's fell. These two fell. We've got Gormary here. Gormary is all about being mindful of your first impressions of people and don't be so quick to judge those who may rub us the wrong way because they might have some wisdom. And you know what? That's why I want to go through what this person had said because they're absolutely right. I want to show you that this person has 100% wisdom. That's just misguided, in my opinion. But mine, I'm misguided in theirs. So here's the thing: is that I'm calling them misguided because I realize that I myself am misguided. I'm misguided because I allowed my ego to overcome. Now that person kept their cool, for the most part. I don't think they kept their cool completely. If they really kept their cool, they would have stayed longer to try to have a conversation with me because they would have noticed I was actually cooling down afterwards. But the reason I had to get hot was because you don't tell me what to do. Sorry, don't work like that. It's a form of divination and a form of idolatry. Yeah, because I've realized that I'm God. But I've also realized you're God, so it's okay. It's nothing serious. Demons are behind it, yes. But again, like I said, one man's demon is another man's angel. Please repent, I have, and turn to Lord and God, Jesus Christ, for salvation. I did, but not Jesus Christ. I turned to Christ. Two different people. Jesus Christ is a mythological character who may or may not have existed. Christ is a title that does exist, like Buddha. It's a spiritual title for a spiritual teacher. And yeah, you know, and I think I'm a much better spiritual teacher than Jesus Christ is because those people are fucking a little bit out of control. I think I'm actually doing a better job than Jesus. The Holy Bible condemns tarot as divination. Yes, it does. Actually, I don't know if it says tarot specifically. I think only certain versions do say that. You're opening yourself up to demons and practicing by it. Okay, but here's the thing: is the Holy Bible itself, let me see if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament. This article, we must understand that the Old Testament is the Holy Book. Actually, I think it's the New Testament that they talk about the tarot. Tarot. Oh, fuck. Frick. I don't know. I know it says it in there somewhere. Someone says it. It doesn't matter really who. What is it? My cow. proving Christian persons wisdom. Wait a minute. The Holy Bible, if you're talking about the whole thing as a whole, well, you got to understand that the Torah, the Jewish Bible, was the Bible that was written in God's language, written by God. New Testament is written by men about a God. It was written in Greek. It was written at a completely separate time as the Old Testament. The Old Testament came first, like I said, it came from the Jewish religion, which is where the Christian religion stemmed from. The Jews practiced the Jewish religion said that there was a prophesied a Messiah coming to save the Jews from persecution, and the Christians kind of took it. Well, the Romans took it and they made Christianity out of it, in a sense. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. I don't know the full story. You can. I'm too focused on myself to worry about certain origin stories of where some gods and demons came from. Eventually, once I have more time on my hands, then I can do that. Like that guy from Da Vinci Code. Do a better job. Because my life is kind of similar to that. I just watched a little bit of that movie. I didn't watch the whole thing. But we have some similarities in the way that we conduct ourselves. The Holy Bible is divination. At some point it does, but I think it does in the New Testament, so you can't really trust the New Testament because the New Testament is written by man, and the word of man is fallible. The Holy Bible is the Torah, which is the word of God, the law. And the God of the Torah is the same God as Islam is, technically the Christian God is technically the same God, but perverted. That's why he's the devil. Christ calls the Jewish God the devil, but Jews call the Christian. Jews don't even recognize Christ. They're actually two opposing forces. They are the yin and the yang. Christianity is the physical representation of Christ. In such a way that they worship the physical body. Lord, they condemn the physical body. They make you hate yourself because you aren't Christ. Make you feel bad, and you should. Especially if the story of Christ is real. You sick bastards! How dare you let that man die for your sins and live the way that you do? And you know what? Listen, if those Christians are right, then you deserve to go to the hell that you're going to. But if they're wrong, they deserve to go to the hell that they're going to, which in their idea is heaven. It's fucked up, right? Like I said, one man's demons, another man's angel. And what's heaven and hell? Heaven and hell is just a perspective, in my opinion, in my interpretation of the Bible. Like I said to the person, like it's not that I don't believe. I believe it says exactly what it says. I believe that you believe. I believe that you believe what you believe. I believe you believe what you say you believe. I believe it, but I don't. And because I don't, it doesn't matter what you say. I mean, like there's some aspects of what you're saying, your words that are kind of like, okay, yeah, I can listen to that, but not everything. Some shit that's just. Please repent and turn to Jesus Christ, the Holy Bible. You are opening yourself up to demons and practicing. Yeah, well, no. I am absolutely opening myself up to demons by practicing it. But the point of me opening up myself to demons is so that I can face these inner conflicts within myself. Because demon is just an energy signature, and what it does is causes doubt. But doubt puts you on the right direction of where you're going. And maybe I should just stop talking. You'll just fucking talk. I think it's by engaging. But I like negative feedback because it helps me get stronger at this stuff. Was it a Christian troll? No, absolutely not. Some people would say he was a troll, but he's an antichrist and I'm God. But you know, in reality, it's just like I said, science and religion, they use the same names. They use different names for the same shit. It's just dark matter. What science considers dark matter is in the occult world called ether, or the quintessence, the the fifth element, which is the divine, which is the story of the tarot, which is how the four elements come together to create the fifth element: fire, air, earth, and water, which plays a very integral role in the Christian religion. The four elements, which are the cherubs of Ezekiel, the lion, the bull, the phoenix, and the man, which represent the four fixed signs of the zodiac, which is Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, and Scorpio. Scorpio, the deeper meaning of Scorpio is a phoenix. Scorpio is like the sign of death because it's got a stinger. It represents death and rebirth, renewal, and that's the phoenix who rises from the ashes. And those are the cherubs of Ezekiel. And unfortunately, the practice of astrology is thousands and thousands and thousands, probably longer years older than Christianity. So don't fucking come at me and tell me what the fuck is right and wrong about astrology and all this shit, man. Slapping a goddamn mouth like I fucking did. See more fucking demons? Fuck you. You fucking little monkeys. I don't give a fuck about your stupid little fucking religion that you don't even know about, okay? You don't know it as well as I do, and which is a fucking shame. You're a fucking you're a fucking disgrace, and especially to some of the priests that I've met. You fucking jobbers. And you know what? Maybe my spirituality is a little bit higher than yours, but you know what? Just play the part. Put some faith into your fucking religion. You have a car. You have a hat. You live somewhere. You have a watch. What is this? Baseball caps? Fucking disgrace. Your religion is about sacrifice. You're not sacrificing anything. You're making more money than I am. I'm more a priest than any priest I've ever met. Sorry, but I'm not fucking sorry. I'm absolutely not fucking sorry. I am more priest than any other priest I've ever met. And you know what? I'm not saying that I'm smarter than you or that I know better than you, but the bandwidth of your mind is sad, in that it's two-dimensional thinking. That person is a two-dimensional thinker. They're right. There is no other way. Now, granted, I understand why they think that way. I understand why I think my way. We're both right. We're both wrong. To him, I'm wrong. To me, I'm right. But he's right too. I don't think he's wrong. He believes what he believes because that's what he knows. He doesn't know it the way that I do. He can't see the way that I can see. And if he saw the way that I can see, then, or maybe he can, and maybe he just sees it differently. And that's the point. That's the point. That's why it's all confusing and like all this shit. Like, they're really, all of these religions and all these philosophies and all these theosophies, they all fucking say the same thing. And we're so caught up on the whys and hows that nobody is actually paying attention to really the what is. It's a fucking shame. Conflict keeps us in conflict. The Tower of Babel, that all men were speaking the same language. No, we weren't literally speaking the same fucking dialect. We were talking the same spiritual language. And it wasn't until we all united and realized that we ourselves are God, that God came down and struck us down from the Tower of Babel and said, fuck you guys. There you go. Here's all your fucking weird religions. Now figure it all out again. Interesting. It's really cool. It's a really cool story. But these are all allegories. These are all allegories and metaphors and like things. They don't literally mean what you think they mean. They represent certain aspects of our lives, because everything is relevant to everything else. You are opening yourself up to demons. Yeah, I think I just showed that before, because I just expelled a couple more yelling at all the fucking people. And the Pope, I'm fucking coming for you, bud. And what do I mean by I'm coming for you? Let me elaborate what that means. I want your job. And this Pope, what I'm saying to the Pope, I'm not talking about the Pope Francis specifically, but one of these popes, I am the Pope. I am the Pope. I'm the next Pope. And I am going to strive to be the Pope, because that's what I want. I want to not take the church down, but I want to help let's work together. We can get a lot more done working together than we can working apart. And I'm very patient. And this is going to take me a very long time. And I don't give a shit how long it takes me. I'm going to play a lot of roles in this world, and I'm going to be a lot of people. And I would much rather work together with you fucking human monkeys than continue on with this. I don't know what it is. This. And I'm reading this person's comments. This is craziness. But then again, I'm talking craziness because nobody talks like that. So I don't think. None than that. Maybe there aren't. Maybe there's a whole bunch of other ones. You fucking cuckoo birds are making me look bad. You are not Christ. No, I'm not Jesus Christ. I am. I have Christ within me. I live through Christ. In that, I understand the word of the book. I don't go around advertising myself as Derek Christ. Though technically, I guess I could. Toxic Christ. I like that. I like that a lot. That's funny. Because it's a title. The name is a title. I mean, it's not a name, it's a title. It comes from a Greek word that means anointed one. It comes from a Jewish word. It comes from a Hebraic word. Christ literally is not a name, unless it was just a coincidence that this guy was named Christ, which is possible. Definitely possible. But there's a reason why Mary didn't have the last name Christ, or Joseph didn't have the name of Christ. Christ came from the Jewish word. And unfortunately, the Christian faith, and I'm going to have to warn you, is that you can't hide behind mystical texts for the rest of your life. Yeah, you have to realize that Christ was a witch. Christ is a witch. He's a demon wrangler. He's an exorcist. He's a black magician wearing white cloaks. You can do it both. You can do it all. He's the witch king. You have been deceived by the New Age movement. I don't think so. Well, maybe I have, but they helped open my eyes because when I saw that I realized I was being deceived by them. I realized they're deceiving everybody. It was a satanic lie. Yes, you're absolutely right. In a sense, it is. From your perspective, it is the satanic lie of the Satan you are aware of. But there is another Satan that you're not aware of, and it's the one that's standing right behind your back, because the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. Which, yeah, it comes from that movie, but it also comes from a poem a long time ago. But when we talk about him, we channel him. That's kind of how it works. When you say a demon's name, you give it power. And in a sense, yeah, it's a demonic lie, because Satan is the god of this physical world. If you want to believe in that sort of thing, it's metaphysical. Stop fucking taking me literally, please. It's just, understand, I'm a scholar. I'm a theosophical scholar. I'm not like a fucking teeth maker or a shoemaker or a fry chef. I devote my time and my passion to a very specific line of thinking, and because of that, I think in a certain way. You don't like it, go fuck off. You don't like the fucking way that I interpret the Bible. I don't give a shit. It's not my problem. I'm not here to please you. I'm not here to please anyone. I do appreciate your critique, though. It does help enhance my experience, because now that I get to analyze what you're saying, I get to really dig into where I'm wrong. I'm not all right. Totally right. You know, maybe I'm not Christ. Just because I say it doesn't mean I am. If I have to tell you, then chances are I'm not. Because I'm sure there's still more I need to learn about myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing these parts. So how about that? How about that now? Maybe that's what makes me more Christ than you motherfucker. Or your fucking little fucking guy who threw himself on a cross. But he is real. He is real. Christ is a real God. I just don't give him my attention. Not yet. We'll talk one day. Yeah. It's a long story. You can talk to gods. You just have to know how to talk. You just talk to him. Hey, Jesus. Hey. I know I called you a bitch. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but you gotta understand. By calling him out, I'm just calling myself out. I know, you know. You're a good guy. You are seriously being conned. See, this is where I started getting mad, and I think that's where they felt it, because you're telling me that I'm lying to myself. And yeah, you know what? I do lie to myself. Of course I do. Everyone lies to themselves, but that's why I'm talking to myself, so I can figure out my lies. Unless I'm just making myself a better liar, which is also true. But in a sense, by becoming a better liar, I think that helps me tell the truth more, because every truth is a half lie and every lie is a half truth. I mean, it's very difficult to speak 100%. No, well, it's not difficult to speak 100% truth, because though I'm deceiving myself, yeah, I'm lying, but in lying to myself, I'm telling myself the truth. If that makes sense. I'm showing myself the truth about me. What's the truth about me? That I'm a fucking liar. Am I? Oh man, what am I lying about? Everything? Shit. Well, shit. If I'm lying to myself about everything, I'm lying to myself about what I'm doing, which means that I'm not fucking going anywhere with any of this, which means that I might as well fucking just stop. If I might as well just stop, then what the fuck am I doing continuing going on? I might as well just fucking hit the fucking button, right? But if I was supposed to hit the button, I would hit the button. And if I was supposed to hit the button, I wouldn't see this card right now. Which is going to tell me exactly what I need to do. I can see it in my peripheral, and it's already told me what I need to do. Like I said to this man, or whoever it was, the temple is within you. Christ said, church, the temple is within you. That's what this card says. The temple is within you. See these three men? It's the emotion, it's the physical world, it's the spiritual world, that's the creative world, the spiritual world, and the physical world joining the three aspects of the self, the Holy Trinity, the egoic mind, the non-egoic mind, and the physical body, working in conjunction with each other to create this temple devoted to our Father God. And you see this guy's a friar or an abbot or whatever the fuck these guys called, but that's where they worship God, is not in a fucking temple. And like I said to the guy, my consciousness is my God, that divine spark. Whoever I am is irrelevant, because that guy is replaceable, he's reprogrammable, he is putty, malleable. He is a lie. The identity that I identify with, that egoic identity that I have, yes, that's a lie. It's not real. My real name, no, human gave it to me. It's a human name, but technically it's mine in that it tells a story. For instance, I said I'm not Christ, no, not Jesus Christ, but Christ is within. For instance, Buddha, Krishna, all that fun shit. My name is Derek. Derek in Hebrew is one word with three meanings. It means the way, the life, and the truth. What did Jesus say? I am the way, the life, and the truth. Yeah, fuck, man. Your name's for a reason, right? Or no? Or is it just an exception? I don't know. One man's miracle is another man's coincidence. How many coincidences do you need to see before they're not coincidences? I don't fucking know. I'm just fucking doing my thing, dude. If you find yourself quacking like a duck, you're walking like the duck, you're a fucking duck, dude. I don't know what to fucking tell you. What am I supposed to do? Go, nah, you're right. Nah, I didn't go quack. Fuck off me. I don't fucking know. I just do what I've been told. I'm just doing what I hear in here. And what I'm doing in here is just kind of everything's working out. I'm not upset with where I am. I'm very happy with where I am. I wish things were a little bit different in my life, and I'm working on making them change. I've actually never been more in control of everything than I think I am right now. And even if I'm not in control, and it's just like a false sense of control, I feel good. I feel good about it. And even if things don't work out the way that I want, then so be it. Shit happens. You know, then fall down, we pick ourselves back up, and then we try again. Maybe, you know what, maybe going back to the old tactics is the way to go. Maybe this person's right. Maybe I should give up my tarot cards and my satanic ways. But you know what? I'm not going to just take someone's word for it. I'm gonna let myself jump off the cliff and see where it fucking takes me. Because I don't like to take other people's word for things. Who the fuck are you? Maybe you're just there to cast doubt within myself, just to make me doubt myself. And you know what you did? You just made me doubt myself before. If you didn't notice that, where I said all that shit, and I was telling the truth. Like, hey, maybe I did fuck up. Maybe I did lie to myself. But you know what? I didn't learn how to rationalize, because if I did, I wouldn't have picked up the card that I did to really justify every action that I take. Did you keep up with that, by the way? I hope you repent and submit yourself to the Lord Jesus Christ in the Bible. And yeah, I did. I have. I mean, I repent. I repent in that I forgive myself. And like I did with that person. You know what? I overstep my boundaries by talking about the kid fucking and the church and accusing the president. What are you, the kid fucker? I forgive myself for saying those things, because what that was a little bit of satanic residue that was left over, and that's what brought that person here. So I've been talking about Satanists for a couple days, and I was just getting beaten by a Christian. Satanists hate me, and the Christians hate me. Satanists are. I like the Satanists. I like the Christians. I like both. I like everybody. I think we can all like join forces. We really could. We really could. It'd be amazing. Repent, turn to Jesus Christ, Lord Christ, Jesus Christ. I believe you are opening yourself up to repent and submit yourself to Lord Jesus Christ. Bible. How do you do that? How do you submit to the Lord Jesus Christ? By calling him my Lord and Savior? Fine. What do you want me to do? 6:56, 10 minutes is 6:66. What do you want me to do, Jesus? He's tired. Fucking guy's tired. He's been hanging on a fucking cross for 2,000 years. Take him down. Sick fucks. Torturing this fucking poor soul. The beating and abuse that they put this man through. Why? So you can prove a fucking point? Sick fucks. Then again, there's a theory that Jesus was a fucking coward. That God saved Jesus and strung Simon up. That's why he's a false fucking God, because Jesus ran away from his destiny. He was too afraid. He was too afraid to be put on the cross for others to judge him. So he threw Simon his way, and Simon took the brunt of it. Simon's the one that suffered. Simon wasn't the Son of God. Simon was just a man. He was scared. He was fucking used as a scapegoat. I fucking dare you. False idolatry, motherfuckers. What's his name? Let me give this guy a little bit of fucking courtesy too. He's actually, I actually just learned about this. Simon of Cyrene, while he was hanging from the cross, bleeding from the side of his rib, Jesus Christ was kneeling behind him like a fucking coward, going, "Hey man, thanks for, I owe you one." So you want to know who Jesus Christ really is? He's a fucking coward. And let Simon die. But then again, if you read the Nag Hammadi text, I don't know what goes on after that. Goes on with the story of Jesus. Please put down the tarot cards and pick up the Bible and study it. Well, I've already done that. I have done that again. I have the Bible right next to my bed, actually. It's weird. Weird is new normal. Don't call it weird. Don't fucking call me weird. Because you're weird. Don't fucking call me weird. Why are you calling me weird? Why am I weird? How am I weird? Why? Because I like to do what I like to do. I know I'm going on a rant. You just came in at a very good time. Hopefully, are you even saying anything today? Let's see that other guy again. What I'm doing is I'm ranting. That's all. So you came in at a really good time to see me fucking rant. And I'm having a little fucking hissy fit about people calling me weird. I don't like it, especially when weird people call me weird. Weird people like fucking these fucking Bible pushers or these fucking Satanists or these fucking all these fucking people who call themselves witches. All these people who think they know what the fuck they're talking about. They call me fucking weird. You know why they call me weird? Being weird is good. Yeah, I know it is. It really is. And here's the thing: it's not even weird. It's weird is normal. Oh no, and you're right. You're right. but that's why I said like you came in at like a very interesting point because I was analyzing what this person said, And I was allowing myself to get heated because I let myself get heated so that I can get it out. And once I get it out, I can learn from it. So like even this person that was just pissing me off, he only pissed me off because I didn't allow myself the time to analyze what he was saying. And I did have to get a little hot with him, but it worked out in the way that once I said I said the shit that I was saying and I got nasty, I said, listen, it's cool. We're talking the same language. I said, I just needed to show you exactly what you're telling. You want to tell me that I'm getting possessed by demons? Here's some fucking demons for you, motherfucker. And yeah, I got really colorful. But after that, I recognized. I say, hey, listen, we're just interpreting the same book two different ways. Don't piss on my parade. They didn't like that. And then what I did say the thing about the Pope having sex with kids, and people don't like that, so I can respect why he left. I deserve that. I only said it to fucking poke at him, and it worked. But that was it. It's like I've been trying to do this all day with these fucking tarot cards, and every time I get distracted, and like the guy that came in, like I'm in the middle of a really good, a good rant, a good solid explanation, and really it was perfect timing because I was talking about the Five of Wands, which is all about conflict, and I was relating it to like internal conflict, and him showing up and starting his preachy shit with me was almost like divine timing of that internal conflict now being externalized. It was really cool. And just and listen, though I was a jerk off, there will always be people to judge and try to, oh yeah, absolutely. What I like to do is I like to take it in. I like to take in that negative energy and see how it channels. To like for instance, this whole thing that I'm doing, it's all for me. It's more for me and getting over my fears of talking in front of people. And the beauty of doing it live is that there's the possibility of just random people popping in, like you and the other guy and the other guy and the other guy and the other person. Some people I talk to for like an hour. Some people I talk to for like 5 minutes. But like as you can see, I've been here for like 7 hours just fucking trying to do my thing. I only got through 5 fucking cards though. But each time someone pops up, it's relevant to the conversation of what I'm already talking about. So it's and what I like to do is yeah, exactly. There you go, magic. Words are magic. That's why it's called spelling. We're just transferring energy back and forth, and what we consider negative energy, like people fucking with us and people pissing us off and people doing mean things to us. No. All they're doing is they're pointing out aspects of ourselves that we need to look at, aspects that we are just too afraid to see on our own. So the universe, God, or whatever you want to call it, sends these angels or demon. We call them demons when they hurt our feelings, and they're angels when they do nice stuff. When one man's demon is another man's angel. The people who kiss your ass, people who don't challenge you, are fucking with you. It's the people that you perceive as fucking with you. Those are the ones that you really need to pay attention to. Those are your greatest teachers, because they're showing you the aspects of yourself that, like I said, that you don't want to see. And not to say that everybody who is kissing your ass, if they're not nice to you, if they're not mean to you, no. I do believe it's people are genuine when they say like positive things, but for every positive has a bit of negative inside of it, and every negative has a bit of positive inside of it. It's just hard to find when you take something wholly as positive. It's difficult to find the negativity in it. Just like if you take something negatively, it's hard to find the positivity in it. We have to learn regarding that specific matter. Exactly. In this case, it is important to take it in. Just like you said, yeah, exactly. And but I also look at it like this. I do believe, I do take in some of the Bible's philosophy. Like I study theosophy, the philosophical nature of theology, and I just study all theologies, find what philosophies I like, and then integrate them into myself, integrate them into my own being. It's like, instead of just like being a hypocrite and saying, oh, the Bible is the word of God. No, I live it. I try to find the aspects that work for me. I test it. And what works sticks with me, and what doesn't work, I don't do anymore. Or maybe I realize I have more to learn before I come back to that specific area. And it just happened to be that, thank you. and it just happened to be that a lot of where my personal beliefs came from started with a study of the occult, and that started from I was following the QAnon phenomenon when that first happened in 2017, like November, and it led me down this path to find out what Satanism was, because they're all talking about the Satanism that runs the world. Like, nobody's asking what is Satanism. Everyone thinks they know what it is. They don't question it. So I decided to take it upon myself to find out what exactly that means. And what it did was it led me down this rabbit hole of understanding and esoteric wisdom and science that I didn't even realize was there, but made more sense to me than the world I had been living in for 38 years. This was only 2 years ago. I mean, it made so much sense that I decided to devote my life to it. That you know what, this scholar's path that was once prevalent in the old world, places like Alexandria and people like and even Christian thinkers like Thomas Aquinas and even his teacher Magnus. What the hell is his name? Marcus Magnus. Fuck, I forgot. If you ever look up Thomas Aquinas' teacher, they were both alchemists. They weren't just Christians. And Thomas Aquinas had this amazing philosophy that Christianity was able to integrate the thoughts and philosophies of other religions. Because Thomas Aquinas was a wise man, he realized that all of the religions came from one central point. There was one central point that everything came from. I was literally just talking about this before. Like the Tower of Babel, the story of the Tower of Babel is not about people talking the same language and then eventually like we decided to take over God. No, we spoke the same spiritual language. We spoke the same spiritual language, and we all realized the same. From my beliefs, the interpretation, we all spoke the same language and realized that we were God. That there was no reason that we tried to take over God, and God came down and said, "Fuck you guys!" Boom. Now you have all these fucking weird religions and all this weird shit. Now you go and figure it out. But here's the trick: is each one has a key. Each one has a puzzle piece to fit into that final thing. And I think that's really where my personal life journey has taken me, is trying to collect as many puzzle pieces as possible. And not only do they come from studying the religions and all this shit, but it also comes from people. Because ultimately the true religion is our religion, is my truth, is your truth, is speaking and behaving like you think, which is duplicated by how you feel, It's an interesting lifestyle. It's different, but it's very rewarding in its ways. It's like anything else. You get out of it what you put into it. It's just like the law of attraction or manifesting and as above, so below. Your external world is a reflection of your internal world, and your internal world is a reflection of what your God wants you to believe. Yeah, exactly. But here's the beautiful thing: they're all the same, but they're all different at the same time. Like, you can find metaphors and analogies in everything that you do and everything that I do. So it's like, even that dude that came in before, he's like, "Oh, you got to repent and find Christ," and in a sense, he's right. Though in my philosophy, Christ is within all of us. That we are all Christ, and the one true God is within us all. But also the one true God is a reflection in us, is a reflection of the higher God that runs that higher consciousness that runs the solar system, which is another aspect of the higher consciousness that runs the galaxy, which is another consciousness that runs all the galaxies and ultimately the universe. Everything's an analogy for everything else. I don't know what your take on astrology is, but I'm a very, very big believer that the energies of those gods, because I believe in those gods as well, that they help dictate our the energy that flows within us, and which then reflects the outside world. It's all very complex and it's very interesting, and tarot was a very big part of that. Tarot was a huge big part of that. Yeah, it's an underrated science. It's a completely underrated science. And what I was trying to say to that person before, when they're like, "Oh, the Holy Bible says that divination is bad and all this shit and demonic." That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm kind of teaching it, sort of. what I was trying to say to him was like, and I think it's the New Testament that says that tarot and divination is evil, because the Holy Bible, the true Holy Bible, the Torah, the Old Testament, is based on the Jewish Torah. The New Testament is written by a man, about a man, that tells a story that a man is a god. There's no actual proof. It's literally written by men. The Holy Bible, the Old Testament, is written by God, by men inspired by God. However you want to put that, because technically Hebrew is God's language, which Hebrew, we only know it as Hebrew today, but in the olden days it had different names. It didn't look like the way it does now. So it's people are just very caught up on this, like, I know everything, and everything that I know has been the way it is forever and ever and ever. They don't even know that in Babylonian times, before Christianity or Judaism, that they had an Adam and Eve. Most people don't even know who Lilith is, and that's a whole another thing. And meanwhile, we have the at 7-Eleven, as I say that, the dark moon Lilith tomorrow, which is what the dark moon is. The dark moon is Isis's evil twin. Now, granted, I don't know what the Egyptian name of Isis's evil twin is, the dark sister, the dark mother, but I know in the Babylonian it's Lilith, but I know the Egyptians had a different name for it, because all these people, all these gods and all these goddesses, they're all the same person. They're not the same person, but they're the same archetype, and they're all archetypes for astrology. They're all archetypes for the planets, who are the real gods. And here's the fucked up thing. And I was saying this before. The funny thing is like, we live in a society where we're taught to make believe God isn't real. We're made to believe that aliens aren't real, and that there's anything outside of our limited perspective. Even though we love to admit that there is only so much to our perspective that we see, that we just won't admit that anything else is real. But here's the thing: you want to see heaven, you want to see hell, you want to see God. I was telling an atheist yesterday, you want to see God. Here's what you do: go outside, look up. There's heaven. It's blue with white puffy clouds. There's a ball. There's a yellow ball circle that goes around the earth all the time. There's your God. The difference between your God and the Christian God is that you use different names to explain it. You call it the sun. They call it the God. You have to rely. You do. Intuition is very important for reading the tarot. Let me show you. I will show you exactly, because that's exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm using my intuition to kind of teach myself, to reteach myself the tarot. And I'm kind of going through the story of the Fool's Quest. I'm going through card by card, starting with the Fool, and then going through all the fire cards and fire, water, earth, or fire, water, air, earth, and then ultimately back into the major arcana, and then coming through to the Fool again, because the Fool is the beginning and the end. The Fool is the alpha and the omega. If you want to be technical, the Fool is the Christ of the story of the tarot, because the Fool actually does tell Christ's story, and the story of the Savior, which is the same story of the Matrix, which is the same story of if God is everywhere. Yeah, think of the God as the Force. If you're a fan of Star Wars, that's God. The Jedi Order were pretty much as close to modern day mystics as you're going to get. Their philosophy the philosophy of the Jedi is actually based on Hermeticism. If you're not familiar with that, Hermeticism is like what the Egyptian alchemy was once, kind of like the basis of alchemy. And if you're not familiar with alchemy, alchemy literally means from Kemet. Kemet is the ancient name of Egypt. It means from Egypt. It's the ancient teachings of Egypt, and it's basically translated into these cards, which is an ancient form of psychology, of self-imposed psychology. And that is exactly what I'm trying to teach myself right now. And I know the cards up and down, left and right. I can do readings at 7-Eleven while I'm saying that. The reason I explain them the way that I do is it helps trigger thoughts and memories in my head and experiences that I'm going through now. So, as an example, now I understand for Journey, I got a feeling, Journey, you know the cards probably maybe a little bit different than me. So just bear with me on my interpretation, because I go a little bit off of textbooks. I go off a little bit of the esoteric meanings, and I go a little bit off of my own personal flavor and all that jazz. So the last card that we were doing was the Five of Wands. So what I was saying was, and I'll just give a brief explanation just in case you're still here. So first we start off with the fool who is going on the fool's journey. This is like the young Luke Skywalker who's about to leave on his first quest with fucking. When he goes to go out looking for R2-D2, he has no idea where he's going. He's got an idea. He's got an idea. Going to get that droid. That's what I want to do. He figured it out. Okay, he's got to go find the droid before he gets his ass whooped. Now he's just got to figure out. Okay, what am I going to? Where am I going to go? How am I going to do this? This isn't so much of. This card represents a very grand thing. Man's holding the world in his hands. He's trying to divulge where he wants to go. He just had the initial idea. I want to do something. I want to do something, but I don't know what. This is the number one card. Sorry, the ace is the initial masculine energy that initiates that I want to do something. Okay, what do I want to do? Comes in number two. Number two is the feminine, the passive energy. This is the creative energy. So now you know you want to do something. What do you want to do? Now you want to hold the world in your hand. You're out there looking. How do I go about this? What is it that I do to create what it is I want to create? What do I even want to create? I have no idea. So this is where all the thought processes are now going through your mind. Which brings us to number three, which is now we have fine-tuned pretty much what we're looking for. Okay, I have a checkpoint of where I want to go. Ultimately, I want to hold the world in my hand, but I'm not going to do that just tomorrow. I have to start from scratch. And scratch is here. This is the first thing I need to do. Because in order to rule the world, to hold that world in my hands, I need to be somebody. I need to be someone who can fit the world in my hand. And right now I can't. I got baby hands. I need man hands. How do I get some man hands? Because I need to man the fuck up. And that's what this is. This is going, okay, fuck, I gotta do some shit. Where is my next checkpoint? What do I need to do to create? This is that vision, number 4. 4 is creation. You've just created the idea. I know what I want. Good. This is the picture in my mind. Is it going to come out that way? I hope so. Maybe not, but I'm going to work my ass off to make it happen. But now you have a very definite idea of your first checkpoint. Now here's the one thing is that this can change. Because next comes the conflict. The conflict in here. The conflict of this is the new cycle. 4 is the end of a cycle, the beginning of a new. Now you have to fight those demons within you that say, you can't do this. You don't have it in you. You're afraid. You're scared. You're not good enough. You're not smart enough. You're not handsome enough. These are the demons that are coming after you. And it's up to you to whoop their ass and put them in their place. Which brings us to 6, which is where I was just picking up. The victor. The victor, he's coming back from battle. He realizes, yes, I have what it takes. I have what it takes to take those first steps into this new, marvelous world. What did Obi-Wan say to Luke? Welcome to taking your first steps to a much larger world. And that's basically what I see here. This man came back. He fought those demons within him. And he's ready to push forward in his endeavors. I wonder if I should have done the elements all at the same time, because it's not like they kind of go in a loop. It's like a spiral. I think. I'll try that afterwards. Maybe that'll be the next experiment. 7. 7, 7, 7. 7 heaven. More conflict. And you know what? Maybe this is battle with the external world. These are those people outside that are putting all those thoughts in your head. These are those people that you can see. These are the demons that are right outside your door. These are the ones that tell you you're not good enough, you're not smart enough. If you were, you wouldn't be where you are right now, right? They don't mean to do what they're doing. They're afraid for you. They're afraid that if you succeed, you're going to make them look like a fool. And not the good kind of fool that goes to take a leap of faith, but the fool that followed the fool to listen that they wasted their lives trying to be something that they know they're not. That's what these guys are. That's what these guys say to me. Because now looking at this, The champion who just defeated the external world looks like he's coming to do the internal. Or maybe you can flip-flop this. Maybe you can flip-flop this. Is that he beat the internal demons and now is riding forth into the world to take on the external. Because I guess, in a sense, I mean, during the Five of Cups or Five of Wands discussion is when that we're back. When the watcher on the wall came and started his nonsense with me. So maybe this is time for some of those internal ones to start fucking with me and start making me question and doubt myself, which they do. I mean, everyone questions and doubts themselves, but it's up to you to find those doubts and turn those doubts around and make them into positive. Because doubt and fear is a guide. We fail to realize that sometimes, and we look at doubt and fear as the way, and we listen to it like, oh no, I'm too weak to be that kind of person. I'm too scared to be that person. And you know what? And maybe you're right. Maybe you really are. Maybe you aren't meant to do anything great with yourself. Maybe you are meant to be just a fry chef for the rest of your life. Who am I to judge? A fry chef is just as potent of a title as fucking emperor of the universe. They're different literal jobs, but they're jobs nonetheless. Fry chef is just as important as the emperor of the universe. And you know, maybe that's what this card is about, is making those distinctions of what is greater, what is lesser, what is it that I want to achieve, what is it that I need to achieve. Oh, 721, that's great. And I think I'm kind of hitting the nail on the head here, because these enemies, and the reason I say that, because these are the unseen enemies. Before we had the seen enemies, these are the unseen enemies. This is like society. This is your doubts. This is like authority. This is more the archetype of enemies, where they're trying to take you down, and you can't see them. You're fighting blind, and there's a lot of them. And they're coming at you at all times. This is one of my solutions to battling these demons is talking to myself. Because if I don't talk to myself, then I'm fighting with the noises in my head. And by fighting with the noises not fighting with the noises in my head, but just listening to what they say, listening to where they take me, exploring the thoughts and ideas that they're invoking in my mind. And it's like a form of meditation. But I like to do it all the time because it's very important for the manifestation practices that I practice. And if you can call it manifestation, but it's more of assuredness of the path in which I'm on. I have a very specific journey that I'm following in my life that I want to be a specific thing. I want to be a scholar. I want to be a teacher. I want to learn as much about these aspects of reality, this aspect of reality as possible. And what aspect is that? The metaphysical. People call it the religious. People call it spiritual. I call it metaphysical because it's not physical. It's physical and metaphysical. One thing is not as tangible as the other. Now, granted, the metaphysical is tangible only in that you can experience here and here, that you may not always experience it there, but that's the point, is that when you experience here, you create the possibility and the potentiality of experiencing these things out there, which is what's really amazing. And sometimes it's not always what you want. Sometimes it's shit. Sometimes it's a kick in the dick. Sometimes it's like a kick in the balls. It's not the best. But there are other times where things happen just enough. For instance, 721 right now. That's an incredibly magic number. 7 is a magic number. 21 is 3 sevens. That's 777. That's a jackpot. That's blackjack. That's amazing. That's great. And but you have to understand numerology. You have to understand what synchronicity is. You have to understand the signs. And literally, like, this is a brand new science that no one's ever fucking tackled before, at least not in the way that I'm doing it, and not in a very long time. The last person that I'm aware of that was really doing it full force was Aleister Crowley. And even he, even by today's standards, is demonized and looked down upon and said, has some bad things said about him. But like I said, one man's demon is another man's angel.
And even back in the early days of my getting into this, I used to even look at the fact that everyone hates this man. Why does everyone hate him so much? There's got to be some good aspect to who he was and what he was teaching and what he was believing and what he was doing. And he wasn't really even a teacher as much as he was just a maverick who just didn't give a fuck what anybody thought. He was just doing his own fucking thing. And I respect that, because he didn't capitulate to what everyone wanted him to do. He did his own thing. And was it popular with other people? You know what? They may act like they didn't like it, but everyone fucking loved the guy. He was a fucking party animal. You know, he knew how to enjoy himself because he knew exactly what he needed to know about what he needed to know. He understood these cards in such a way that he's my inspiration for wanting to know them even better than I already do, because I know that when I do understand them as well as I can, that I want to make my own in a better way, and maybe not even in the same form, maybe in a different way. And that's why I have several different decks, because several decks that have several different techniques of using them, they have different systems. It's just like any other religion. The cards fall under, that's just one umbrella. There's a multitude of degrees that one could take these tools to. It's just like any tool. It's a tool. That's it. And then this is the point here. See, now in that last card where there's all the fighting, like there was just that big fucking mess. Now this is a little more organized. This guy realizes that he's not just swinging willy-nilly. Like, these are all amateurs he's fighting. That's how you know this is the external world, because everyone who talks a good game, they don't know shit. They think they know shit, but they don't know shit. But after you beat their ass, then they got a little bit more game to them. But now this is more training. This is just fortifying everything that he already knows, keeping himself balanced, and kind of like what I'm doing right now is just exercising my thoughts with the cards and really meditating on what they are, but meditating in a different way. I'm manifesting my thoughts into my words, and by doing that, what I'm creating is a vibrational miasma of the sounds and the intention behind my words. Now, what you have to understand is all magic starts with intention. My intention is to be the best tarot card reader in the world, to be the best astrologer in the world, to be the best Kabbalist in the world. I want to know the tree of life in such a way that I can translate it to anyone at any time and see it everywhere. I want to the powers of the universe to bend to me, but for good reason, because I bend to them. It's a give and take. It's not full take. It's not like the dark side of the force. It's not just like the light side where you just give. It's not like the dark side where you just take. It's a balance. What Luke should have been doing. But now, granted, I might not get the same thing right. I might fuck up at some point, and then someone's gonna have to come and replace me. So, it's just how things work. But balancing yourself to recognize that, fighting your ego, and teaching yourself how to maintain, because that's really the ultimate goal. Because what we're coming up to around 7, the cards only come up to 10. Because right now, if he's fighting his ego, like I believe he is, the ego plays a major role in the next suit of cards, which is cups, which represents water, which represents the ego and the emotional aspect. This is just the creative force. We haven't even started doing anything yet. We haven't done shit. We're still just playing with ourselves right now. And that's what I'm saying. This is the unseen enemies of the mind. And maybe even the unseen enemies of society and the world around us. That's what I mean. These are the forces that we can't control, but we can control them as best we can in our minds. Does that make sense? Kind of like a job. Like, you need a job. Oh my God, how am I going to pay for all these expenses? How am I? These are the doubts and like worries that come over you. Like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? I have to do this. I have to do this. Oh my God, I have to talk to this person. I have to embody this. I have to take on this aspect. I've never tried that before. I've never talked like that before. Do you know how nerve-wracking it is to go talk to a priest? To have a meeting with a priest and then bare your soul like this? I did that once. A long time ago. Not a long time ago. It was back in October.
It was fucking scary in September. Scary as fuck to tell some guy my philosophical and spiritual beliefs. I had no idea what his were. I didn't know what he was going to think of me. I didn't know what he was going to say to me. I didn't know if he was going to laugh me out of his office. But we became good friends, and we had very solid talks for some time after that. And but then I think we realized that we were both going in two different directions, and things didn't work out exactly the way that they wanted to. Now, this is the card that I fucking hate the most. I'm glad that I get to pull it out right there, because this might actually give me some serious fucking revelations. But even when I had my priest friend, I used to say to him, like, I don't belong out there. I don't know what to do. And I was trying to manipulate him into bringing me into the convent, because I wanted to be a priest. I wanted to be a priest because I didn't like the way that I saw priests behaving, and I wanted to go in and change things. I thought I could change things. I thought that's who I was. I thought that's what I was supposed to do. I thought that was my calling. Now, granted, there was in the church when I went there, there's a symbol right above right above Christ. That is a symbol for my name. It's a cult symbol for my name, Derek, and my name Derek is a Hebrew word. In Hebrew, the name Derek, it means the way, the truth, and the life, which is what Christ said to his followers: "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." I speak like I think, like I feel. I walk the path. It's fucking weird. It freaked me the fuck out. But you know what? At the time, you have to understand that I'm used to. It's not weird. It's not weird. Why do I call it weird? Why do I call it weird? Because I'm embarrassed by what people are going to think about me, and people are going to judge me, because people aren't ready. Because I'm not ready to talk about this stuff, because I'm embarrassed by it. Like this is like talking to your parents about like having puberty. Like nobody wants to have this talk, but I have to have the talk with everybody. So I have to talk about it online, so that I hope that I can build the courage to eventually say these things someday. So I can't assume that everyone's just going to assume it. Maybe they already do. Maybe they already know. Maybe they're just annoyed that I'm not saying anything. But you gotta understand where I'm coming from on my end, because this is scary shit. I'm a fucking witch. I'm gonna be burned at the stake in olden times, and in a sense, I am being burned at the stake right now. If you knew my life, you knew the details of my life. And yeah. Being fucking crucified. I'm being crucified every goddamn day and burned at the goddamn stake, because I made the mistake of thinking that I can trust people. And there's a great line in the Bible that says, "Oh, cast not your pearls before swine, for they will trample them with their feet and turn to rend you." And I made that mistake. I give too much up. Even this is giving too much up. But you know what? I don't think people are going to waste their time sitting 7 hours with me, because that's a long time. Well, at least not right now. I think there's going to be a time when people want to just shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, because how many people do you know can talk for 7 hours straight? Like, I'm pretty good at what I do, and there's a reason I'm good at what I do. The reason I'm good at what I do is because I allow myself to be possessed by demons, like the Watcher on the Wall said. And you know what? Let me go back to that conversation, because I never finished that. Not a Catholic. See, the demons are manifesting through you and your anger and that was the point. But again, one man's demons, another man's angels, because I use my angels to get rid of you, to put the fear of hell in you, because you having that energy put inside of you doesn't feel good. That's why you had to leave. You're being deceived. I hope you repent and turn your Holy Maker Jesus Christ, who loves you and wants to save you from darkness and sin. Darkness. Well, here's the thing: darkness is essential before you can reach the light, and maybe Jesus Christ will save me. And but I do believe that Christ, the Lion, the Son, the Tiferet. Maybe he's right. I mean, his idea of Jesus Christ and my idea of Jesus Christ are two different ideas of Jesus Christ, but he's right. He's absolutely right. I mean, Jesus Christ will eventually save me. It's just that I won't be worshiping the same version of Jesus Christ that he did, because as far as I know, Jesus Christ was a coward who put Simon of Cyrene in his place. Maybe. Well, I mean, God was acting through Christ, and maybe that was just the right thing to do. I'm not saying he was a coward, but maybe he knew he was. Maybe that was his lesson. Maybe that was his lesson to learn, that he was a coward. And that cowardice is all right. That it's okay to be cowardly. That you don't need to be the king of the jungle all the time. Sometimes it's okay to bow down and accept defeat. and go, you know what, I wasn't ready for this. And maybe I wasn't ready for it because maybe that's not the way I'm supposed to go. Maybe that is, maybe Simon did exactly what he got, exactly what he deserved. Maybe that's the truth, is that Christ was too good to die. Too good. Maybe it was Simon who was the real piece of shit, and maybe he deserved to get nailed to that cross like a fucking dog. Because the universe, it rewards authenticity. And if Christ was really being as authentic as they claim he was, then there'd be no reason to punish him. Because though punishment is the same as reward, Christ, who was very calm about the fact that he was going to be betrayed, had to have understood that what was going to happen to him. And I'm sure that he had to expel the demons from himself, 733, demons from himself that were being manifest because of the fear of being tortured and killed. Because you have to understand, he is still a man. There is no man who is above fear. Unless Christ's fear got the best of him and he pushed fucking Simon in his way. Maybe if he took the cross, maybe he would have learned something that maybe his fate wouldn't have been the same as Simon's. But I guess Simon is a testament to that. I'd have to read the Nag Hammadi text to even know any more about that than I do. And the only reason I know about Simon is because of that deck right there. But I'm working on that because this is all solidifying this information in my head. How do you become better at everything that you do? Practice it all the time. And who better to practice it with than yourself? And when you are the most interesting person in the world, then it's best to listen to you. Right? Thanks. You're welcome. Now, this is a card that I don't understand where this is going. So we come from 7. We're tackling these interior, these enemies within, these unseen enemies. And what do we have? A victory of sorts. This is an overcoming, I guess. What do we see? The fucking wands sitting in the sky. Why? I don't know. Are they thrown up? Are they thrown up into the air, or are they sticking out of something? Is there something that I'm not seeing, like almost like a ladder that we're supposed to be climbing up to the top? I mean, there's a field. Field. It's a big bright sky. We have all these wands sticking out. All of these ideas. This is taking time to reflect. This is I'm on the right page. This is taking time. This is you've just been working your ass off. Take a break. This is the break time. This is the 8. 8 is the end of a second cycle. So it's 4, and then 8 is stability. Yeah, this is you, like, you've gotten to a point that you can relax, enjoy the journey for what it was. You've been through a lot of shit. That's what I'm saying. I'd say people say this is like co-communication and quick travel. No. I think this one is like chill for a bit, and relish in all of these accomplishments that you have. Because remember, by this point that you've already come to so much. You've been battling the external world. You've been battling, triumphing over the enemies that you see. You've been triumphing over the enemies of the unseen world. And now take a fucking break, you sick bastard, because you earned it. You just kicked the fuck out of everybody. Good for you. This card, that's exactly what that fucking card means. Because what people always fail is, and like people like to complain, like when they're on their little path, like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'm stuck, I need this to happen, I want this to happen, I need this, I need that. You don't need shit. What you need to do is take a step back, sit back and relax and appreciate what you've done so far. Sit back and relish in the victories that you've had. No, you haven't had the fireworks and the confetti, and you may never. But here's the important thing: is that the fact that you tried, the fact that you got this far in the first place, says so much about you and your character that you should be celebrating yourself, however you see fit. I mean, a lot of those religious people and spiritual people, they believe you have to eat a certain way, you have to act a certain way. You act the way that you want. Crowley's thing, do as thou wilt. Yeah, that's a great idea. Do whatever makes you feel right, because there is no right and there is no wrong. In every right, there's a little bit of wrong, and every wrong, there's a little bit of right. It's up to you to decide. No one gets to dictate to you what's right or wrong. Your external world is a reflection of your internal world, which is a reflection of the heavenly world above you, the macrocosm, the one that you have no control over, and even to an extent, the external you don't have too much of a control over, but as a reflection of yourself, you do have control over it, because it's only as shitty as you allow it to be, and it's only as great as you allow it to be as well, and it's only as great as you limit you can think. And if you can only limit yourself to think so much, you can only think so far, then it's your own fault for not being able to dream bigger than what you already have. And these times of reflection are those times where it's important for you to reassess what it is that you want, to go, do I want to go bigger? Do I want to go smaller? Do I want to adjust things? How do I want to go about things from here? Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? Who do I want to see? How do I want to be? And it's a break. It's a break. And it's also there to remind you that you're bad as fuck, and ain't nobody gonna bring you down. Because next time comes the goddamn 9. This is like that like, this is the trouble. This is the fuck, I'm lost. What do I do? I don't know what to do. I want all my stuff and I want it now. This is the idea. This is the initial idea. What am I supposed to do? Take a break. Take a fucking break. Relax. Think. Okay, maybe that's what it is. 8 is the initial idea of, well, what do I do? I'm lost. I don't know. And this is taking the break and just going, fuck. Yeah, I got my ass whooped. I lick my wounds a little bit, but that's the best time. When you lick your wounds, you see where you went wrong, how you can get better the next time. Hey, how you doing? Chat. See where you can do better the next time, because there's always improvement to be made in everything that you do. Not just the big victories, but even the little victories. And even the little there is no little or small victories. All victories are victories. We categorize them as, well, there's a little victory, or there's a huge victory. No, they're all victories. They're all victories. And yeah, they all come in varying degrees, and that's fine, but appreciate it for what it is. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess is what I want to say. Just don't underappreciate a miracle, because it could just as easily have been a punishment. But you know what? Like I was saying before, miracle and a coincidence are the same thing. And even our failures in law and successes, a failure is just a hidden success if you know how to find it, and a success is a hidden failure if you also know how to find it. It's harder to find failure in success, just as hard as it is to find success in failure. And sometimes there's more than one. There's lots of little gems for us to find in every aspect of the things that we do right and the things that we do wrong. And right and wrong is just a subjective thing. It's up to you. If you want to believe that you did something wrong, you're allowed to believe that. If you want to believe you did it right, go ahead, please. But ultimately, they're all experiences, and they all have they're all lessons in one way, shape, or form. It's just is it the lesson that you want? Think of it like math and English. Right is math, and wrong is English. You like one, but you don't like the other. But you have to do both. You can't get it. You can't get around it. Unfortunately, metaphysics is another aspect that we seem to forget, because though the physical realm and the emotional realm and the mental realm are tied together, we also forget that there's the metaphysical realm as well, which dictates so much more than we allow to ourselves to believe. Which is why these things work just the way they do. Which is why I'm doing exactly what I'm doing. I'm hoping for some kind of revelation, though. I'm not really getting it, though. And it could just be that I'm not reading them the right way. But I'm just going off of what I feel. Anything more with this guy? And this guy is just, and you know what? He could rush. That there is, and you can say that both would say the same with both of these, because rushing. This is where you're getting all fucked up, and you're like, I don't know what to fucking do. This is taking that rest, taking that time to appreciate where you've come from. but we do catch ourselves in those times. What is this cards? Kind of, sort of, yeah. I'm just going through what I think they mean, going through the story that's behind them. And can you pull a card for me? Try to read. I'll pull one, but there's not really the notion of me doing this. You get the five of swords. Five of swords is actually no. Let me pull a different one for you. Aberrin. Give me a moment. Aberrin. I wasn't planning on using those, and I didn't plan on reading cards, so bear with me. Shut up, idiot. So something tells me either you or someone is like, you don't want to hear. I don't want to hear you. Actually, you do. You do want to hear me. If you didn't want to hear me, you wouldn't be here. So come on, you silly goose. So you know what? Let this be a really perfect question. So don't let this person like piss you off, because I got a feeling they might be getting you heated a little bit because you don't like the fact that they're acting like a fucking retard. But they're not. They're actually doing exactly what they want. They're doing because they need attention, and I'm giving it to them. And they really want to hear me keep talking, which is why they want me to attack them, which I might not, because I really don't have any reason to, because the channel is just really for me. So let this be a lesson to you in how to handle people that don't act the way that you really want them to, because I would much rather have a solid conversation and really discuss things. But eventually they wear themselves out. He'll be back. I hope so. I really do, because I think that there is a chance that people like that once they get it all out, eventually he's going to want to know why I'm not yelling at him or her, and we'll have a pleasant discussion. It'll probably take a little bit to actually get to that point. I don't think he'll be able to last as long as me, because I do a lot of mental training. Well, the beautiful thing about hate is that without love, there is no hate. So in a sense, what you're telling me is you love me. We don't want to see you on YouTube, but at the same time, you're still here watching me. If you didn't want to see me, you wouldn't be here, would you? And you see how you're actually making me blush a little bit, because it's it's actually flattery. I have this belief, chatta, and let this also deals with what that card was saying. Is don't. You're learning your lesson. You're learning your lesson right now. The card does. I don't really read to tell you what's going to happen in your future. What I'm reading for is to tell you what you need to hear right this second, and what you need to see is, see that? I love you very much. What did I tell you? Now, they may change it around because they're going to be fighting that ego. That ego is going to make them want to say, I hate you and fuck you and you suck and go kill yourself. Cry, you fucking cry, baby. But right now, that they got all of that hate out of them. Remember how I was saying that what that card meant was, see this? This is what I'm talking about. This is someone who they are out of control. They love it. But again, now they're turning back into their ego a little bit. Their lustful ways have now taken the better of them. Now remember what I was saying. The card was about beware of sharp wit. Beware of sharp wit and allowing yourself to fall victim to certain negative behaviors. Because when you sit through it and you allow yourself to take in the negativity that other people throw at you, eventually negativity runs out. It's like a gauge. It runs out, but as soon as it's out, it then turns into the opposite energy, and it shoots back up. So you're right, my body. Yeah, exactly. The fuck body is now what's controlling your egoic mind. Your ego mind and your fuck body are kind of joined in this night. I don't know how I'm going to pull that off, but maybe not in the physical sense, but maybe in the metaphysical sense, where you and I will make love in the mental and emotional state. And right now, actually, if you want, in my mind, I am doing exactly what you're asking me to do, but I'm going to presume that you are You're flattering me, by the way. And so take this lesson for yourself, Chatty Chat, into your life. That you do have people who do try to push your buttons, and they do try to probably make you put you down, or maybe you do it to other people. That might be see now he's upset because I'm not paying any attention anymore. Your energy flows where your attention goes, and sometimes you have to let that negative shit come back. Now he's trying to tease me to come back to him. So take that. Learn to take what people say to you, not so much to heart, but to really allow it to let you explore yourself. Because sometimes these people, they're saying something that you really need to say, or they're saying something that you really need to hear. Now, fuck my throat, fuck me hard. That's probably something I need to hear for some reason or another. I don't exactly know why yet. Maybe it's code. There's always meaning behind the meaning. And my throat. What could that possibly mean? Oh, don't delete it. No, leave it. What are you doing? It's deleting all the comments. But why? Hold on a second. Print screened. How about that? This way you can't delete it all. Let me go back to that because the person's got me all fucking thrown. Way of sharp whip and come destructive force if not tempered with consideration. Yeah. All right. So basically, what I was saying is just like that. People trigger us to try to get us to behave in a way that we don't normally want to, and unfortunately, when people do that, we do tend to strike out and lash back at them because we feel attacked, we feel threatened. Most of the time, it's because people are showing us aspects of ourselves that we don't want to see, and so which is what I lash out. Now, granted, this person was trying to, I don't know what kind of reaction they were trying to get out of me. Maybe they wanted me to cry, and maybe if they kept on going the way that they did, I would have, eventually. You know, I mean, there's only so much a man can take before it finally breaks down. It's, why are you doing this to me? Why are you hurting me? And it would have been magical, I guess. But notice how, hey. But notice how they're actually quite nice now, and I feel much more positive energy from them. Even that hey with the hearts, it's kind of like it's nice. But see what I was saying, that how things can turn around. That even if you take that into your own life and start to see the people that you may consider as fucking with you, that they're not actually fucking with you at all. They're actually fucking with themselves. Because what we say to others is typically what we want to say to ourselves, but we don't want to say it out loud. So we project it onto other people because we see aspects of ourselves in them, but we're afraid to channel those aspects, and instead it comes out as things like that, which though they add a sense of spice and flavor to the conversation, and they do add a little bit of thoughtful discord, I guess. You can use these interactions to better yourself, to show, hey, you know what, hey, Blue Lion fan. What if that's like the football, the football team? How are you? I hope you are awesome. I'm doing fantastic. How are you, actually? Chit chat is chitty chatty. Are you even here? Are you even paying attention to that reading? Because, or maybe this isn't even for you. Maybe it's for Blue Line. Maybe that card you asked me to pull for you is for Blue Line because you wanted me to tell your fortune. You didn't need to hear fortune. What you needed to hear was what I was saying you. And just like I said, that you need to be watching this conversation. And beware of your wit. And because what happens is okay, good, you are there. So it's what I'm saying is it striking a chord with you? Is it hitting home a little bit? Do you understand what I'm saying with what I'm saying? because I think everything happens for a reason. And the fact that you came in and asked for a card, and I pulled the card that has to deal with sharp wit and Blue Lion is, you're not a very good troll, but I'm just telling you the truth because I'm the master troll, and I don't even mean to troll, and you're trying way too hard, and it's not that great. And I don't mean to attack, but I'm just being honest now. I have seen much better trolls than this. I'm listening. That's good. So take that forth. Take forth this lesson that you see how I'm behaving with Blue Lion, and realize that the troll, there ain't no troll. There's no such thing as a troll. I know Blue Lion wants to be a troll or pretend to be a troll, but trolls don't exist. We make them up. He was just behaving in the way that that I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go. I want you to be here. He was just behaving in the way, if you don't, I will kill myself. As someone who has thought about suicide and attempted it before, I'm not worried. If you do, there's nothing I can do to stop you. And I'm having a conversation. I know I'm giving too much attention as I'm already am, but I feel like they earned it. They really are like pushing themselves to limits that they weren't expecting this. They were expecting me to like lose my shit and do some stuff, but they didn't realize what they were fucking with, and they were fucking with a magician who has very good control over little things like this. Even though I think I'm kind of losing it a little bit, but that's all right. I'm working on it. That's why I'm here. That's why I do this, so that I can meet wonderful people like you and see this wonderful wit. Well, you have it. You have it, my friend. You guys are sharing me right now. So chitty chatty. Hold on a second. All right. So what chitty chat? What I'm seeing. I just pulled the second one real quick. What it's showing me is specifically. I feel like you're being a little snoopy with someone. I feel like you're being snoopy with someone in your life, and that, and maybe not snoopy in the bad way, but snoopy in the way that you're trying to learn about somebody. That there, or at least a situation. There's something going on in your life that needs a little bit further investigation, and you might be coming off the wrong way a little bit, or maybe someone that you're trying to learn more about, they're coming off the wrong way. Maybe that's why you're trying to learn a little bit more about them. Does that make any sense to you? Are you sure you're going to go? I would prefer you not to. I would like you to stay. I'm doing chitty chatter, and then I'll do you next. Yes, I do want you here. Maybe. What does that mean? Maybe. That's like a yes or no question. If you're trying to make me like read your thoughts and what's going on in your life, I'm not going to go that far, because realistically, that's not how this works. I mean, I can tell you what you're thinking, I can tell you what you're feeling, I can tell you what's going on, but I don't really like to play those games, because realistically, I think that's a perversion of what what most card readers do. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not real, but what I'm saying is that I don't respect. Not that I don't respect it. I just don't do it that way. My specific way of doing it is telling you what you need to hear. And I know that everyone needs to hear exactly what it is that I pull out. So when you say maybe, what that tells me is yes, because I know you do. I mean, I don't really need you to tell me. I just like to ask sometimes, because I think it's polite. But because we all have those aspects inside of ourselves, even myself. Like I said, like the sharp wit and the tone. That first card that came out was specifically for all of us. It was all three of us, for that matter. Because as you can see, that Blue Lion was acting completely out of control with his, what he was trying to be funny or trying to be jokey, trying to be a troll, trying to get a reaction. And most people, some people, I would believe, would either have him kicked or thrown out or say some shit. I'm also a Scorpion moon. My father was a Capricorn. What day? And and now look, now we're having a nice discussion about astrology, which I love astrology. I don't know too much about it. I know better about the cards, but even still, by keeping my cool with this person, allowing them to be them, because who am I to judge them by the way they're behaving? I can't say that they're behaving wrong because they believe that they're behaving right. And in my perspective, I handled them the perfectly right way. And I think that we're now going to be friends. So you're like really an astrology person. Well, I'd really love to meet you because you're weird. I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out the mentality of why you would come in the way that you did, though. I'm curious. I'm not not trying to scold you. Like, what was going through your mind? What was the expectation of all the other shit that you were typing? Are you drunk? I mean, if you're drunk and high or something, I can respect that. I don't mind. Unless you really were just trying to troll me to get me to lose my shit. I have Mars conjunct Pluto. I'd say you actually sound like you know astrology better than I do. So, unless you're just saying astrology words, but if you seem to know more about astrology than I do, because I don't understand the house system. I still got like a long ways to go, but that's something I'm working on. You actually might be able to help me. How about that? Oh, sex. I know astrology more than you. Yes, I agree. I mean, you know where your things are. You might have a chart in front of you. If I had my chart in front of me, I would be able to tell you all those things as well. But I don't know what they mean. If you know what they mean, that's an even bigger thing. That's what I mean. I know what you're saying. I just don't know what that means. I don't know what Mars conjunct Pluto and Scorpio is. I have a hard time. I don't know all the translations of the planets and what exactly they represent. I know some of them, and I know some of the signs. I know a lot of the signs, but I have a hard time meshing the two, like what Mars or what Pluto and Scorpion actually means. I know Pluto is the planet of death. Pluto is like the your sun in the ninth house. Hey, it might be. No, actually, no, is it? Leo. So technically in Western astrology, I'm a Capricorn rising, but in Vedic, I'm a Sagittarius. I usually put a little more credence into Vedic, but I guess they're all the same thing. But then what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, it's probably my 8th or my 7th. The sun, because it is the sun's in Leo. Mercury's in Leo. Venus is in Cancer. I don't know too many of the houses. Jupiter, I forget. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. I have to look at my charts upstairs. I don't feel like running up there to grab it. And the thing I'm asking about with the card and stellium and Cancer. Well, I don't know what stellium is. Probably one of those asteroids, right? Like I said, Vedic doesn't fuck with all the asteroids and all that stuff. So the reason I had brought up the wanting to know about a situation and possibly that you're coming off wrong, or maybe the situation that you're finding, or the person that you're looking into is coming off the wrong way. I don't know if it's a boyfriend, a girlfriend, maybe it's someone close, maybe it's someone new that you're looking for, maybe it's a job, maybe it's some kind of something going on in your life that you're trying to learn more about. Maybe you're interested in the cards and you want to know more about the cards, but there's something going on that what was the thing I'm saying? Balance. Learning balance. I know what I have to do. I don't believe I am. No, I don't know what I have in Libra. Actually, I think my Jupiter's in Libra. I think. Actually, I can find it for you right now. I just fucking pulled up one of those goddamn charts, right? So bear with me while I do this. Bear with me. There we go. Oh, it's already there. Wow, it already pulled me up. Yeah, Sun in Leo, Moon in Scorpio, Capricorn rising, Saturn in the ninth, Venus in the 7th, Sun in the 8th. I knew it was 8th, 7th or 8th. Saturn in the 9th. Did I just say Saturn in the 9th? I said that twice. Moon in the 11th, data page. Let's go to the fucking data page, man. Or see the picture. It's all shit. Oh, man. You got the... Mars is in Libra. There you go. So yeah, there's some Libra. And Pluto's in Libra. Yes, yes. If you want to call it a troll, no, the sun's in Leo, moon's in Scorpio. And yes, I am a troll like you. Am I emotional? Yes, but I've learned how to control it. I learned how to manifest it, and I learned how to channel it through demons. I also do exorcisms as well. I also exercise myself specifically, because I don't need to exercise anybody else, because nobody else is my problem. I'm my only problem. I'm the only one that really matters in anything that I do, and I realize that. So in that way, yeah, I am emotional, but I've learned how to control it. Sometimes I don't have full control over them. Sometimes I do lose my shit, but shit happens. Oh well. Scorpio eyes, thank you. I'm assuming that's nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and read this card. I'm going to let you figure out what it means to you. I'm just going to tell you what it means to me. Did you love any person in life? Did I love anyone? Yeah. Well, I thought I did. Well, here's the thing. I didn't know how to love myself. Because I didn't know how to love myself, I don't think I knew how to love anyone properly. Now, that's not to say that I never loved anybody. I just didn't know how to love them properly because I wasn't loving the one person I needed to love, and that was me. I was putting everybody else on top of me and allowing myself to be at the very bottom of all this shit. But in learning how to dig through my emotions, do I love it? I do enjoy it very much. Thank you. I learned how to elevate myself in the hierarchy of who I am and who I deserve to be and what kind of respect I deserve and how much love I deserve. And I realized that I deserve all the love that's provided for myself, which is why I do this. That's why for 8 hours I've been sitting here talking to myself with the occasional person coming in and out and chatting with me. And but for no other reason than this is for me. I mean, I don't mind having an audience. I don't mind talking to people because it is enjoyable, but I am trying to also get used to the fact of ignoring the people that are around me so I can keep on talking. But I'm a megalomaniac, and I'm also addicted to attention, all kinds of attention. I love you too. Negative and positive attention and everything in between. I love all kinds of attention. Negative attention helps you learn about yourself. Positive attention helps you solidify that, yeah, everything I've been doing is the right thing to do. As for sex, it's good. It's something. It's always been. I'll be vulnerable with you. It's been something I was always kind of a prude around. My ex always used to say that I was a prude with sex because I was afraid to initiate sex because I always felt like dirty that the person who I was trying to initiate sex didn't want me to try to initiate sex with them, so I wouldn't really, I wouldn't do it very often. Do I believe you believe in God? I believe that I am God, that God is within me, that God is within you, but not the Christian God. I believe that God is whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be the devil, if you want it to be your physical form, if you want it to be whatever it is, the universe or Krishna or Buddha or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter. But the concept, the archetype of God, yeah, sure. I think there's a multitude of gods. I think that the planets are gods. I think that the solar system itself is a god, if the God is real. I don't know. I think the sun is God. I think science and the Bible use different terms to talk about the same ball in the sky. In what regard? I think what will happen, I'm going to assume that you're 888, as you said. I was about to answer that. What will happen? I believe that very soon people, and I don't know what soon means, but I believe that people are going to start to realize that there's more to the world than what they see. That what do I think of Islam? I don't know. Like I want to learn about that, because I know about Christianity, I know about Judaism. I also want to know about Islam, because Islam is just as important as the other three. It holds keys in it that the other two don't. There's also a mystical version of Islam I want to learn about. I forget what it's called. It's like Shami, I think. Esoteric Islam. What the fuck's it called? Or Shwari. Oh, come on, you prick. You're going to have to take my word for it. It's got a name. What are my thoughts on them? What do I think about them? I don't have any thoughts on them. I know that the people that I've met that are Muslim, that are Islamic, they're all pretty cool people. They make really good food. But I think the Middle Eastern Muslims I've met and the Black Muslims I've met in my experience in life have been two different people. They're two different cultures, two different understandings of the same thing. It's actually pretty interesting, but no. So I live in Turkey, and all people Muslim. Howdy, gobble gobble. I've never been. I know English, that's why I speak with you. Good, I'm glad. What is the blue line, by the way? What is that? What does that mean? It's like sports, or is it something mythological? You have wonderful English, by the way. It's fantastic. Much better than some of the English users I've met. What is this? Where am I going? No, it's a tarot channel. Oh, okay. Blue Lion fan. Blue Lion is the tarot reader, I presume. Well, like I do them differently than other people. Like, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I mean, I can read fortune-y type of shit, I guess. I'm not very comfortable doing it because I don't like to do it. I like to read them for the deeper aspects of them. For instance, this card, 10 of Wands. What do I see in it? I see a guy carrying fucking wands. The guy's fucking tired. You want to look at? We'll start at the surface level. The guy's holding some wands. He's walking on the way back to. You don't even want to hear about this. What do you think of homophobics? I don't know. Free to be homophobic. You want to be a homophobic? Be a homophobic. You want to be gay? Be gay. It doesn't bother me. I don't give a fuck either way. I'll be friends with both of you. I'll hang out with a homophobic and a gay person at the same time. How about that? I'll hang out with my homophobic friend while I hold my gay friend's hand. And even try to get my homophobic friend to hold my other hand so that we look like a big gay couple. And then I'll ask my gay friend if you mind bashing gay people with my homophobic friend for a little bit, just so they can all, I want a friend like you. I know most people do. Well, you know what? How about this? You want to be my friend? We're friends. Well, look, as far as I am to you physically, I am right there with you emotionally and mentally, and in a sense metaphysically, because you are seeing me through this magic box, whatever thing that you're watching me through. I don't know what kind of device you're using, but you're looking at me in America. Hi, America says hi. New Jersey says hello to Turkey. Hi, Turkey. So now I have a friend in Turkey. I just made a friend from the Netherlands yesterday. Today I met a friend from Romania yesterday. Now I have a friend from Atlanta today. And now I have a friend from Turkey. It's fun. This is good, I suppose. But now here's the thing: is like all my new friends, they're distracting the shit out of me from doing the thing that I'm trying to do. But it's good. These are my little tests. Well, I will come. Good. Where do you live? In New Jersey. In New Jersey. Well, why don't you pay for me to come to Turkey? How about that? Instead of you coming all the way here, I'll come to Turkey. I just don't have any money to get there, and I don't have a passport either. The United States is not my type of fun. I'd rather. Oh, okay. All right. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm glad you were a good sport. After 2 minutes. So in 2 more minutes, you're gonna leave. Give me a 2-minute warning. That will be your home. Well, I hope so. Fuck it. Why not? I kind of got no one else to talk to. Well, no, I'm going to talk to myself, which is kind of both tiring, but I guess that's kind of what this card is going to represent. It's kind of like, do I really feel like talking to myself for another fucking 10 hours after this? I don't know. Maybe after you go away, and maybe after I get back into this, I'll find that motivation, because I'm starting to find myself a little bit drained, because you're actually detracting from the theory that I'm trying to actually propose, which is that I can sustain myself sufficiently just by talking to myself, by listening to only my words and not paying attention to the words of everybody else. And I think that's the experiment that I'm going to try right now. So I'm going to ignore you, and I don't mean to. But I do mean to, because I have more important things to focus on than just what you want to hear. So I am going to have to ignore you for a little bit, because I need to get back to this, because I should be done by now, and it's already 8 p.m. and I've gone through 9 cards, and I still have another 69 to go. This is not a very good ratio that I'm doing, because I was hoping to have this done within a couple hours, because I wanted to go forwards and then backwards, and now I'm kind of like really fucked up. So this is kind of like that reminder. You want to see how these cards relate into real life. Yeah, this is kind of what I was feeling with Blue Lion fan, is that like I'm kind of like pushing myself further than I really needed to go with the situation, because it was a fun situation. It was a good exercise to be able to fight the urge to lose my shit with things, which in a sense I didn't want to lose my shit on him at all, or her. I don't know, you a boy or a girl, you a man or a lady, and at that point, they kind of similar to the watcher on the wall. I didn't want to lose my shit like that person, but that person was pushing me. That person was just being very ignorant. The Blue Lion was just being playful. I knew that. I can tell playful when I see it. So we speak the same language. We speak troll, but still, regardless, it is a tiring thing. Because don't forget, I didn't go to sleep. I only got a couple hours of sleep last night, and the fact that I'm even able to do a 10-hour live yesterday, an 8-hour live today, and still manage to feed myself all this delicious sound that's coming out of my mouth back into my ears, and I can feel it radiating in my brain. I can feel my brain like pulsating with this lovely joy of hearing my own voice and not having to worry about anyone else's thoughts trying to invade my space at this particular time. But that, which also reminds me to take a rest, to not just burden myself to the door's open downstairs in the basement, to take a rest after this ring the doorbell, someone upstairs, to take a rest after this little journey back home with all of this stuff weighing on you, because really what this is, these are all of these ideas and this shit that's just like weighing down on you because of everything that you've been picking up over this journey of yours. Because you're not just picking up your own shit, you're picking up the shit of everybody else. And
you do need to allow yourself to process all that information. And by processing it, it really helps it go away. And the ten of wands kind of just shows you that you're almost there. Yeah, it's getting tiring. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. And then that's kind of like the textbook meaning on this card too. Is like, yeah, you're almost fucking there. You just got to go a little bit further, bud. You're doing it. You're killing it. But you just got to go further and really push yourself that little extra mile. And that's kind of how I feel right now, because I'm starting to feel a little bit tired. I want to go smoke some pot. I want to take a break. I want to stretch. Oh my God, I want to stretch. But I've been so caught up. I'm so caught up with talking to people today that I got completely distracted with what I wanted to do. And I'm not very pleased about that. Oh my God. So I can feel this kind of like frustration that this guy is probably feeling right now. Just like, fuck, I just want to be fucking over with this. Kind of sucking the joy out of it. And it's not really that it's sucking the joy out of it, which in a sense it is, because it shouldn't be totally joyful. There is a work aspect to it. And yeah, you know what? I have been neglecting my studies long enough that I feel that, yeah, you know what? I'm allowed to push myself a little bit further, and I don't have to have fun all the fucking time. That there is a little bit of work mixed into the play. And even this guy is like, he's kind of showing me that same thing. He's all pissed off. I don't want to do this anymore. Poor me. I love you too. It was a pleasure talking to you. Make sure you subscribe so you come back. Please, I insist. Because I definitely want to talk to you again. Please, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to take a break. I want to go home. Nope, sorry, brother. Ain't no going home. Your home ain't there no more. That I can relate to. And this guy's just moving on. I just got a little bit further. Because remember, these aren't all the same story. These are just images telling a tale. They're concepts. They're ideas. And this right here, this is that finish line's coming up, in a sense. So just grit your teeth. Take the pain and fucking truck on through, because by the time you're done with this, god damn it, people are going to be fucking worshiping you, because you fucking earned it. And not even in like the weird biblical sense of the term, but I mean in the sense that, look at this fucking animal. This is a fucking animal right here. This is not a human being anymore. This is a fucking a creature of nature. Not even an animal, because those things that are out there, those human beings that you call humans, those are animals. This is a man. This is a Homo sapien. This is someone to be looked up to. How do I know that? Because I look up to me. I look up to me. I am my biggest fucking fan. I am like so impressed with the person that I am. Is it going to make me cry? Maybe a little bit, because I'm so proud of it. But I still got a long ways to go. Still got to make it to the world. To the end of the world. Fucking hell. Oh, man. Oh. We still have the demon cards. We have fucking shadow cards. There's all these fucking cards still. There's a lot more decks left. I can't make a deck of cards without knowing all the other cards that I want to make a deck out of. I can't make a deck of cards until I know several different systems to kind of integrate them all together. This is kind of the plan. Oh my God. Oh. So the Page of Wands, who comes next? So we've toiled. We've made our way through. We picked up all of this baggage, and it's time to fucking drop it. It's time to let it all go. And you know what? Maybe that's the thing, is that we've been going too fucking far. We're carrying all this shit with us. Why? We've been picking up all this pain in the ass. Like, can I do it? Can I do it? New ideas, less ideas. It's time to fucking really close things down and go, what is it that I want? What is the finality of what I want? Because look at all these ideas we've got. We got 10 different fucking things that are weighing on our minds, 10 different avenues to go. And finally, it's time for us to go, fuck it. This is what I want.
This is my new shiny pole. Yeah, I've been fucking carrying around all those other ones for so long. I forgot that I don't need them all. They're not that important. What is the one that's most important to me? What is the one that's most important to me? I don't know. Let's look for it. Let's figure out what it is. And that's what this is. That's what this is. This is me shining up my pole. This is me shining my pole up. Just like the Page of Wands is. He's taking that idea and now formulating the reality of it. Now it's go time. Now it's time to really dig into yourself and get the shit going. You're still putting some thought into it. You're taking your time. You're not rushing. You're not pushing anything. You're not pushing anyone. And maybe you might be pushing people out of the way. I mean, we did have to go through all that bullshit just to get to this point. And we're not even like a quarter of the way through yet. But we got our feathered cap. We got our pole in our hand, and we kind of have a direction of where we're going. We're wandering out to the desert, and we're ready to fucking start doing some shit. What do you say? Let's start doing some shit, right? Now, the downside, though, I mean, you could this is rough. You've just been through this mental fucking hell, and now you got to start fucking making shit in the real world. Come on. And we're not even to that point yet. We still have a lot of ways to go. We still just figured out what we want to do. And are we even going to be able to pull it off? I don't fucking know, man. This is rough. There's a lot of rough stuff going on. But we have persevered. And if you made it this far, then there's no reason to fucking stop. There's really not. I mean, you can. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Some people like to just stop off wherever they want. It's like an elevator. You can get off at any floor. Some people want to take it all the way. This guy wants to take it all the way. Well, he wants to take it further than what it is. He's a creative type. Well, he's got the urge. He's got the want to do. He's got the want. He might be a little bit shy about it, but he's kind of ready to jump when he's got to. He's just ready to make a move. He's not sure what though. He's still kind of confused. He's a youngin. He's a page. Doesn't even know anything. Still wet behind the ears. Still wearing his big daddy's cloak and his long. What is that? Is that a romper? Is he wearing a romper? Probably. Some neat flamey boots. He's ready to go on his little journey. He's not ready to go far. There's no shit. He's ready to start moving. And this is kind of, I don't know, how would I relate this? Standing out there looking at the horizon, like admiring what it is that you're about to do, finalizing it in your mind, and really accepting that this is it. This is the time. This is what I have to do. I guess in a sense, I can relate in that sense, and that what I'm doing is that same thing. I mean, I'm not where I want to be, but I know that this is just another step in the right direction. It's not exactly the most glamorous. I mean, look at the people that I'm dealing with. I would much rather be canoodling with other scholarly types, people who can speak my language a little bit better, people who are actually interested in what I'm saying, rather than people who just want to cause dis-ease in my faculties right now. But I don't hold it against them. I can't say that anybody's wrong or right. People don't know what I'm doing. People don't know what I'm all about. So it's all right. They don't need to. It doesn't need to be that, it doesn't need to be that cut and dry all the time. There can be a little bit of turmoil and chaos within your order. And that's a good thing. Keeps you on your toes. It's when you get stagnant and when you think that you know everything is when things really start to fuck with you. And think of it like this is almost like my little journeys traveling onto the internet and now doing my lives and bumping into these people that I talk to every now and then. And
granted, I maybe talk to like 4 or 5 people a day, but eventually those 4 or 5 people will then become more than 5 people, and then those people become more people, and those people become more people. It's just a matter of patience and continuing to persevere, because speaking my truth, which is the only truth that really matters, speak how you feel, how you think, speak how you think, how you feel, that is the ultimate truth. And in doing so, it doesn't matter who's listening. And hi, if you're about to say hi, but I'm trying to not get distracted right now. So our page is going to then find himself on his journey of moving forward and bringing his wand on his very valiant, on his trusted steed, looked very ready to go. But this is fire energy. You got to remember, fire energy is all about the initial, let's go do some shit. Let's pick up the energy. Let's pick up the pace. Ooh, baby. It's got the salamander on there. I don't know why salamanders are associated with fire. I never really understood that. I got to look more into that symbolism. But this horse is ready to fucking go. This guy's all about fucking. Maybe that is what he's all about, because the Valak wands and that horse is ready to fucking ready and rearing to go. But again, the fire is more that initial energy in order to do something. It's not necessarily doing it. It's the will and the desire to do it. You still need to have that creative process that comes in and cools the fire, cools that piss and vinegar, like, oh, I'm gonna fucking take over the world. You need that emotional grounding that comes and goes, chill. You gotta clean your own room first before you fucking start going anywhere else. And maybe that's what this guy is. This guy's he's all fucking ready to go. He's got a fucking boner in his hand, ready to go fucking fuck the world. And he just needs to cool down a little bit. And then maybe that's just a lesson he needs to go and learn. Because if you see, there's the pyramids right there, which means he's in Egypt. And he was in Egypt. The writer Arthur Waite was an alchemist. He was working with the Golden Dawn. They practiced a form of Hermetic alchemy and Kabbalistic philosophy. And if the knight is in Egypt, then I would definitely have to say that this is an homage. This guy is like I said, full of piss and vinegar. He's ready to go. Maybe he's at these holy training centers to start to learn to focus himself and get like little bit more of a cool demeanor. Don't be so fucking hot-headed and ready to charge right into shit, because you might not be ready. Even though you've been planning this for so long, and maybe like you've been really focusing all your time and energy into this one area, that there's still some fine-tuning, there's still some tempering that needs to be done. And none of us are ever, I don't want to say none of us are ever perfect, because I'm perfect. I'm as perfect as I need to be at the moment that I'm perfect. That doesn't mean that I can't be more perfect tomorrow. I'll be as perfect as I need to be for the situation that I'm in. Even when I'm not at what some would consider my best, I am at my best. That is my best. That is exactly who I need to be. I can't be a fucking calm cucumber every single day. Oh, yes, everything is great. No, some things suck. And that's what this guy needs to fucking learn. He needs to learn a valuable lesson. He needs to get his ass whooped. He needs to fall on his ass a couple times and then pick himself back up again. Get your ass whooped doesn't mean some fucking jabroni from the outside world coming to kick your ass. No, because no one can kick your ass unless you let them kick your ass. This guy just needs to get his own ass kicked by himself, and that's the worst beating that you can take. The beating that you give yourself is more potent and more painful than any beating that you can get from any other person in your world or any world around you. I can assure you that. I don't think many people have a tendency to push their limits as much as I do. But I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm a glutton for fucking for spiritual and metaphysical punishment, because fuck it, no one's ever tried it before. Not that I know of. No one's ever tried it in the way that I have, because if they did, there'd be a book about it. So I'm the one writing the book, and fuck it. Hey, you know what? If I'm the first one to write the book, then I'm gonna be the first one to get all the fucking glory for it. Good for me. Go me. High five. Boom. Thanks. You're welcome. So now we learned our lesson. We learned our lesson as the Knight of Wands. We're ready to move on to a more regal attitude. To start to not only
focus on what we want, but to be who we need to be. Because you and me, we are not ready to be where we want to be. Otherwise, we would be there. If I was supposed to be where I want to be in my end game, I would be that person, but I'm not that person right now. I'm still me. I'm still fucking trying to figure out this story and how this story is going to get me there. And it's doing it because it has been for the past 2 years. It's just doing it very slowly, very methodically, and very patiently. And I learned a lot about myself in the process, especially about my own patience, which is very difficult. And that's what a lot of what you get with the Queen of Wands, because you got to remember that this is a feminine energy, and that in this symbolism, yeah, on the outside, it's a woman with a black cat, and she's sitting with her sunflower and her staff, her dick-shaped staff, with the flower sticking out of it. Lions on her throne. The sun by the sunflower, represented by the sunflower, representing the sun and Leo, and the heart chakra and love, eternal love. This is femininity. She's patient. She's calm. She's emotional, but she also has the masculine spark. She's a witch. You know, you can tell because she got a black cat. People don't have black cats. Only witches have black cats, or assholes. The thing who want to be witches. But then, in a sense, if they want to be witches, then they really are witches. They just don't realize it yet. So this is the Witch Queen. She is a magic maker, and maybe she might actually be in control of the kingdom. She might be in more control of the kingdom than the king, if you want my personal opinion. Because if she's a witch, then she has the king under her control, which is not a terrible thing. But she's also an egoic human being. She's run by her ego. She's also very telepathic. She's feminine. She's tuned in to that aspect of reality that most men don't have the privilege of bearing witness to, which I think intimidates a lot of women because they don't understand if they're crazy or what, because nobody understands them. I just happen to learn how to tap into that. And I know there's other men that do, but I don't think they can do it as good as me. And that's why I'm doing this the way that I am, is because I don't think anyone can do it the way that I can. But I could be wrong. I just don't see other people reading the cards the way that I do. And that's fine. They don't have to. That's why I'm doing it the way that I'm doing it, and they do it the way that they do it. It's the beauty of having choice and flavor. And what is that on her? I thought it was something else. But that's what I get from her. This energy. This is knowing the outcome because you created it. You know how to manifest. This is manifestation. Like I said, she's a witch. Witches manifest what they want. They always do. It's their power. It's a witch's power. That's why they burn witches at the stake, because witches have a greater power than people realize. They can do things that other people cannot. But they can do the same thing that other people can. People just don't know how to do it because they just don't want to understand it. They're afraid of it. They think it's scary. She understands it. She's been there. She's seen the fucking trials. She's a hard bitch. She earned everything that she got. Just because she's a witch doesn't mean she's a bad woman. Witch queen. I like her. I like her a lot. Okay. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. That happens. Usually when it's like a little, it's like a thing. Makes sense to me. And you know, I can feel that energy in myself because she could use it the wrong way. She could also use the wrong way. It doesn't, just because I felt that off of what I've seen from her doesn't mean that's who she is. That my interpretation of her isn't always the only interpretation of her. She could be a sick fuck. This could be an illusion. Remember, she's a witch. So the witches cast glamours on people. So there's a good chance that she may have cast a glamour on me and every single one that looks at her. That this facade is actually hiding some fucking demon underneath that regal form. Because cats, trust a black cat? Things are bad luck. Everyone knows that. But bad luck to you is good luck to me. Good luck to me is bad luck to you. So maybe she's both. Maybe she's demon and angel. But remember what I said. Every angel is another man's demon. Not every man can handle a witch. Not many at all. I don't know many who can. I know a few who have been married to witches. I know a few witches, and I know that they are way too much for the men that they're with. They way too much. Way too much. At least from my perspective. I think I was married to a witch. I was married to a witch who didn't know she was a witch. Something like that. So I believe, and if she did know she was a witch, she wasn't a very good one. Pretty shitty, my personal opinion. But then again, who knows? I'm projecting. Maybe she was much better than me. Maybe she's still much better than me. We'll find out. And here comes the king of the wands, and he's just staring off into his kingdom. You don't even get a front view of him. You're not even good enough to stand in his presence. You have to stand off to the side. He's too busy. He's too busy coming up with the next plan, with the next idea, trying to figure out where to go next, how to go, where to go, why to go there. He's thinking, he's planning all the time, but he might spend a lot of time in his head. I think this guy spends sometimes a little bit too much time in his head, which can be a detriment, and it can be a little bit of a miracle as well. But also keep in mind that I think personally that the Queen of Wands is the one running this kingdom. Just me personally, because yeah, the king, he's got some ego, and he loves attention, and he might be a little bit hot around the edges, which is fine because everyone is to a degree. I mean, your birth chart is just a starting point. That's not who you are. That's just a blueprint of the template that was gifted upon you at the time that you were born. You can adjust that. You can change it. And that's what I see with this guy. It's kind of where he wants to see the changes in himself, or maybe in the kingdom, because his external world is just a reflection of his internal world. And maybe instead of changing his kingdom on the inside, he's changing on the outside, thinking that it's going to help him along. Maybe he's not too in touch emotionally. And if he's got this bitch riding on him constantly, and he's just doing anything he can to keep her happy and to shut her up and keep her black magic off his ass, as much as it already is on him, because who knows how deep she has him. If she has him, maybe they work together. I mean, if she's the creative force, maybe these two make like the perfect team. Her magic and his brains. I guess kind of will go with that. Right? Looking at each other. But maybe they're best friends. Best partners and lovers. His will is her command. Not a slave, but partner. She has the qualities that he doesn't. She has the emotional qualities to ease his fiery temper. Of course, she's a goddamn witch. She's the thinker. She helps him. She helps him move things along and direct him in different ways that he may not have been thinking in the first place. Because yeah, he's a little too logical. Sometimes a little too cold, and cold in that his fiery energy isn't as caring and nurturing as hers. Because she has a taste of the emotion mixed in with her, and that's fire. Fire is very intense, very hot, spicy. Like it. Hold on a second. only 14% of men in the U.S. are tall, which means 86% don't meet UN standards. What? I gotta respond to this because like this is an ongoing thing. Oh my God, what am I doing? Ugh. Hold on. Multitasking. I do get distracted by shit. I pick my nose, dude. No, I didn't just use the pick finger for that. No, that's a big one. All right, so we did fire. Was there like some grand thing that I missed? Something that just, I don't know, I feel a little unsatisfied. I feel like this guy could be a slave to his emotions, because if he's not an emotional type, he's bottling a lot of stuff up. He doesn't have time to think, which means he's a terribly troubled man. This isn't just about a man. This is about an idea. Not necessarily the husband to the queen, but the evolution of the queen to the king. Crown, which represents his illumination. A lot of fire symbolism. I mean, like I said, this is the fire suit. Salamander, where she's accompanied by a black cat. He's accompanied by a salamander. What is it that you're telling me? What is that my mind is telling me? Smoke the pot. All right. Let me get back to that. Don't do that. I might need it. feeling doubt about myself. But doubt leads you in the right direction. And there's a reason why, because sometimes I need to open up my mind a little bit. And some kind of stuff is going through my head right now. I kind of want to stop. I want to like relax. But if I relax, what am I going to do? I'm going to watch some other person's fucking YouTube videos. And why waste my time doing anything that is not literally for my own improvement. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And out my back is fucking killing me. Oh. Give me a reason to like get up for a second. This is I've been at this for fucking hours now. This is 8.5 hours, eight and almost 9 hours, and I'm just done with the fucking wands. This is not where I wanted to be. Fucked around too much. Cerberus, focus on eloquence and grace, and I'm not being very eloquent or graceful about the way that I'm handling certain things. There's a piece of me that just wants to go, fuck it, I'm done for today. But we'll see how much further I can do. I'm gonna smoke a little bit of pot, and I just want to like come back and hit this with a new set of eyes, literally. Because I may even cut it early so I can start writing, because I feel like there's some shit that I need to really. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe we'll cut this out and then I'll come back with just a talky talk.